Hey guys. So Sunday, it's like 4 o'clock. I did have a late morning. I didn't wake up until I want to say like 11. Hi, INFJ. So for the most part, I'm still sick. I'm getting better, but I'm still sick. I sound weird. I've just been bundled up all day. I went upstairs in the kitchen and I made a really good cup of coffee and I made myself a tuna melt instead of, ordering DoorDash and stuff. So I did that and I was having a conversation in Discord about like short-term versus long-term memory loss and dementia. And I was kind of thinking about how the fact that, our brain is basically like a hard drive, if you will. And I feel like once you consume the maximum amount of memory that your hard drive can hold, that that's the reason why you start to lose certain memories, because in order to consume new information you have to delete certain information to replace the new information, right? And I was also talking about narcissistic abuse, obviously. Um I come from a background of narcissistic abuse, even from my mother, kind of, and not intentionally, I could say, but the intentional one I would say is from my ex. I've got over 16 years of narcissistic abuse, and what's crazy that I recently found out is that when you're in a narcissistic relationship, when they use you with narcissism, right? It ends up releasing a certain kind of chemical that can actually damage your hippocampus. And that's the reason why it becomes easier and easier for a narcissist to gaslight you, because you could have really great long-term memory, right? You could remember every minute detail, everything like that. But let's say you were having a conversation or an argument and you are asked to reiterate what exactly it is that they did that was wrong. And instead of being able to bounce back immediately, listing those details of what they did wrong, you can't remember, you can't recall that. And that's because of that chemical that gets released into your hippocampus and damages it makes you not be able to reiterate certain details. And then you sit there and you start to think to yourself, did I make it up? Am I imagining these things? Am I crazy? They're saying they didn't do this and I can't recall if they did or not. So I must be the issue. I must be the problem. And I feel like all of us have some form of narcissistic abuse that we have to endure, like in work life and family life and friendships and everyday passing strangers, and especially relationships, right? And so if that chemical gets released every time we are dealing with a narcissistic abuser, right, that starts to damage our hippocampus. And so, is it possible another huge factor in early onset dementia could be narcissistic abuse? And I wonder if they've done actual, tests or trials or whatever with people who were in narcissistic abusive relationships, whether it was through family or if it was through a partner, whatever. I wonder if they're doing that, because if narcissistic abuse can do such damage to our hippocampus based on that chemical that's released, maybe that could actually explain why people get early onset dementia or why people get dementia at all. I mean, there's different factors I think that play into it, but I mean, prime example, everyone knows when I get really upset, I take the bait, and I get really mad. But as soon as I get mad, I'm also over it. I'll get really pissed off. I'll, be dramatic or whatever. And then 5 minutes later, I'll be totally fine. I'm like, what? What were you fighting about? I don't really care. And I feel like with that, it's just, I need a breather. I just need a moment to just breathe, step back, and really think about it. And then I'll be fine. Like, prime example, when I still had issues with Cynthia and she was in Discord, she said something like a comment that like really set me off. And I went to like go in Discord and say something pretty fucking mean. And Ashley messaged me and she's like, Candy, breathe. I know you want to bite back, but just breathe. It's okay. And I was like, okay, I'll breathe. And then not even a minute later, I was totally fine. And I feel like that is another huge example of narcissistic abuse. And what you need to do is, instead of bite back and take the bait, you have to just breathe and just let it go. Because again, as soon as you get mad, you're also going to get over it because you can't even remember what you were mad about. Like that's what's so crazy about, that chemical that gets released that really damages your hippocampus. So I don't know why I just brought that up. I was having that conversation in Discord and stuff. And I don't know, I think it just kind of explains why I get so pissed off at people sometimes. Like, prime example, Troy, I was pissed at him. I'm not pissed at him anymore. Do I approve and do I like the fact that he was like saying mean things about me and saying like, oh, this is why your man left you? No, but I feel like he has the same issue that I do, that you get pissed off really easily, you bite and take the bait, and then you get over it 5 minutes later. And I feel like that's why it's so easy to mess with me. Cause again, I'm trying to reverse 16 years of narcissistic abuse and learn to not fall for the drama, not do anything like that. But I'm also one of those people who you could categorize as a people pleaser, or someone who is they got like a God savior complex, right? Where we want to defend and help people. If I see someone talking badly about a friend or someone I associate myself with, I'm instantly going to look at that person like, you're the problem and I must, eradicate the problem. And that's another reason why I get so upset so easily, because I'm always wanting to save someone or defend them, when in actuality, they get to defend themselves completely. And half the shit in this chase community would be less dramatic if myself and others could just learn to take a breather and not take the bait, because there are trolls out there that purposely try and trigger us. They try and trigger us to make it a dramatic shit show. And I'm trying really hard not to take the bait anymore. I'm trying really hard not to have a savior complex where I have to defend everybody. I'm just trying to be over here talking about my thoughts of the day, aliens, what have you, because that's, my bread and butter. That's what I like to really think about and go down the rabbit hole with. And another conversation I was having in Discord was about, there's all these crazy earthquakes that have been occurring lately. Like, prime example was Turkey, right? And if you turn on the TV, you can see Turkey, Africa. There's this huge fault line that is basically cracking in half. Like, you could see there's this huge crack just go through Turkey and Africa, and the whole fucking tectonic plate is just ready to snap off, right? And it occurred right when that green comet was in our terrestrial warpath. So the green comet that everyone's supposed to be able to see with the naked eye right now, that they said, oh, we haven't seen that comet for 50,000 years. Well, it just so happens that that comet is the very exact same comet that they documented and talked about in Parzival, Wolfram von Echternbach's Parzival. And it's rumored to be that the Emerald Tablet was actually the Emerald Tablet was made from that comet. That's what they say. And Catalonia Spade, if you look up the mythology of Catalonia Spade, you'll read that the Greek comet, which they kind of compare it to Lucifer's diadem, right? They say there was an emerald in Lucifer's diadem when he fell from heaven during the war, and they say his emerald got lost somewhere in Catalonia, Spain, and that emerald is what they chipped off and carved the Emerald Tablet in, and that's what they claim the Grail is made of too, right? But what's fascinating is this all stems from, because I saw Shy Guy the other day. He was claiming, oh, it's really hypocritical of Kennedy to talk about plagiarism when Wolfram von Echternbach, who was German, plagiarized the story from Christian de Troyes, who was French. And if he read the whole story, he would know that Kayat, Kayat of Provence, who was the one who told Wolfram von Echternbach the story, it was actually shared to Christian first. So the real information is allegedly Kayat of Provence got this information from someone who went by the pseudonym Flegetanus. He was an astronomer, astrologer, but he had to have pseudonyms because back then, if you practiced any of this and went against the church, you were obviously a heathen or whatever, and they would burn you at the stake, a heretic, right? And so Philogetatus claims that he came across this information about the comet and the Grail, the name of the Grail and everything, in scrolls in a library in Toledo, Spain. And Toledo, Spain's not too far off from Catalonia, Spain, by the way. And they claim that this information was passed on to Christian, and he was supposed to tell the story, but he didn't. He didn't tell the right story. And what they decided to do was go to it was like centuries later, because this goes all the way back to the 6th century, then the 8th century, then the 12th century, right? And they decide, oh, we're going to pass this information down to Wolfram von Echternach, who was a true knight and a troubadour, right? Mincinger's troubadours. And he was the one that, even in his story, tells you, I didn't write this story. I got this told to me by a man named Caius of Provence, right? No one ever was able to find Caius of Provence, by the way. They're all pseudonyms. Even Wolfram von Echternach, I think, it has some pseudonym into it. It's really weird. Because Wolfram means wolf raven, I believe. Anyways, whole point. I can't breathe. Hold on. This is so not fun. It was the whole point of this was for this information to get passed on, and the information in Wolfram von Echternach's Parzival talks about the Green Comet and how the Green Comet crashed to Earth, and they call it this one castle, which you would know as a Grail castle, Montsalvat, I think, and it actually translates to mean over in Catalonia, Spain, and it was this monastery for the monks, and that's a very monastery that Wilfred, or sorry, not Wilfred, Hitler, and what's his name, the one that ran all the Nazis, they went there and pillaged it and stuff, all because of Wolfram von Echternach's Parzival story. But the main point is this: they're documenting that Green Comet, and they were talking about how in the time of the Green Comet, which would technically be 50,000 years ago, because that's what they say. The last time we saw this comet was 50,000 years ago. So during the time of this comet, they talk about hell on earth. They talk about exactly what you would compare to the rapture right now. They talk about gods. They talk about demons and angels and wars, all kinds of stuff. And I find it really fascinating that, technically we haven't seen this thing for 50,000 years, and now it's all boom right there, right? Look up in the sky, it's right there. And weird shit's been happening around the world. Unexplainable shit. Did you know, and this is absolutely triggering and traumatizing for me, because when I was a kid, I had a friend named Justine who was Filipino. She was from the Philippines. And she told me this really scary mythological story about these creatures that can detach their body, like they could detach their torso from their bodies and go after you, and they like to target women who were pregnant or just had a kid or whatever. Most traumatizing story I've ever heard in my life. And I was like, I'm never going to the Philippines. Like, I'm never going to the Philippines. And right now, they just had these girls who were in the woods in the Philippines that came across one of those mythological creatures. And they went to the cops, and they're now getting treated for trauma for what they witnessed. And this isn't just like them trying to do a hoax or anything. It's in the papers, it's everywhere. And they're saying like they saw exactly that creature detach itself from its torso and like come at them. And I'm just like, if you go back in mythology, every time you hear weird shit about mythological creatures, angels, demons, everything, it's always associated with that dark green comet. I'm not kidding. That green comet pops up in all these different types of retellings and fairy tales and stories. And yet we don't know shit about it. We know we last saw it 50,000 years ago, allegedly. I don't even know how they could claim we saw it 50,000 years ago. But anyways, it just keeps popping up. And then, not to mention, there was a rumor someone saw a dragon in China. There's just weird crap popping up right now in association with this green comet. And I forgot there was some other weird stuff that was reported Oh, so just recently, I think it was Japan, they discovered this massive sword and massive shield that is associated with fighting demons. It's like you could look that up, and it's not a hoax. It's a real discovery, archaeological discovery, and they're like tripping out on that. Hey, Street. Hey, Troy. Hold on, I need to breathe real fast. What is wrong with me? I would like to stop being sick. The white woman is folklore in the Philippines. That's pretty funny. Hold on. Let me put the link in. Cannot breathe. Cannot breathe. Okay, hold on. Like, I want to do more research in this green comet because I think whatever is happening right now is all associated with this green comet. Like, think about it. Mesopotamia, the cradle of life, right? They talk about how they had pharaohs that ruled for like what 1,000 years each or something, and also that comes from the Emerald Tablet. And during this time of Mesopotamia and these gods, the pharaohs and stuff like that, where you have the thin line between aliens or the Anunnaki and the pharaohs, is right at the time of the Green Comet. Right at that time. We'll see the light soon. Oh God. Okay, there's the link. Hold on. Oh God, I need to blow my nose real fast. Hold please. Wait, let me see if there's someone trying to come in. Someone's trying to come in, they could distract while I'm dying. Go on mute really fast. Okay, I think I could breathe for a little bit. That was so fun. Have you ever blown your nose so much that you pop your ears almost? Like, that's me. I keep waking up a freaking snot monster at this point. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, no, not there. Hold on. Okay. Now that I can breathe a little bit. Oh God, Street, you're funny. I am torn between buying Steve Klein's Peeps and Key Roads Peeps. Wait, what? Oh no, my mom's sending me a photo. Why is she sending me cat emojis? I definitely know that I am my mother's daughter. Because the moment I purchase something, I'm like on it. I'm like, when is it gonna get shipped? When is it gonna get shipped? I need it to be delivered. Where is it? I like, especially if it's like hair extensions or something. It's so funny. And so for Valentine's Day, I was trying to cheer my mom up because she's, out in Missouri. She doesn't have anybody. And sometimes it just gets really sad when you're alone, right? So I really wanted to cheer her up. So I got her Olive Garden and I got her a few gifts for Valentine's Day, including this really, really nice black turtleneck because it's really cold over there. So I spent a freaking good amount of money on her, getting a really nice turtleneck and then this really nice snow jacket. And she's like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And I'm just like, I got notified by the company that they had some technical issues. So like the jacket I got myself got delivered, but hers isn't delivered yet. Hold on. What is my mom doing? Like, what'd she do? Get hacked? Heavens to Betsy. Okay, we got a street connecting. Are you in a van down by the river?
Nope, not yet. Heading that direction. You still sound pretty congested, man. Have you been using Vicks or anything?
Yeah, I use Vicks and I've got my nasal spray stuff, but I was sleeping like it's weird. It's like when I sleep is when it gets really bad. But I think I'm finally getting better.
Do you have a humidifier you sleep with?
No, I was thinking about getting one.
Yeah, there's all kinds of back in the day, they said the hot ones worked, but yet there was bacteria, so they recommended the cold ones. I think that's where last I heard is that not. I think they're called cold mist humidifiers.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to keep the bacteria down.
My mom got a kitten. What the fuck? My mom's messaging me right now and she's like asking about the order I got her, right? And I'm like, okay, I get it. It's been 8 days since I sent her that I got it for her. So I'm like, I'd be impatient too. Then she's like, we're taking my kitten in to get spayed tomorrow real early and they'll keep her overnight. I'm nervous, but she needs it. I'm like, when the fuck did you get a kitten? Like, what? If I would have known, I would have gotten something for the kitten too. What the hell's going on? No, I don't really like humidifiers just because like I think DJ used to sleep in the humidifier and it used to drive me bonkers. I'd be like, fuck, what's that noise? Ah, I don't really like them.
Yep.
But no, I think obviously I'm getting much better. Before it was like, I was so afraid I like could have had COVID again. I was just like, fuck, am I going to die this time? Like shit. But I'm finally better because obviously I went to the doctors on Friday. They gave me some antibiotics and I've been taking those. So I'm getting better. I just sound like a freaking snot monster still. Don't mind me.
Actually, I don't think the statistics show anyone that's caught it once. None. I don't think that the fatality rate is minuscule compared to like people that's never had it.
I mean, well, so this is the thing. I saw someone like talking bad about me the other day saying, oh, she claims she almost died from COVID, but she was never in the hospital on ventilators. So when this was happening, this is 2021, right? And we already went through the whole first variation, the virus. So I ended up getting Omicron. Omicron was the worst one you could ever get. And the reason why I didn't go to the hospital was because I was doing research the entire time I was sick and everything, freaking myself out. And statistically speaking, it looks like the people who had Omicron and went into the hospital did not make it out. And there's conspiracies that, are floating around saying like, oh, the more fatalities that were going on in the hospital is getting paid, like all conspiracies, right? But they were saying like, if you went to the hospital and you were on a ventilator, like you were done. And I already should have been on a ventilator because, once your oxygen, if it goes past like, I think it was 90%, then you like are supposed to go to the hospital. And I bought an oxygen, I guess you could say thermometer. It basically could tell you what percentage your oxygen level was at, right? And I didn't even take it because I was like so afraid if I did, I'd like have to go to the hospital. But I was so bad that when I would try to get up just to go to the bathroom or try and get myself tea, I would almost literally black out. I would have to lay down and I would be like gasping for breath and I could not see anything. My vision would start to go dark. Like that shows you your oxygen is fucking cut off.
Well, I'm just glad you're alive.
Hey, Tyler.
Hey, I'm just glad you're alive.
Thanks. Are you
That's all.
driving right now?
Maybe.
Don't you be on here driving? Put the phone down.
I'm chatting with y'all while I'm driving. I've been doing it for the longest.
You've already been in 2 accidents in the past year alone. Put your fucking phone down.
Well, you know what? You're right too. Because the third one wasn't my fault.
Doesn't matter. You still need to put your phone down. So even if it's not your fault, you have time to react.
I'm literally almost home. You're a little late on that one.
Crazies. Okay, so what's up, Street?
Not much, just recovering from last night.
You sound like you're getting sick.
I've been sick, man, for weeks.
Really?
Dude,
Yeah.
what the fuck is going on? Because I might have it too. It's some weird shit. Like it felt like I had a sore throat, like mucus in the back of my throat.
Yeah, it starts with a really bad sore throat.
I couldn't breathe. It's like I had like the mucus was so bad, like it was making me like not be able to breathe, and I had to fucking like slow down my fucking oxygen to be able to breathe.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No, it's not. What the fuck it is? It's awful. It can go to hell.
A lot of civilizations were built after the stars as above, so below. Even though land view was always changing, the stars stayed relatively the same, so they mirrored the heavens. Yep, agreed. I forgot what I found. Do you remember what I found recently, Street? What I was researching, and it was like talking about as above, so below, and it was like really old.
Man, I can't. It's not ringing a bell. Well, hold on. Were we talking about Spain? Something, the library in Spain? Was that the topic?
Well, okay, so I remember I always try and find the root of Phlegetanus, but I think it had something to do with the chess motif. Remember, the title was My Eric, and it was talking about this one German troubadour, and right. He was like the first one to write chivalry about Eric, and it was spelled EREC, and it talked about as above, so below. But I believe it went back to like the 6th century. Was the conversation like leading towards Germany or France out of Spain? It was between both, because like I remember we were talking about Eleanor of Aquitaine and William of Aquitaine, right? And Aquitaine is where you get your very first troubadour. The very first troubadour is William of Aquitaine. And Tristan was like, hey, I found out I'm related to William of Aquitaine. And I was like, oh shit, that's cool. And we were going down that trail about the court, Eleanor of Aquitaine and the court, and what she did to be able to fund and have the troubadours still around for, you know, the time of chivalry. And it was the court of, I think it was like court of love or something. I forgot what the proper term was. Hey, Ashley, hit the link if you want to jump in. I'll lose some gut weight and you use some dent filler.
I'm gonna be on mute.
See what Troy just put?
No, what did he say? I missed it. And I'm obviously in the panel too.
Candy, let's make Babs happy. I'll lose some gut weight and you use the dent filler.
Dude, yo, I love Troy. Like ever since like last night, oh my god, like he had me rolling. Like I had never laughed that hard in probably like the longest. Like it's been a long time.
I don't stay mad at him that long, because we'll like butt heads and then we'll be like, okay, fine, whatever. But I was super sick, and everyone knows when I'm sick, I get really fucking bitchy. Like I'm super pissy and I'm just like, fuck you. And it takes me a lot longer to bounce back from being mad. So I was like extra long mad at Troy. And now I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm over it. It's whatever. But like I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get some filler. I'm gonna try it and see what happens.
Get what it was at Troy said last night that had me rolling. Like it was some crazy off the wall shit that I was dying laughing.
I mean, he says some pretty funny shit sometimes.
Yeah, I would. Go ahead.
drywall mud would probably be cheaper than like medical procedures. Just buy you a tub of drywall mud, man.
It's not a
Mud.
medical procedure. It's just they get a like a little needle or vial filled with either it's Dysport or like because Dysport is like the cheaper version, and then Botox Botox is like the more expensive. But it's like based on units, and I don't know how much a unit is. I think it's like those little tiny dashes on the needle or whatever. But they just
Oh,
like
shit.
inject you with that shit, and then after a couple of weeks, it like you like have no wrinkles.
They
And
straight
I didn't
into my
know it.
dog.
My roommate does it. My roommate does it. My hairstylist does it. There's like preventive Botox. Yeah, it's called preventative Botox, where it's like if you do it, it'll over time make sure you don't get those wrinkles. And I'm over here, and then like Ashley even said she's done it before, and I'm just like, I don't like needles, but fuck, maybe I gotta do it because I guess I've had this dent, and it's just been growing and growing since I was like 14.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't do needles either. I have a major phobia with needles. Like I will have an anxiety attack and have a whole fainting session and then have a seizure after it. I don't do needles. That's why I don't have any tattoos. So they'll probably grow into one as well. And this is my dog, my husky.
Well, I mean, I have tattoos, but when I get tattoos, it's not the fact that the needle is going into my skin that stresses me out. It's the sound of the fucking tattoo gun. So when I get tattoos, what I do is I plug my ears, I puff out my cheeks, and I bite my lip and I close my eyes.
For me,
I'm not
it's the
kidding.
pain.
Like that's how I get a
Pain le-
tattoo.
High pain levels will make me fucking like I don't want to say stop breathing in the sense of because I have to bite my lip and I'll stop fucking breathing because it hurts so bad. And I'll fucking like
Yeah,
bite
I
my
would
lip.
advise you not to do it then.
Yeah, that's why I don't do needles or tattoos.
No, but Street, do you remember? So like we were going down the whole Eric rabbit hole, and I think Troy was the one that said Eric was French. And then I was talking about as above, so below. But like what I'm trying to do is go down the rabbit hole and follow the green comet because I think this green comet right now is affecting whatever the fuck's going on right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because like,
People,
okay,
people don't believe it, but planetary poles affect the planet. If it affects the planet, it affects us. It affects our
yeah.
energy.
So there's Haley's comet, but it wasn't Haley's. Huh. Because like if you read up on the Emerald Tablet, they believe that the Emerald Tablet came from that green comet.
Yeah.
And the Emerald Tablet goes back to Mesopotamia, right?
he's going nuts. Just
Um,
going treat.
Recorded, yeah. Recorded history. Well, I mentioned it before when I think the same conversation we're talking about was I think it's in the city, the Mecca. It's that obelisk, that huge like cube that they all walk around and chant, and in the corner of it is this rock. There's I've heard different documentarians say they think it came from a asteroid or a comet or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm thinking if they based it on it, and if you look at it, it's kind of black. Well, that's probably because it's so green, it's black sitting in the corner there.
Well, so the mythology, because again, I believe the true story and the truth lies within the mythology, right? And so the mythology is centered and began in Catalonia, Spain. And Catalonia, Spain is where they talk about, Lucifer's diadem, like the emerald that fell from the sky during the War of Heaven and stuff, right? And that monastery, the one in the mountain of Catalonia, Spain, they are the ones that allegedly found it, right? And they're the ones that allegedly broke a piece off from the comet and created what we know as the Emerald Tablet. And there's been this secret brotherhood. It actually translates to mean become brotherhood for the monastery. And like, for as long as we can remember, the true I guess you could say history of alchemy has always followed the monks, right?
Yeah.
And so it's all about alchemy, because like if you go as far back to ancient Taoism, ancient Druidism, it all is based on the same thing. We're all one, and they try to practice and teach you alchemy. But it wasn't until I believe it was the 12th century that the church actually even named it alchemy. Before, it wasn't even called alchemy. And what you get right during the 12th century is the story or the mythology about King Arthur and the Holy Grail and everything like that. And I believe that was the society's way of being able to still share information but not be shut down, because what they were trying to preach is, oh, the Holy Grail is, in regards to the one true God. And it went back to the church and everything. It kind of like it shared their narrative, right? But if you look at it, when it says, oh, the Grail is actually an emerald stone, and it goes back to the Philosopher's Stone, and the Philosopher's Stone is known for alchemy. So they just found a really creative, smart way to appease the church and use their propaganda against them to still spread the information and the story about alchemy to people who knew what to look for, if that makes sense.
Right. To the chosen.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with Nostradamus. Nostradamus, again, he would be branded a heretic. He almost was a multitude of times, except for Catherine Medici stepped in and saved his butt. But what he had to do was basically write this false narrative that the church would approve. And then with that false narrative, he hid in between the lines the real message he was trying to share with the community. And only those who were privy to this information would know, oh, look for the Cross of Lorraine, because the Cross of Lorraine goes back to, again, the William of Aquitaine, Eleanor of Aquitaine. It goes to Lorraine as well. I think is it French? It goes French and then Spain for the Cross of Lorraine.
I
Trying to
think
remember
France
that.
rings a bell. I think it originated in France, didn't it? The Cross of Lorraine.
Yeah, it goes from France, right? But I'm trying to remember where it gravitated towards, because now it's in New Mexico. New Mexico has the Cross of Lorraine, and it's like everywhere.
And that's probably attributed to the Spanish influence in the area too, right?
Yeah, but the twisted thing is even though Catalonia, Spain is where this the Emerald Tablet and the Green Comet allegedly originated from, the really messed up thing, especially when it gets down to the King of Lion, it's like Leon or Lion, is Lyon. He was the one that sent out El Cid, and El Cid was the documents that one person found that took on the pseudonym of Flegitanus again, because Flegitanus is all the way back 6th century, right? Well, now a couple of years ago, there's a man that wrote a book with Fenn's Dove in the Moon, by the way, and they sent it into this publisher with nothing but the Dove in the Moon, and then their pseudonym was Flegitanus. And they talked about how they were what was it? What's that word when you're trying an apprentice? They were like, I'm an apprentice to it was like Saint Ives something, and it meant Saturn. Since I think it was like Saint Ives Centennium, and it was in Latin, and it meant something about Saturn. And when you cross-reference that, it took you to this whole historical document about this man who was a historian at Texas A&M University, and he somehow was able to get like funded to go to the Vatican Library, which that's damn near impossible to do. But he was able to somehow, this like beneficiary funded his whole entire trip and gave him access to the Vatican Library. And the first thing he did when he went to the Vatican Library was look for El Cid. And the whole papers talked about El Cid is actually the real King Arthur from lore, right? And it said that El Cid was tasked from the King of Lion or Leon to acquire an emerald stone that came from the Emerald Comet or the Green Comet. That's an association with the Emerald Tablet. It's just like so fascinating to hear this. And then the whole book that they wrote and sent into this publisher is saying like the true origin story of King Arthur versus El Cid, Avalon versus Spain. Like it's all these different variations and how they took the information and changed it to fit the false narrative. So it's like it's really interesting. And when you look into El Cid for Spain, it goes back to what was it? Fuck. What was the Council of Nicaea again? Do you remember? It was
Was it Percy or whatever it was?
no, no. It was the war. What was that war again for the Council of Nicaea Street?
Oh, I had no damn idea.
Street fall off.
Street's in his own world tonight. He said he was recovering from, I guess, from a hangover.
Wait, what did he say?
Street said he was recovering from last night. He said, yeah, my guess is a hangover from alcohol, I guess.
He's now on mute and off video, so I've been talking
Yeah.
to myself.
But you can talk to me. You can educate me because I don't know nothing. That's what
Well,
grandfather always says.
I said some of it. Hold on.
I
Hey,
was
trusted.
grabbing a lot of stuff out of my car because my parents made me grab like 3 other Barstool chairs from their house into my 2016 Subaru Crosstrek, the trunk.
Oh
So I had to grab
crap!
that.
I didn't know Trusted was in their waiting room. Sorry, Trusted. Go back and hit the link again. I didn't know you were in the waiting room. Sorry.
Is Ash in the waiting room too or no?
No, I saw Ashley popped in and was like, let's see. She was saying, what are we talking about? And then I'm an asshole and I'm terrible at reading chat. I'm not sure if she was trying to get into.
She definitely should pop in. I didn't get to watch her Ashley Power last night at all because I fell asleep because I had to wake up at like 6, 7, 8 o'clock just to get ready for work at 11. So it's been a busy fucking day. And now I'm officially finally home.
Nice. My mom has a kitten and I'm jealous.
I was never a fan of cats.
Ah! Don't say such words.
I was more of a dog person than a cat person. But I will say this: I've always wanted a pet tiger.
Where the hell does Street go?
Street said he was recovering. I guess from a hangover. He's probably out for the count. Probably pulling a Galaxy, maybe. Could be.
No,
No,
I'm still there. My daughter just dropped off my 2-year-old grandson. She's going to the hospital to give delivery, so I had to straighten him out. You know how little kids cry when their mom leaves?
Wait, so she's having her
Yeah.
baby?
Yeah, she's going in. Hopefully she'll have her tonight. She's having contractions.
Oh,
So you're gonna watch the kid at your house?
Her 2-year-old son, yeah, my grandson.
Oh.
Every
Do
time
you
she
go to the hospital after?
well, I normally do, but since COVID, I don't know what the restrictions are still. The last grandchild I had, there was these restrictions where like I think there was only allowed like 1 or something. I'm like, yeah, the hell with it. I'll just wait till you come home. Because hell, nowadays they only stay for like a day or two, and then they come home.
Huh. That's interesting. Well, congratulations. Another grandchild to add to your minion army. Oh, Ashley said you should have taken activated charcoal.
who? What?
She said you should have taken activated charcoal yesterday to help soak up the alcohol.
For me?
Yeah, so you wouldn't be hungover.
Oh, I'm not hungover. I'm just getting over yesterday. Recovering.
Oh,
Oh wait, hold on. Davey B in chat says the Roman historian Cassius Dio referred to comet stars occurring in August 30 BC. There are mentioned as among the portents witnessed after the death of Egyptian Queen Cleopatra. That's
Street,
interesting.
what did you think of the video? The 3 hour, 4 hour long live stream from you know who?
Very, very telling, man. Very telling. I think, like I said last night, I think a corner's been rounded a corner.
I watched a little bit of it, and I watched where she finally saw my comment, and she thought I was part of the crew. That was the best part of all of it.
She lumped us in with us rejects.
Well,
Sorry, she lumped you in.
I'll say this for her. I know how she likes to get everyone in court, but I have recorded everything she's ever done. Every video she's ever done, I've taken screenshot after screenshot. When this gets to court, she's going to have to prove all the things she stated, not in assumption or speculation, but fact. And I've been accused of a lot of atrocities, man. And here's the ironic part. She's not the solver. So what's her excuse for her behavior?
But she hasn't accused you of bullying someone to the point of suicide. That's like the worst of the worst.
Yeah, I've already handled that. Let's just say I contacted one of the family members of Heather, and they are already trying to handle this mess behind the scenes. So, yeah, Barbara shouldn't have fucked with the wrong person. Which
yeah, but Barbara's claiming she's in contact with one of the daughters of Heather's, and that they hate me and they blame me for their mothers.
No. See, Barbara is such a fucking dumbass. I'm gonna stick my foot up her ass for that shit. So she said Cheyenne. If that's who she's talking about, Cheyenne is not Heather's daughter. Cheyenne is the daughter of Heather's biological sister. She has everything all fucked up.
Hello.
I know Heather's daughter personally.
Hi, Trusted.
Hey, Trusted.
Hello.
Sorry, I
hi,
didn't
Tyler.
see you were in the room.
Hey, brother.
That's okay. You're usually very attentive, and you know whenever I'm the host, I don't pay attention to any of it. You usually pay attention to everything. Great, but for some reason, I knew that I was going to be there for a little while.
You're like, wake the fuck up. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I thought I was starting to think of all kinds of funny stuff, like I started posting in the chat.
Oh yeah, let me go back and see that one.
That's all. I was just trying to sound funny.
I mean, you were pretty
I'm
funny.
getting some coffee. I just got up from a nap, so I'm getting some coffee together.
I made some coffee too. I got my new K-Cups, and this one I thought I got espresso, but I got coffee. But this one was actually really good. So I just did some milk and sugar with it.
Oh, this shit is sick. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm looking at my new Kentucky quilt.
Yeah, I had headway working on my Dr. Eddie's diagram earlier today, trying to figure out what the orientation lineup could be if it is associated with the Saturn pattern that I have. And this is what I have so far, but I felt it was a breakthrough. I mean, I got so far as to find that Aldebaran rises, that mark up here, that Carn A. If you start on the east side of it, you go down along the west side of Carn C, it points directly down to Pueblo Peak Towers, New Mexico, the Sacred
Really?
Mountain. Yeah.
So
Hell
you said
yeah.
Pueblo Peak, New Mexico?
Yeah.
Tyler, I can hear you. Stop it.
Sorry, I'm in a happiness mood right now.
Yeah, my notes I wrote for that one, A, Aldebaran star, red star, which is 44 times larger than Earth's sun in Arabic, has a meaning of follower, which coincides with the observer notion of the Hebrew pictograph AN. Carnes A and C crosses all rising stars and aligns with Pueblo peaks. I think I said in a message today to somebody, I said, Barbara's probably going to have a fit. She's really going to make false accusations about me plagiarizing her work. She ain't even going to understand anything. She can't understand 2 + 2.
Well,
But,
check this
you know,
out.
when she hears the term rising stars, because I heard her saying, talking about her rising star for her F-graded law firm that she worked for, that, you know, finally she made some headway and is getting in the right direction of what her real problem in her life is. And it at least go in most recent history, it goes back to her working at the law firm of Holland and Knight. And,
Well-
you know, a door opened up last night when she got online. A couple of petition walls fell down, but, you know, she got a creepy mansion of all kinds of shit inside her psyche. But the good news is she's ready for regression therapy if she ever gets the nerve to go and see a professional.
Hey, Trusted, I'm looking at the mythology for Pueblo Peak. You're going to like this. So it says North and South America had their own civilizations which flourished in pre-Columbian times. The Western Hemisphere population before the 15th century is estimated at about 100 million people. Unfortunately, most of these cultures have been lost or irreversibly altered by interaction with Western European culture. There is one case, however, that comes close, Taos Pueblo, the oldest continuously inhabited Puebloan settlement. Although it has some alterations, this site, New Mexico, remains relatively unchanged since the days of the ancestral Puebloans, still retaining native architectural styles and religious traditions. So Taos Pueblo was first settled at some point in the 13th or 14th century when the ancestral Puebloans began to migrate into the area from the north in response to a drought that began about 1130 AD. This drought led to the abandonment of sites like Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon. The already marginal and arid climate of the region was rendered even more inhospitable by the drought, and those locations were unable to sustain the relatively large population centers which had previously existed in the region. The ancestral Puebloans left the cliff towns of Mesa Verde and the quasi-urban center and pilgrimage site of Chaco Canyon to live in dispersed villages. Where'd it go? Anyways, in 1610, Santa Fe was made the territorial capital of Spanish New Mexico, and the Taos Pueblo officially came under Spanish rule. Spanish missionaries had already begun the process of evangelizing the natives. The earliest church was built in Pueblo around 1600. Catholicism remains strong in the Pueblo today, and a modern Catholic church, San Geronimo Catholic Church, replaced the earlier church. I think this is the church Fen gave me his little pendant from. Taos Pueblo's traditional religion, architecture, but there's a mythology behind it that I think would actually agree with what you're talking about, Trusted. Hold on. It's over. Where did it go? I saw it. Hold on, let me go back. They're talking about the mythology behind it. The Tiwa Indians. Because I know all about the Tiwa mythology too, and the Brown storytellers. So the Santa Cristo Mountains, which isn't it Christ's blood that Santa Cristo. We lost street again. Hold on. What's going on in the land of Zoom today?
Yeah, I think blood of Christ is the translation of the Spanish Sangre de Cristo.
Yeah,
Yep,
I remember I had
exactly what it
that
is, yeah.
solution. I had that solution when I first started this. Like, remember when I think it was like 2014, 2015. I didn't have the book or anything, and I was under the impression it was all about New Mexico too. So I spent over a year researching every single thing you can ever find in New Mexico. I had the Taos Pueblo, I had the Chihuahua people, I had the Brown storytellers. There's this one, I think it was called the Blue Lake, where they claim the Chihuahua people originated from. Like that was where like life itself was born. And that's where this comes back to again, because I think they're talking about the Blue Lake again. And it's like super sacred. You can't go up there. And if you do go up there, you have to be a part of like the village or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Where are you? Hold on. And it's kind of cool. There's like stories for Taos Pueblo in the Santa Crista Mountains where they claim they've seen fairies. Like they say there was this one time they heard sound and lights and stuff going on inside of the mountain. And so someone peeked and they saw these beautiful people that weren't really people, but they were so beautiful and they were dancing and celebrating and they like thought they were fairies. This is kind of cool. The Our Lady of the Mountain. Let's try that one. It's been a while since I went down this rabbit hole. Okay. Our Lady of Magdalena still keeps up her silent watch in the mountains and is the wonder of all passers-by. 100 years after the editor of the Bullion waxed so eloquently, the lady continues to keep up her silent watch. Her regal gaze has overseen the arrival and departure of countless centuries, the seemingly endless activities of humankind, the comings and goings of their enterprises and developments. She has observed much the wanderings of the Native American Pueblo Indians and their Paleo-Indian ancestors before them. The arrival of the Spanish soon after 1540, the American prospectors and miners during the immediately after the Civil War, and the birth and death of North, Middle, Kelly, and South camps at the foot of their mines. The mills, smelters, railroads, and towns built to serve the Kelly, Graphic, Waldo, and other prominent mines in the Magdalena mining district are gone now. They lived and died in little more than a century. Let me see. Chamberlain, Magdalena Peak. Ooh, what's that mean? Copper mines. So the origins of the name Magdalena and the legends surrounding it are somewhat but not entirely engulfed by the mists of time. Leading up to Spanish Entrada, the first humans known to have visited the Magdalena area based upon archaeological evidence were the Native Americans. Paleo Indians, such as the Folsom Bison hunters, are known to have camped along Lahencia Creek 12,000 years ago. And in more recent times, local Pieros and possibly other Pueblos, Navajos, and Mogolans, Apaches, and Comanches as well. One of these latter peoples, doubtless that Pieros, built a notable Pueblo near present-day Pueblo Spring, Ojo del Pueblo, 1.5 miles northwest of Magdalena, a Pueblo that was in ruins and soon to be ancient even when visited by Diego de Vargas. Moreover, recent discoveries coupled with scholarly archaeological research indicate that the Native Americans knew of and exploited the mineral deposits of Magdalena hundreds of years before the arrival of the Spanish. For example, keen observers in the Magdalena area have noted worked lithic fragments of the sky blue mineral smithsonite, a mineral found locally in the Kelly area deposits, the only regional source. The fragments had been ground flat and many of them drilled, obviously for decorative purposes. One specimen is beautifully wrought and complete with smithsonite bead. More recently, archaeological studies using isotopic fingerprinting indicate the Zuni Pueblos obtained at least some of their lead copper glazes from the Magdalena mineral deposits. Interesting.
That's a nice name for that mine, that Kelly mine.
Yeah. Huh. Wait, so is Magdalena not too far off from the Pueblo peak? Trying to figure that out. Let me see. Mary Magdalena, highlight this. Interesting. Think this is gonna piss her off?
Well, yeah, and it has absolutely nothing to do with her. Nothing. I mean, this
This
has
is
to
a
do
pretty
with
cool
work that
story.
I started back in friggin' 2010. And if it was, and like I said before, if it wasn't for Troy showing me the information on the Bighorn medicine wheel and showing me a book about it and saying, you know, he would really like to see me show if my work has anything to do with it, any relationship to it, got me started down this. And yes, and it keeps becoming even more and more precise. I mean, this is some good shit. But I was laughing my ass off when I was like, okay, so that means, what does that mean? Oh, that means Aldebaran rises, pointing down a Pueblo Peak. It crosses the path of every one of the stars rising, the rising stars. I was like, oh shit, that's what the fucking crazy lawyer keep talking about on how she was called a rising star, yet it was just a bullshit title that she was given, even though she first represented it to us like she was something good or special. But then she says her law firm was a piece of shit. She worked for a bunch of pieces of shit. There were a bunch of male friggin' people that were not masochists. What's it when a man talks all down towards a woman and thinks that men are superior?
Sexist.
Sexist is one of them. There's another one that begins with an M, I think. Misogynistic.
Inferior.
Yeah,
Oh
massage.
yeah, that too, and inferior as well.
Misogynistic. So evidently, there is something in this woman's psyche that has her all fucked up about older men and treating women bad. More specifically, her. Something has happened to her in her past, and not just working at the law firm, because obviously it happened at the law firm. Because she, in her video, she started opening up about that. I'm like, bingo, Barb, hit it, stick with it, open that door. Yes, yes. Tear that partition down. I'm rooting for her. Is she going with it? I'm like, okay, you are ready for regression therapy now. You're not fucking done, but at least you're willing to look at the real fucking problem that you have going on, that you dragged your baggage today to find substitutes in order to punish somebody else for what happened to you in your past. You're just so fucking afraid to go back as far as it takes to point at the real person that started this all off. And Street knows what I'm talking about. Him and I discussed this a year ago, 2 years ago. We know but we know what's going on in that fucking woman's mind. She
Well,
doesn't know. She's afraid to look at it.
I mean, I used to look into, Santa Crista Mountains, and Blue Lake was one of the very first solutions I came up with before I came up with Soldier Stone. But the thing with Blue Lake is you cannot touch it. You are not allowed to go there if you're not a part of the ancestral Pueblo Indians. Like, if you don't live in that that area and you're not a resident or anything, you can't go up to Blue Lake. Like, I'm pretty sure I could go to my emails and just research Blue Lake, and I'll find probably 100 that I used to send Fenton all the time. And I'm like, hey, I think this is your solution, blah, blah. But this thing, no one claims any solution. It's just research. You could come up with any idea. You're not stuck with just one solution. Your mind is capable of any type of imagination. That was the point of all this. And no one lays claim to anything. That's what drives me so crazy. So it's like,
I do lay claim to this because this is a solution of my Saturn pattern.
You could do that.
This isn't Forrest Fenn's treasure hunt that I'm doing here. This is real wonderfully coming together, that I'm finding these things with the help of other people, pointing me in the right direction as to what may have gone on in history and the connections of the real ancient times of hundreds of thousands of years ago with the people of tens of thousands of years ago.
Well, so it shows that the Taos Pueblo is one of the northernmost tribes that still exists in New Mexico. The people are descendants from the great ancestral Puebloan Indian culture. Prior to the European settlement area, the Taos Pueblo occupied 300,000 acres of land, at the center of which was Blue Lake, their most sacred shrine. The lake is a stunning cobalt blue and is tucked away at 11,000 feet in a glacial circuit of San Cristo Range. The lake importance extends beyond its practical use as a source of water and nourishment. It is central to religious beliefs and practices of the Taos Pueblo people. It is regarded as the source of all life. One creation myth claims that they were created out of the waters of the Blue Lake. A former tribal leader, Quirino Romero, comments on its importance. Blue Lake for our life is living. Blue Lake is where the spirit of Indian God is still living today. We go over there to pray, and we go over there to worship. The stars and the moon and sun and sky and the clouds and the air and whatever nature has provided for us, we do believe in this. These people, religion is central to their very existence. For the Pueblo, religion and daily practices are synonymous. Furthermore, religious beliefs and practices act to solidify the group. The connection to Blue Lake works to tie the people to their cultural tradition and their identity as a congregation. Without the unifying power of the lake, these people could not exist as a specific group. It is for this reason that the seizure and manipulation of this land was life-threatening to the Taos Pueblo people. The conflict began the first occupation of the land by the Spanish and Mexicans in the 16th century. The Taos Pueblo were granted land rights to the area and had the freedom to use it any way they desired. When the U.S. government took over the land in 1848, the Pueblo were granted the same access and rights to the land as before. This promise was included in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Due to the growing number of white settlers in the area, however, the land was exploited for its various resources. In 1906, the government disregarded the treaty and gave the land to the National Forest Service. Blue Lake and the surrounding area became Carson National Forest. The land around the sacred lake became popular camping sites for recreational users, and all privacy to the Taos Pueblo people was lost. This problem was detrimental to the entire way of life for the Pueblo. They could no longer perform their rituals, for they believed that the presence of outsiders destroys the power of all ceremonial acts. John Bodine, an anthropology student of Pueblo culture, talks about the struggle this created for the people. Outsiders, including Forest Service personnel, constitute a great threat to the proper performance of these duties. Their very presence, even if they observe nothing, is contaminating. It constitutes a serious invasion of religious privacy. Taos elder Juan de Jesus Romero put this problem into blunt terms. If our land is not returned to us, if it is turned over to the government for its use, then it is the end of Indian life. Our people scatter as the people of our other nations have scattered. It is our religion that holds us together. The Taos Pueblo people, therefore, could not let this transgression stand. The people were engaged in a constant struggle with the American government until their land was eventually returned in 1924. The government passed the Pueblo Land Act, which offered monetary compensation for the stolen land, but did not return the title to the land. The Pueblo were not satisfied with this offer and continued to protest. Over the next 50 years, there was much debate in the government surrounding the issue. In 1933, the Senate Indian Affairs Committee recommended the land title be restored to the Pueblo, but instead the Department of Agriculture issued a permit only for native use rights of the land. In 1951, the Indian Claims Commission made a public statement affirming that the land was taken unjustly by the U.S. government, but the commission could only offer monetary compensation for the injustice. The issue of Blue Lake received media attention and intrigued the nation. Newspapers across the country covered the issue. For example, in 1955, an article was issued in the New York Times advocating for the Taos Pueblo. A quote from Ben C. Lujuan, the governor of Pueblo, was included. He pleaded that the lake is the most important of all our shrines because it is part of our life, our Indian church. Another editorial article was posted in the Washington Post in 1968, providing further support to the Pueblo. An old injustice inflicted on the Taos Indians of New Mexico should be set right before Congress adjourns, but a Senate subcommittee continues to ignore the bill, allegedly at the behest of Senator Clinton P. Anderson. The irony.
You can't make this shit up.
If the senator has any legitimate objection to righting a wrong done more than 60 years ago, he ought to lay his cards on the table. It seems inexcusable to suppress a bill of this kind involving the national integrity in the face of the action by the Claims Commission in the House Gordon McCurtain. A series of emotionally gripping television documentaries aired around the same time. The support of the National Council of Churches helped to create more public awareness. The NCC based its protest on the First Amendment, claiming that the Pueblo people were prevented from practice their religion freely. The NCC acknowledged the importance of the matter and publicly testified that the whole watershed was a sanctuary to the Pueblo Reverend Dean M. Kelly. The NCC's Director of Commission on Religious Liberty stated that the members of the tribe feel an ancient identity, not only with Blue Lake, the headwaters of their life-sustaining stream, but with the entire watershed, its plants and animals. Anything which mutilates the valley hurts the tribe. All of these efforts greatly assisted the Taos Pueblo and eventually led to the return of their land. In 1969-1970, a series of dramatic trials transpired. Eventually, in 1970, President Richard Nixon endorsed a bill signing the land back over to the Taos Pueblo. The people were granted exclusive use of 1,640 acres surrounding the lake. Fortunately for the American Indian community, Nixon had made helping the Indians a priority based on his admiration for American Indian football coach he once had, Gordon McCutcheon. Due to the persistence of the Pueblo and all who assisted in their campaign, the Native people are now able to enjoy their sanctuary in privacy. The area is currently accessible only to the Taos Pueblo, and outsiders are not allowed entrance. The secrecy and stick ban of any non-Pueblo members is certainly a reaction to the abusive treatment the Pueblo had received. The significance of this victory of Blue Lake extends beyond the Taos Pueblo. The bill set a precedent that eventually helped other tribes, such as the Yakima and the Zuni, to reclaim their sacred sites. The bill further led to the passage of the Indian Self-Determination Act and aided in the passing of the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. The century-long perseverance of the Taos Pueblo is a model that can inspire indigenous traditions and oppressed groups across the world. As many groups continue to struggle in their attempt to regain their own sacred sites, hopefully the requisition of Blue Lake can be a source of inspiration and encouragement. Damn. Yep. See, that's exactly what I remember. You can't touch it. No touchy. You can't even put a drone up there. If you have a drone up there, you get in a shit ton of trouble.
Thank you for reading all that.
You're like, did you have to?
No, I was enjoying it. Thank you. You're a sweetheart.
You're welcome. I might have lost my voice again, but it was worth it. No, I do really like that you found that though, Trusted. I mean, I've always been curious about the mythology behind origin stories for, different types of Indian tribes, or just like where the stories originated from to begin with, especially the etymology of the names that they chose for the places. And it's like been proven time and time again. It's based as above, so below. Starts in the stars, ends on Earth. Like every single time, just like the ancient Egyptians, just like Mesopotamia, like everywhere is centered on the stars being an exact mirror of here on Earth.
Yes, and this one here, it's Aldebaran leads you following this path. Aldebaran goes to Pueblo Peak, Taos, New Mexico. That's fucking cool,
right? And I mean, think about this too. Remember how I found a document that associated the whole secret of the cities of gold was hidden in the stars themselves? Do you remember that?
I don't.
Straight, do you remember it?
Man, you know how many topics we've talked about through the months and years, man? What was it again? Refresh my memory.
Okay, so I came across something that was talking about, the seven cities of gold again, right? I think it was, what was it? It was kind of pertaining to Esteban. Remember Esteban? I was trying to retrace the footsteps of Esteban, who was the slave in the conquistadors.
Right.
And how if we were trying to find the true story of the seven cities of gold, we had to go back to the origin story of like where it started. And it was that one man who was on the ship with the slave Esteban, and they were captured for like 12 years, and they ended up becoming part of the Indian tribes. And then they wrote stories about it. And Coronado tried to retrace their footsteps, and that's where Douglas Preston comes in, because he was following Esteban too. And Forrest had the copy of the cartographer's journal of Coronado. But I came across the information through Esteban and the other guy mentioned from the boat, from the ship, right? And he wrote about how the cities of gold were hidden in the stars through the Taos people. So when you try to figure out the origin of it's called Aztlan. So it's the seven tribes and seven caves and seven tribes and seven Aztecs, right? And they claim that the Maya go through what was it? The Maya came first or the Aztecs? I can't remember. It was the Maya, right?
Yes,
Is
the
it
Maya, because they were
Yeah,
called the
so the
Maya.
Maya.
They were originally called the Maya with an X at the end.
Yeah. So they were basically saying that like the way they hid the true information of the seven cities of gold was pertaining to as above, so below. And so you found that Alderaan is associated with the Taos Pueblo, right? Taos. And they were talking about how each city in New Mexico are actually the seven cities. So you've got Taos, you've got Santa Fe, and each city is correlated or corresponds with a star. And the star itself is how you uncover where they hid stuff, because that's like the whole mythology story of how you decode what they're trying to say.
In the Peter Santello, that's the guy that Troy watches also. When he went into the Zuni Pueblo area, which, people typically aren't allowed to go where it is that he was going, and, he was very well welcomed. It was really fun watching that video that got put up. Did you know that the Zuni tribe is a matriarchal society?
No.
And the way the Zuni tribe works is the daughters of the house receive a house. When they find a man and they get married, they reside in her house. What's accumulated during the marriage, if they split up, the woman by law, Zuni tribe law, retains all the possession. It's a very high matriarchal society.
Huh. Hey,
So-
Troy.
Hey, I just I'm gonna have to go back and listen to what Trusted was saying, because Greg called me up. So he wanted me to just say that he'll be on in about 10 minutes. He's got something he wants to show. I don't know what it is. He just said, just be ready. But anyway, Trusted, I'm not going to give you any details, but I just want to say one thing, and I don't want to keep talking about it, just really quick. I want you to do me a favor. When you're looking at those currents, right, and the stars that they represent, read stanza 3 of the poem and apply it to the stars. And I'm just curious what you end up coming up with. I don't want to tell you what I came up with, but I thought it was interesting how you lined up the 4 stars. I didn't know it pointed down to a pueblo in New Mexico. And that got me thinking that if it was at the 5 Springs and you found the chest, when he says take the chest and go in peace, right, you're leaving essentially our historical places, or it's the national trove, right, of historical places. So you're talking to yourself like, so why is it that I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? And I believe that that's the part where he was sending you down to New Mexico. So that would mean that there's a chance that you would reread the poem, and when he says try the wheel, essentially what he's talking about is doing exactly what you're doing, which is what I did. Use the wheel for its intended purpose. You know what I mean? So it's really interesting what you found, but I don't want to discuss it anymore because I don't want to interrupt the topic. But I'm just saying, I'm just curious. You can email me or whatever, but give it some thought and tell me how you think. Were you saying from there, it's no place for the meek, the end is ever drawing nigh? Now, keep in mind, like there'll be no paddle up your creek, for example, it could be Sirius, which is the dog star, just heavy loads and water high. Now he's getting to the Milky Way. So what I think he's talking about is exactly what you're doing, is drawing those vectors, right? And that's what we were going through in May of 2020. And we didn't realize that one of the vectors went right down to Rainbow Canyon. That's why we screwed it all up. But I think that you're on to the, because the treasure chest is gone. That's all over. So I'm really interested in what you find. So that's all I wanted to say about that. But interesting discussion. And by the way, Candy, I just wanted to say, like, I know I said that stuff about what do you call it? The 7 cities, right? Well, I'm sure you heard what I said. I'm not going to reiterate it. But while I was calling in, I realized something that you said that hadn't occurred to me. When I said that the Indians were misleading the Indians were misleading the Spanish and telling them, oh yeah, the 7 cities gold, it's over here in Arizona. Oh, no. It's over here in New Mexico. Oh, no. Like they were giving them a wild goose chase. But what you're saying is it was actually represented in the heavens, in the stars.
Yeah.
And that's what the Spanish didn't understand. That's very interesting. So I'll shut up now and listen to you guys.
No, you can still jump in.
No, I thought that was
Troy.
cool. I just wanted to say that. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about the fact that it would only be in the skies, and you got to somehow translate that down to a physical place on the earth.
Well,
and only the people that studied the stars would know how to do that. And the Spanish didn't know. So I
But the
think that's pretty cool.
Mayans did. The Mayas were the first to do that, weren't they? They were the first ones to use the stars, because that's where
I don't know. You know more about that than I do. I don't know.
well, that's where the whole the Greuler Codex was discovered, right? And the man who translated the Greuler Codex, he was the one that wrote the book claiming that the Maya said that the world would end in 2012, but what they messed up was the Gregorian calendar. I think it was the Gregorian calendar. One of the calendars that we created ended up taking away X amount of days. And so technically we would just right now be entering 2012. And I know Lucky was talking about it the other day too, but the Mayas were the ones that used the astrology and astronomy to coordinate significant celestial events that would one day end the world. And that correlates with Nostradamus too. Nostradamus and how he used astronomy and astrology, and the Oracle of Delphi for Pythia. All of that is transcribed in the same concept of the Mayas. So it makes sense that if you're trying to guard something sacred, sacred knowledge, you would use something that wasn't really passed on. And so it wasn't until after that Spain and all the other different cultures that were like at war trying to do these like ancient relics and all that, they started to make sure they had astronomers and astrologers on hand. And you had like you have Plato, you had Ptolemy. Ptolemy talks about Atlantis being in coordination with the stars as well. So the trick was as above, so below, which goes back to the Hermetic, what's it called? Where's Steve Klein when you need him? It's basically the Hellenistic magic for alchemy, based in the ancient Egyptian times. And why the church wanted to ban it in the first place is because they were the biggest believers as above, so below. And people instantly think as above, so below is something bad because of Freemasonry and stuff. But it's just the way you hide information, just like the ancient Egyptians, like the whole Pyramid of Giza and all that. Those are in perfect synchronization with Orion's belt. Orion's belt is the key for, the Pyramid of Giza and everything. And then you've got the circle, the ancient circle in Scotland. You've got the ley lines. They're all in coordinates with the stars, the Milky Way, Orion's belt. You've got the Hunter. You've got all these different constellations of the zodiacs. It's all that information has been used to interpret on paper, and people think it's actually a place on Earth. But what it is you got to figure out the stars first in order to figure out the so below. You need as above to have so below.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, like I was mentioning when I went live before we went over the streets yesterday, what I'm trying to do, and I found some connections, like I'm going to kind of do what Peter Santiago did, but I'm not going to physically go to the Pueblo, but I have access to people and that go back to the 1500s, actual people that lived there, that, and their ancestry goes back. In fact, their great grandparents were slaves. And what I'm trying to do was try to document, because see, the problem with all the Pueblo cultures and the Aztecs and the Mayans, it's not well documented. And we're using the European version of what occurred. So I'm trying to go about it the other way and say, okay, instead of doing that, let's really try to, by communicating with people and stuff, and discover the Pueblo culture's version of it, and then contrast that with the Spanish. And I think that's what Forrest Fenn meant when he said that it's going to change history as we know it, because our history is based on the European version. And I think what Forrest Fenn found in San Lazaro is an indication of the piece of puzzle from the perspective of the earlier cultures that were in the Southwest. So that's what I'm trying to do. But I'm not that good at the history stuff. So I'm going through that. And I'm also making maps. And when I'm done with it, I'm just going to give them to like the state of New Mexico, probably. I'll just donate it because I didn't make the King's map and all of that. Somebody else owns the rights to that. So, but what I want to do is layer it. And then I'm going to go and put markers at all significant places and try to just make one cohesive map that has like 20 layers deep. And you can kind of go back in time and then track the evolution. And what I want to do is enter in the database as much information that I could get from the, what do they call it? The Anasazi. I always get that wrong.
Oh, the Anunnaki?
No, the people that lived at San Lazaro.
Oh, the Anunnaki or something?
Yeah,
Anasazi.
All right, you got it. Yeah, I want to go back and go back through those people. They had like 4 different languages primarily, and I think the Anasazi, and then there's 2 other cultures that came. Those are the ones that we have now, like the Hopi and all of that. They're descendants of the Anasazi. So there was really only 3, and then those 3 are actually descendants from the Clovis culture and prior to that. So, but I think, the problem, like I said, is that they all spoke different languages. All the elders are dead. The Spanish killed 90% of the population. And the Spanish, like Justin was saying, they lied to the king and everything. So the stuff that's documented over from the Spanish is not always correct. Also, that other guy, Justin, I don't know if you talked about it, the guy, he's working on his thesis or his PhD, and he did a 1-hour lecture, and he is a native himself, and he's studying anthropology. And he went through and he was talking about all of that, about how they lied and how they distorted things and implemented slavery. And they were basically breaking the law in Spanish laws. But the other thing that he said that they did was that when Spain picked the conquistadors and the priests, they didn't pick like the most valuable people. They basically sent a bunch of criminals and low-ranking people, and those are the ones that came here. It was almost like we're going to put you, instead of going to jail, we're going to send you to the New World, and you're going to spend 5 years there or whatever, and you're going to do what we tell you. All right.
Yeah, because they were expendable.
Right. Exactly. They were expendable people. They were expendable people. But what happened as a result of that? Imagine like you're going to go get a bunch of hardened criminals out of a prison, and you're going to send them to do a task, especially when it involves coming here for gold and riches. So a lot of those criminals were because, screw the king. I'm going to take some and stash it away from myself. So you had that kind of stuff going on. And it's just a big mess. So I think the key to all of this is trying to just get as much knowledge as we can about the ancient cultures. So I'm going to go smoke. I just wanted to say, I think that this is cool.
The trick too is that they destroyed they tried to destroy all the evidence, just like they did with the ancient Druids. The trick was they never wrote down the information. The Druids never did. What they did was they spent 15 years trying to memorize and pass down this information to the next, ancient Druid. So when Emperor Nero came by, he eradicated all that, and he tried to just destroy all the information to push a false narrative on the Roman Catholic, right? And then on top of that, with the Spaniards and the conquistadors, they tried to do the same thing with those the Mayas and everything. They tried to eradicate and wipe off all information that they were trying to share about the stars. And that's why the Greuler Codex is such a huge discovery, because it proves that they did not eliminate everything that they thought they eliminated. And it showed that they followed the path of Venus, and in regards to Venus, they encapsulated that in a symbolic god. Like they created their own gods with these planets, these stars, everything like that. And so the jaguar, I believe, was the one that was in association with Venus. And also, you've got the moon goddess. The moon goddess was the guardian of the 7 cities of gold, especially the 7 caves for Aztlan. And the Greuler Codex was found in the place where they call it the Temple of the Moon Goddess. So it goes to show through history that they've been finding the right things. And that's how that one person, I forgot his name, he was in association with Forrest and Skippy, by the way. He wrote the book on how in the year 2012, the Mayans predicted that the world would end. But he also translated about Venus, about the Greuler Codex, how the Greuler Codex was used to send them to the Temple of Inscriptions for the Palace of Palenque. Palace of Palenque was discovered by Preston's ancestor, by the way. And on top of that, the real inspiration for Indiana Jones. So there's like some gnarly shit. And when you get to the Temple of Inscriptions, they found a secret hidden room that gave them King Pakal, who was known as like one of the greatest kings to rule for the Palace of Palenque. And in his tomb, in the hidden part of the Temple of Inscriptions, was the real name for San Lazaro. I could never remember. It was like Malagon or something, or it wasn't even Malagon. It was something else, but it ended up sending them back to San Lazaro. And I believe it was 1987 or 1988. And that's the same time Forrest purchased the rights to San Lazaro.
Well, they also refer to the 7 caves as Teotihuacan over there in New Mexico.
Refer to it as what?
The 7 caves.
Yeah,
like the birth of the nations of the 7 7 caves, the 7 nations for the Aztecs and the Mayans and stuff.
It's called the 7 caves of the 7 tribes of the 7 Aztecs.
But they were showing on the History Channel that Teotihuacan was that birth place of the 7 caves. And if you look at the sky view of the picture of that area, of all the temples and stuff, how they also align just like the pyramids of Egypt. Also, if I'm not mistaken, all like down in those areas, they were rebuilding on top of temples that were already built prior to them getting there. So it's at what point did that society of the Mayans and the Incans and the Aztecs, who was before them that built the original temples that they were expanding on during their gatherings and whatnot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the Land of Mu story. That's what's in Colonel Churchwood's work. He outlines that, what you were just saying about, that there's a society that was behind that. And like Colonel Churchwood had said, it all originated in the land of Mu, and they spread out. And he outlined specifically the Mayaks, the what's that area next Cozumel? The Yucatan.
Yeah, the Yucatan Peninsula.
Yeah, they went to the Yucatan and started setting up in there. And the thing of it is, we're talking about a people that lived in peace and harmony amongst themselves.
Yep.
They didn't want these evil fuckers coming back to their land. And that's exactly what they did through Judaism, through Christianity, and then they came back to the Americas. They followed the little bit of knowledge that they knew in order to get to those pueblos in North America to do what they do and did. But it's all outlined in the Bible if you know how to read the Bible and what it's actually telling you. It's telling you how to do this, how to capture a society, how to enslave people. And that's what the Spanish were doing. They're the bad guys. The God of the Bible is the evil one. And the evil one came back to the origination of creation to take it over.
I'm looking up the land of Mu right now.
So like what was it? The Castle of Castile of Spain, rolling in what 1300s or so, 1400s. You got King Philip. You got the Roman Empire, the Roman Church. You throw in some seasoning of the Knights Templars in there that's protecting the most valuable cargo next to gold and spices, which is human life, becoming that central currency system that was starting to overtake control away from the Roman Empire and the Roman Church. Spain, in its exploration in the Yucatan and along just Central America, knowing that Central America is the trade hub between East and West waters, but also North and South continents. I mean, there was a lot of gold that was flowing south prior, to the Spaniards coming over and taking over. I mean, there was so many pre-crafted materials and stuff.
Well, I found that this person named Churchward founded his research in India, and he says he found ancient clay tablets that were kept by a high-ranking priest containing writings in a lost language that only he and two other people could read. These tablets, according to Churchward, told of the place where man first appeared, Mu.
Yes.
That's the island that didn't it have 7 portals, and they believe one of the portals were coming from Mars or something like that.
Yeah, the people that retell the story, and they call it Lemuria.
Yeah.
The story about that.
Yeah, the
I know all
portals.
about
There's just
Lemuria.
there was portals on, I believe, I might be wrong about the number. There was like, let's say 5 portals on the mainland, and then there was one on the south, just in the water, and then there was one north of it. And they believe that primarily there were females there. And I think I might have this wrong, but I don't know. I think one of the portals, they were saying that's when they were all peaceful until people came through the northern portal. And that's when all hell broke loose. I don't remember all the details though about Mu, but yeah, I read that when you guys got me into it. And by the way, I just want to say, it's amazing because this kind of discussion, right? I've had this with you guys, and I've had it with Rick Nowak, and of course Ben gets involved in it, and together we could really do some seriously cool shit, And I mean, even Bill Gorman with his stuff and his Atlantis stuff and all of that would be into it. So I really don't understand what their agenda is. And it really annoyed me listening to what's her name yesterday, because nobody here could say that you've ever heard anybody talking about this stuff other than Candy and Street and Trusted initially. And probably Bannon, but I don't see Discord, so I don't know what they're doing. In
Well, I wrote
no
a book
way,
about
in no way is anybody here plagiarizing from her at all. She did not. Matter of fact, she laughed at everybody that was either in Santa Fe or south of Santa Fe. I just wanted to point that out. But even, you know, if she would just like grow up and just like join in and, you know, I think we could do a lot of productive things. It's a shame that it turns into a big mess, because as long as we don't discuss solves, everything is always peaceful. And there's so many people here that have a lot of good stuff that they bring to the table. And I think this is what Forrest, like Street said in chat, he would be proud to see where this has come today, at least in that aspect. I think that was his goal, to get people to get out there and discover. And it's cool to be a part of it. I just want to say that.
Yeah. I'll add on to that. Pam brought it up. Would Forrest question, how would Forrest take the chase now? I think he would be very pleased. I think it's a learning experience. The discoveries are still happening. And look at Karma. Look at the people that have the strongest convictions that they are this elusive solver in the shadows. Look at them imploding. To just take a look around any daily feed and see who's imploding, and you'll see where the karma is going. And then look at the people that are imploding from within, and it paints a bigger picture. Yeah, I think, in my opinion, Forrest would be very pleased. And I'd like to add the family and Douglas Preston. Someone had mentioned in chat too a question about Barr's motives. There is no possible way, none. She cannot touch the family or Douglas Preston, none. She had to prove she's a solver first, and she can't. All she has is assumption and speculation.
Well, so why complain? Like everything that we're talking about all of a sudden is, oh, now they're all down here on my side. No, I mean, and the book discussions, come on. The first person that comes to mind to me with book discussions was R.F. Hecky or Susie Fenhaven.
Yeah, Susie and Sasha.
Well, Sacha, I was getting her next. When it comes to the scrapbooks, it was Sacha. Those people were there way before she was. She's trying to make it look like she's the one to discuss this, and people are stealing her solve. Who would want to steal her solve when Forrest Fenn said the solve is wrong? And number two, she never published the solve anywhere for people to steal.
Well, don't forget Galloping Ghost too.
Who here even has watched her book discussions? I don't think I've even watched a single one of them. I've tried a piece of it.
I've tried, and this is what makes it so sad. She discusses and talks about some stuff that we talk about, and that means she could totally get along with our Zoom discussions and how we hang out and just shit. Like we'll literally just fuck around talking about different theories on Land of Moo, Atlantis, the Grail, Seven Cities Gold, all these things, and it's just for fun. It's not for bragging rights. It's not for I found this first. It's just literally hanging out, drinking, eating some food, and having great conversation. And she could totally fall in that category, except that she doesn't, because she's like, nope, I did it first. I need validity. I need a cookie. I need an award for, thinking the same shit other people think about.
Well, the other difference is, Candy, is none of us are sitting here expecting a treasure chest. We know that that's over. There's no pot of gold. Nobody's expecting anything at this point. You know what I mean? We may still have our solves and stuff when we want some kind of closure, but I don't see anybody here demanding, oh my God, I'm going to sue the Penn family. There's a big ending and they're going to hand me the silver platter. No, I mean, there is none. So all we could do is try to find out the deeper meaning to the chase. I mean, it's over. There's no second place for anybody, including, I mean, even me, and I say it all the time. It doesn't really matter if it's right or not. And, I don't care, when it comes to the wheel, for example, like Trusted's doing work on it. In 2020, a female, I don't remember her name, but she posted the solve. and she used it, and we're like, cool, Sam Seed, yeah, cool, She said in there, this came from blah 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 to try to wheel Sam Smith, and then she said, but I made some changes to it, and this is my own derivative. Everybody's cool about that. The only thing that I was complaining about the other night was just that, and I don't want to get back into it, was just that I don't want to see like Netflix or somebody come out and show that and just say there were other people, who saw that without mentioning Sam Smith's name and show it. That's because they're making money on a documentary. That's all I was concerned with. And people could use whatever they want. It's public information. We know that. If somebody could have used it and solved the poem if it was right, I don't know. So we can't control that. Can't sue anybody. We don't own the Bighorn Mountains or Try to Wheel or any of that. It was just, I feel bad because Sam spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of years. He's dead now. He didn't even find out where it was. And that's all that guy did. And I have emails of him and Forrest back in 2013, early, discussing all of this stuff when he found it from his partner, and he was telling Forrest that his partner bailed on him. And I just don't want to see somebody go out and make money on it, like coming out with a documentary or a book and mentioning it. That's the only thing I was complaining about.
Yeah.
People
to follow-
published or solved that. Trusted go out and publish what he's doing right now because he's using his own derivative, but that's all cool. But I don't think Trusted, if he ever wanted to make a book, wouldn't put the book out and at least mention, hey, this is a derivative based on Sam Smith. That's all we're saying. Nobody's looking for money, But Barbara is insisting that we're the ones that are out there looking to cash in, but it's really her because she's the one waiting for her treasure chest. She's the one that wants to be on TV and be famous. I don't think anybody here has that goal. I think we just share what we're knowledgeable about, and we're enjoying what we're doing. And she's got to try to throw a fucking wrench in. Why?
I did enter down this back in 2010 with the intention of putting together works, retranslating parts of the Bible as much as I thought was necessary in that aspect. And yes, I was going to put together works to put up for sale. And, I had the grandiose thought. I said, oh shit, everybody will pick up on this and it'll spread around and I can make a lot of money during it. But it's more important that the information starts coming out amongst people that will understand and they can build upon it. And maybe they'll surpass what I have done. And that's fucking awesome. But the way that you think about, Sam Smith's important work that he had done, don't forget about these people. Who the fuck are these other people to step in and be the leaders of the pack and take all the information? And I had a fucking forum, so I have rights to information people publish there. Actually, they fucking don't. They don't. They're just a publisher. A person published their work through a publisher, and that's what a forum is. The forum does not own the intellectual property of it.
Well, I'll add on to what Candy started out, as above, so below. We could read in the poem as above, so below. Knowledge came from the stars, and knowledge is so on this planet. That's where I'll go with the thought.
Pam just said something cool in chat. Like, for example, why doesn't Barbara, instead of doing this stupid, silly things with these peeps, why doesn't she use her degree and her education in law to help people pro bono? For example, because I know Barbara's going to listen to this, why don't you go and find
everything?
why not go on the Pueblos and find people that have no money and they're losing their land, they're losing their home, and use your knowledge in real estate to help those people? I think that would be really cool. And Barbara is definitely somebody that could potentially do something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We can see by her voice that everything is the documentaries that didn't want to pay nothing. It's all about money. Everything argument she puts is they didn't want to pay no money. It was no
Well,
money.
wait a minute.
So,
If she
so
did,
it's obvious that her goal is money. That's
Yeah,
why
but if
she's
it-
still here.
if she did pro bono work and saved somebody that's on a Pueblo, the media would pick up on that, and there's her story right there. So,
Yeah,
I thought she already
you
did that. She
understand,
tried that
like-
with Zillow.
right, well,
A
do the
good
same thing, but
story
do it.
for it,
Yeah, but that was before Forrest Fenn. Do it with the Pueblo people. Do it with the people that don't have any money in New Mexico. I think that would be brilliant. I think Forrest would like it, and I think she could make money as a result of doing that. And it would be something that would be productive, in my opinion. And I because I mean that's her gig. That's like perfect. I don't understand why she wouldn't do that.
I think
Use
Greg
your
is
expertise.
bursting at the seams to say something. Look at his face.
What's up, Greg? What's
yeah,
up, Greg?
I'm waiting to say something,
Hey,
but
what's happening, guys? How you all doing?
Hi, Greg. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How's everybody doing?
I think
good.
I'm gonna change my channel to chaos and embroidery.
No, I went to Walmart for all you guys today. Well,
Did
yes.
you get peeps?
I'll be right.
You
I'll be
get
right
peeps?
back. By the way.
What the fuck did you do now, Greg?
I got me a
He's
piece.
eating Barb's army. There goes
Save
her-
them for the kids. Save them for the kids. I'll be right back.
I got me a fucking beef.
You're gonna get
Hey,
sugar
Greg, can you
overload.
put those in a storage locker for a year? Because stale beef are always better.
Maybe I should put them in the microwave, see what happens.
They blow up.
The Hawaiian Punch ones are pretty good.
Yeah, they have Dr.
Yeah.
Pepper and everything now, don't they?
The hell? I thought they were only the OG pink, yellow, and blue.
No, they got like Dr. Pepper, they have Coca-Cola, they got all kinds of different flavors now.
They're like the
Flavor
Jelly
pizza?
Belly of Pete's.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I
Wait for
know.
what?
So how's
Peeps.
everybody doing? How's everybody's weekend?
Good.
I'm still sick and recovering, but we're going down the rabbit hole of more fun stuff. So, what you got to bring to us, Greg?
I don't know. I just know Peeps make a mess. No wonder why they're all over our floor.
God damn it, Greg.
I thought they were stuffed animal peeps.
What the fucking glitter, whatever the fuck, the salt is all over it. I mean,
Oh, the
Sugar.
sugar?
the sugar's like dripping all over my pants.
Come
Hey,
on,
Greg.
please know what you're eating.
Greg, did you get it from
Really
Banana
cool.
Land?
this.
There's something wrong. Somebody put glitter on your food. You're being pranked. Dude.
Dude,
Don't eat it. If
I
it's
got the
reflective, don't
I
eat
got,
it.
I got,
Hey,
I see my background. I gotta get rid of my background. Then
Holy
shit!
shit! They do
bro.
have peep stuffed animals. What the
Yeah.
hell?
Hey,
Yeah, they do.
Greg, Big Rob wanted me to pass the message along to you. He just said, yeah, thanks a lot for your third leg, giving us all these troubles.
I didn't do nothing wrong. I haven't done shit wrong. I
Oh,
can't-
man, it was the third leg, man. The third leg. You had the fucking date barber,
Okay.
man.
Yeah, I'm
Can
sorry.
I ask a question? How did I get pulled in as Bird Boy? What happened there? How did I get pulled into this? I don't get it.
You're
I
in
don't understand.
association with us. That's what happens. Speaking of,
just like I got
Have you
pulled
guys
into it.
seen-
Well, Candy, I thank you for letting me on your show. And I gotta say that I didn't know if you heard me. Kiwi, my opinion on that is that it wouldn't matter if you're associated with Candy, me, Street, Troy, anybody in this community. She is trying to create, in my opinion, a monopoly where she'll take everybody down. I mean, come on. I have the videos of her showing me in evidence that she had over 50 to 70 files complaint last year. When her video got taken down, like when her channel got taken down, she had over 50 to 70 copyright claims against everybody. That's why she got taken down, because she abused YouTube's terms.
She had 50 in 1 month, Greg. 1
Correct.
month
That's what
she
I'm
had
talking.
50.
Yes, exactly, Street. Yeah, because Street's got the video too. I mean, the evidence 50 to 70 in 1 month. And this just wasn't us. This was everybody. Anybody
Wait, I
that
gotta ask
mentioned,
a question. I gotta ask a question.
yeah,
Greg Street, have you guys ever called her former neighbor in an effort to compound harassment?
no, I have not.
She says, and your buddy Thompson should be worried that he and Street admitted calling my former neighbor in an effort to compound harassment. I have the recorded too. Many threats by you and your fake friends.
She's delusional.
I'll
Okay.
I
say
know she
this,
is.
Andy,
She's
everything,
Amber fucking Heard delusional.
I got
mean
the
deranged?
information. She has talked, I recorded, I have it literally, all joking aside, I have everything she's ever done recorded. I got screenshots,
Right.
everything. All of my information comes from her. She's the one who told me the woman's name. She was. Have I ever called her? Nope, never have. I never called her ex-husband, never talked to him, ever. Never talked to
You
her
know, I-
parents, never talked to her children. I've never harassed none of them. None of them.
And well, now Street, now I watched the one video because I haven't been really watching like all the videos because like I said, I'm on my own path and I'm having fun investigating stuff in New Mexico. And I watched one video about Whisper, about Pam. She's talking about Pam. I remember in the beginning when Pam came on our show, my show, okay, she was talking about, well, she's calling her names. It doesn't matter where you go and what channel everybody's on. She wants to take down everybody on YouTube. End of story. She wants to take down every channel. She wants to call you harassing, that you're harassing her family. Bitch, I didn't harass your family. You've been harassing everybody from day one. See, that's what, see, her being a lawyer, she thinks she's got the right to harass people. And she thinks if you don't want your name mentioned on YouTube, then take your name off YouTube. It's that simple. Don't have your full name on YouTube. I
And
mean,
then she literally goes on live and fucking reveals all of our full names. We're
Ex-
not the idiots that put our names on full fucking blast. It is illegal. And it's called doxing when you release people's full fucking names. And she did it to Street. She did it to me. She did it to you. She did it to Pam. Everybody, anyone she can. She's like, oh, this is where Candy Irvine is, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I had to call the FBI 3 times and do a report for people being fucking psychotic and harassing me. And she says she's the one being harassed. Where's the FBI reports? Because you are literally giving these psycho people the information needed to come and hurt me. You will be held responsible
exactly,
for that shit.
exactly.
Yeah,
If somebody,
that's not right.
if somebody gets hurt in the community, Barbara Anderson is to blame for it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
And-
because there's no
and-
reason
I'm not,
outside of
I'm
your
not,
own
I'm not
permission
trying to be a dick.
that somebody would do something, you know what I
Nobody
mean?
has
Must be
anybody's
surviving.
address or where they live until Barbara Anderson started publicly announcing everybody where they live, what town they live, everywhere. Yes, granted, people could do research on people, but who cares? But you don't see people doing that. And then on top of it, she's sitting there claiming harassment when yet she's over there with Greg Keller, the biggest harasser of them all.
Dude, that guy creeps me the fuck out.
But you understand what I'm saying? So isn't it? I mean, the whole thing is she doesn't want us to continue what we're doing. She wants us to talk about her so it just feeds her. But I'm telling you right now, if we ignore her ass and let her fat ass, in my opinion, sit over there filing her judgments, I don't care if I win or lose in court. What are you going to take me for? Go have fun. Because YouTube's a public platform. Yes, sigh.
And the
So
wise word and the wise words of
I
Greg,
mean,
go get fucking
YouTube,
laid.
yes, YouTube has already told her that every channel follows under the Millennium Act. They have said that in and out, even when they deleted her account and got rid of her, they said that we follow under the Millennium Act and the Fair Use Act. She has no leg to stand on against freedom of speech. I just think this is an opening door. If she tries to win and she could say whatever, I don't know procedures, I don't care. You know what I mean? But this judge is going to think she's crazy, in my opinion. I mean, come on, over 100 filings over 100 filings in a year and a half.
That's
This is not, yeah, this is not a billion dollar fucking lawsuit. She's, to me, in my opinion, she's a scorn ex. And what about the woman that spit on her? She's suing her too, from what I understand. I don't know if that's
Didn't
true or
she
not.
fucking come up with 3 different story variations?
I've
First
never
one-
heard of anybody suing anybody for somebody
No,
getting
first
spit
she
on.
said the reason he got spit on by her neighbor was because she heard her in an interview. Then it was changed to, oh, Christy was the one who forced her to spit on her. Then it was Street and you, and then it was me. It's like
Mm.
there's only one.
But I'm telling you right
to
now,
choose from.
I think if we all ignore her ass, okay, and I think if we all ignore her ass, she ain't gonna have, she could talk, let her talk. She has nothing over there. If she would have just been able to become a part of the community, shut her mouth and tell people and not tell people they're stupid. That's the thing. I don't tell people they're stupid and they're soft because we
No,
don't know
she's
who's right
literally
or wrong.
over there right now, Greg,
know what?
marinating.
I tell you
If
what,
you don't say
I-
anything, it gets worse.
Kiwi,
Hold on,
what?
whoever
Greg.
this person
Hold on,
is,
Greg. Go
whoever
ahead,
this
Kiwi.
person is, I have to say thanks to Troy too, and and Greg and this other person, because by calling me Bird Boy, there's people that know Kiwi, and I'm trying to train Kiwi sign language and how to talk, and so I'm gonna make little baby peeps that look like Kiwi, and I'm gonna
Mm.
record Kiwi's voice as he talks and put it inside the thing so you squeeze it and you can hear Kiwi. So I want to thank all 3 of you for that idea. All your universes just created that right now. You squeeze a little thing and be like Kiwi say, "I'm an eagle. You know what I mean?
You're a bird
you're
boy.
doing
Thank you for calling me Bird Boy. And
Yeah.
putting
you're
that
doing
universe-
he's doing what UK Paul did. The UK Paul posted on our video today. Thanks for the shout out. Thanks for the shout out.
Oh,
But I honestly think if we all ignore her, she's not going to go away no matter how you look at it. No matter, she is so stubborn. She's a scorn ex. Any man she goes after to try to defeat them. But at the end of the day, I know some of us will never ignore her. If we ignore her and don't even care about her, let her sit there, because her objective now is everybody's stealing her solve now. Everybody's stealing her book discussion. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody's stealing nothing from you. I see you sitting over there in mommy daddy's house. You've been sitting there for over a year. You ain't doing shit.
Oh, speaking of Greg, guess what I figured out? Okay, remember how she used to have an apartment she would rent in New Mexico, and now she suddenly moved to mom and dad's house?
Yeah.
That's because she's using the money she's saving to falsely build her fucking subscribers on YouTube.
Well, yeah. Well, she paid for it because I watched it. There's no way
That's
she
my
got
point.
Yeah.
Where do you think the money she's saving up is going to, or going towards? It's
Oh,
for fake
well, yeah.
subscribers.
Well, don't forget her peeps too. She's got to buy all the peeps for her storage unit. Don't forget
So
that.
hey, Greg, Trusted and I were talking earlier. Is it true that you had to take selfies in a loincloth for her?
A what?
A
Loincloth.
loincloth?
What?
Loincloth, like Tarzan. Like, did you jump around on the bed with a loincloth on? Did she?
Oh, yeah. Don't forget my tutu too. I jumped around that too. You know, I jumped around and all that. Yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, I was running around in my thong and all kinds of shit through
That's
the
what
house.
I did. I tried to borrow a Street's rainbow thong.
Oh
you know.
yeah. Well, don't forget I flicked all my cigarettes outside that she told me she was cleaning up. So don't forget that one too. Let's not forget that one. And then on top of it, let's
Oh,
not
you know, she didn't clean them up. She kept them, and now there's like a voodoo shrine to your
Yeah.
name.
Yeah. So also, let's not forget everybody harassed her on Christmas when it's my phone people are calling on. Hey, I'd like to hear that, Judge. Wait, they're harassing you, but they're talking to Greg and not you? That one I would love to tell the judge when she gets in front, because right now we're in
Is
front of the
that the one-
magistrate.
That's a phone call with Jens at Christmas time.
Well, everybody was
That
calling
I
me on
talked about?
Christmas.
Did
Jens
I even
was,
talk to you on Christmas?
yeah,
Oh my Lanta.
everybody was
So
calling
the
me on
snowball
Christmas.
thickens.
Oh yeah.
Merry
I mean,
Christmas, Greg. How
Yeah,
dare I
Merry-
intrude?
Yeah, how dare you call her
Well,
home?
Merry Christmas. Early, just in case.
I mean, I don't think this woman knows the fucking law, whatever harassment is. You know what I mean? Harassment means you have to go directly to that person right face to face and harass them, not through a third party, you jackass. Read the law.
By the way, speaking of Jens, I don't know if it was Tyler that asked before, but it would be kind of cool. I sent an email to Jens today, and I wanted him to look at that video with the last one that I did, the first hour where I was talking about the Pueblos. It would be cool if he did a story on it, not necessarily related to whatever he's doing with 9 Mile Hole, but just something that he covered a different aspect of the chase that nobody's covering, which is the kind of stuff that you guys are talking about in New Mexico. It'd be pretty cool. And I think maybe Jens, maybe somebody could see if he's into doing that. It would be cool. I'm not talking about like, each one of us individually. I'm just saying if he did like a story just overall about everything that everybody's talking about here. You know
Collectively.
what I mean? Yeah. I mean, I think that would be cool. That's why
Yeah,
I
I think
stayed
that's what
on
he
there
wants
when
to
Jens
do.
done.
I think
That'd be
he's in the-
really
he was in
cool.
the process of that when I talked to him in 2020. He was collecting people's solves and having them go to their spots, boots on the ground, and take videos and stuff like that, so he could put it in his documentary. That was
Yeah,
what
that
he
would
was
be
planning.
cool. I think that would be cool. People would want to see that just as much as they'd want to see a Yellowstone thing or anything. I think it's interesting.
What do you think, Colin?
Kiwi.
Tell me what you
What?
think, Colin, about this whole thing.
Oh my
I like
god,
it.
It looks like it's getting ready to pee on you.
my
Yeah,
precious.
put it that
Wait a
way.
minute, is that from Lord of the Rings? The
Yeah, it's
ring.
Gollum.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Golem. Yeah, the ring.
Schmeagle.
Who is
So-
that comedian? What the hell's his name? He did the Lord of the Penis Rings. You could look for it on YouTube. It's hilarious. He said I tried it on and it got stuck, and he's got like Gandalf turns his head and who the hell is the Ranger guy? I forgot his name, but they have like all the characters. It's like I guess it was from Saturday Night Live or something. It's hilarious, man.
But has everybody noticed that like now everybody is going on every show having fun like lately for the last
That's
couple
what
months?
we've been
Why
doing.
not? Yeah,
But that's what I mean. Like
before.
before it was like separated and everybody kind of but now everybody's kind of just like, you know what?
Well,
Let's have
so
fun.
here's the thing, and if you look at it at a bigger picture, before the chest was found, everybody was their own secretive searcher. There's a few YouTube channels out there where you can go and get information, a few Facebook posts, a few blogs. Everybody was secretive, but now the chest is found, the contents have sold. So the thrill of the chase has now not just been a story. It's a story that you, as a searcher or other YouTubers or people are a part of and have been a part of. So now when you go out to gatherings and to make new friends in life and new adventures, you will always have a cornerstone called the thrill of the chase. And that is your icebreaker that you can use as a basic discussion in making new relationships with people out there. Hopefully good versus bad. So that's kind of like what I picked out of the whole thing. I thought I'd just share that. I'll be quiet now. I'll put
But
my pen back in.
also, Kiwi, like what I'm saying is, like I was telling Troy and I was telling other people, the other show Street and everything, that now I'm venturing out. I'm still doing my boots on the ground every month, but I'm also venturing out looking for other missing gold that's in New Mexico.
Hey, stay away from my 7 cities. I'll cut you.
Oh, you're 7 cities. That's
You
7
know,
cities.
Kiss my ass.
Greg, like you were talking about, Greg, you want to get Bird of Charlotte on there. It would be cool if somebody did that, not a Zoom with like 10 people because it gets too,
No, I want
one-on-one with different searchers and then just record it. Like I'm not necessarily saying do it for money, but just like for posterity or anybody, and not the usual people, not us. But it would be nice to get some of the people in chat, like Zoso Rocks, Davey B.
Well, no,
people that we don't normally hear from, and let them just come on and talk to somebody one-on-one and give their perspective. It would be, I would love to watch something like that.
But I want to do it to where I'll question the shit out of that person. You know what I mean? Where I'll say, well, Forrest said this. What's your answer to this? You know what I mean? I'll question the shit out of them.
I would love to be a part of that. Shit, I would be down for that.
Well, it'll be a
Yeah,
one.
but then
It'll be one-on-one.
yeah, but don't be, if you're brutal with them, you know, then it's going to turn people off. But
No,
like they won't want to come. I'm just saying, like, give them honest questions. But there's a lot of people that come in our chat rooms and they don't get a chance to speak. And I don't know if any of them want to, or maybe some of them don't want to because they know they're going to get torn apart. But if it was a one-on-one, I think you're more likely to get people on there. And it would be cool. Like, I mean, I'm not somebody that would be good at doing that. Somebody that's really good for interviewing, you know, hell, maybe Jens himself. I noticed he only has like 300 subscribers on his YouTube channel. It would be cool if he did something like that, you know, like somebody that's like not in the in the limelight, positive or negative, and there's somebody that wouldn't be threatening.
Okay, so like Bird of Charlotte, I'm going to do him in the next week or two, interview him privately. Okay, so I'll be recording it so I could upload it when it comes time. Okay, but what I'm saying is, should it be kind of a way I question to where they have a time frame, or don't they have a time frame? Do they have a time frame?
Greg,
No, I
one
would say no
thing,
time frame.
one thing I would like to see you do, or I would kind of be good at this a little bit, but what would be nice is while they're talking, if they're not like technically savvy, right? Or they're using a fucking cell phone or something silly like that. If you have a desktop and you fire it up and do a Windows share of Google Earth, and as the person is talking, like Bird of Charlotte or Justin or whoever, you actually go on Google Earth and show the places they're talking about it and let them walk through it so that people could visually see. I think that would be really cool because a lot of
what
people,
you're saying.
you know, I mean, because it's not interesting. Just look, somebody just talking is not as interesting as when you're being interactive with like that. And I think it's just my opinion. I know I would enjoy watching that. I assume other people would too. Wouldn't you guys want to see that?
See what?
Well, I kind of did that in one of my videos, or one of my live streams, where I was using my TV and I was describing, I was using Google Earth and showing where the mines were thought to have been, where they were located via newspaper clips like that. And I even pulled up Google Earth and was zooming around and showing you where a possible tower was and possible mine entrance was. It was like a couple of weeks ago.
No, but I'm not saying, yeah, you've done it. Greg's done it. I've done it. Candy's done it. Trusted.
But to see
but to see people that don't normally come on, like the people in chat, and do it for them, let them get on at one point. We're just a one-on-one and do it for them. Like Kiwi on your show, if you had Zoom, you can have one person, just one, come on with you, and you control the Google and all that, and let them do the talking, and people could see other solves like Bird, like we did with Ian and Tranquility and Bird, and who's that other guy? Brent was the guy. That was interesting stuff. It's really cool to watch that shit, but people don't get a chance because I don't think enough people do it. It would be cool if somebody did. I'm not that person. I'm not good at interviewing.
Well,
I think
the other
Greg's
Project X I was doing was about that. It was about, because there's only one story when you find the chest, and that's the finder and the chest being found. But outside of that is a whole different plethora of stories that can make any person who was willing to do it, like you just said, you know, you can do one a day for the rest of your life and still not have interviewed every searcher that went into the thrill of the chase. That's
Well,
how
not
somebody
all.
could.
Yeah, but
100,000 searchers. Somebody who did this every day. There's only 365 days a year.
no, but
I mean,
I don't think I don't think a lot of people would be interested to begin with. And the other thing is you got to put a requirement on it. For example,
Oh, yeah.
the person has to be willing to show their solve beginning to end. Like you don't want somebody on there that's gonna tell you, well,
Show
I
half
can't
of
talk.
it, show
Yeah,
half
half
of
it. No, they got to show the whole thing.
You
That's
gotta
number
the whole
one.
from beginning to end and say, this is the exact location. It's not over
Exactly.
here. It's not, I don't know if it's 10 feet over here or 10 feet over. This is the exact 10 by 10 right here, right dead center right there.
Yeah, exactly. And if you do that, that's going to severely cut because most people don't really have a detailed solve like that. So there's probably only maybe 100, I would imagine, total. But out of that 100, how many of them are actually going to want? And they don't have to show themselves on the Zoom. They got to talk. But I'm just saying, just like it would be cool to see people that we don't normally see give their solve on somebody's channel that's popular. You know what I mean? Like your channel or Candy's
not
channel
popular.
or Street's channel or
Right. And like I said, so next weekend I start going live every Sunday for a while. So next Sunday I will start my show up back again. I will get Bird of Charlotte. I'll try to get with him by Friday at the latest to get that together. That way I could show it live on Sunday with everybody on the panel as well. And everybody can listen to what he said. So that'll be kind of fun too. So it'll be pre-recorded and then everybody can give their opinion. But we don't want to discredit anybody's solve, like I've always said, because we don't know who's right and we don't know who's wrong.
Hey, Greg,
Yeah.
I would love to be dummy number 2 if you're fine with that.
All right. So
I
how about,
was just about to say that Tyler would be perfect for number
all right.
2.
So Tyler, you do the second week. So I'll get Bird of Charlotte this week. I'll get you the second week, and then I'll get
You said
Kiwi the
Bird?
third week.
No, not me. I'm not popular or anything.
All right. Well, no, I'll get
no,
the
you could
third-
go on his show. Go on Greg's show.
Well,
And
no,
then-
it'll be pre-recorded. This is just between that person, that searcher, and myself privately, and then we launch it live when I go live on Sunday, every Sunday.
Greg, I've done that.
Yeah, but we're gonna have fun with it. We're gonna
I'm
do it
down.
again.
I'll do it.
I'm just saying it's hard to have it one-on-one because you want to bring in as many people as possible to help contribute to the story.
Well, no, I'm not even worried about that. We're gonna do it one-on-one privately. I'm gonna upload it before Sunday so people could watch it before Sunday, and then they could question on Sunday when I go live on Sunday. That'll probably be the best way to do it. I'll upload the interview before Sunday, and then when I go
Yeah, there
live
you
on
go.
Sunday, you've already watched the video, and then you could comment. How about that?
Yeah, and then when you record them, Greg, ahead of time when it's just you with them, when you do show it, put their name on there or whatever they want to be noted as an alias or whatever, because you're making it clear that you're giving them the credit. This is their sob. They're presenting it, and then they go ahead and they describe it to you. And while they're describing it, you could show whatever they have prepared or go on Google Earth or something like that. I think it will be interesting because when that guy, the best guy that did it so far was Ian. Ian, you guys seen Ian when he was on there in Colorado?
Oh yeah, he was
had-
on my channel.
Yeah, that was awesome. And the same thing with Tranquility, although it kind of got messed up in the beginning, but everybody admitted after that, hey, maybe we were a little bit too hard on that guy because it was interesting. And then Brent, his story was good. There's people like that we don't see. I wouldn't come on your show, Greg, because people already seen my sob. They already seen,
Yeah, but it's gonna be
Bill's
different.
sob.
But it's gonna be different. It's gonna be different. Me interviewing you, asking you different questions from.
No, but I'm just saying I would rather see the focus be on people that don't normally go
Wait
live.
till I interview fucking Candy for her solve.
I don't have a solve.
Well, you better get a solve
rabbit
together
hole.
soon because you've had plenty of time to get a solve together. So you better get it together, girl.
Well, no, I have multiple solves. I have the
No, you
most
can't-
solves
you-
than
you-
anyone
you gotta
combined,
have
but
one,
it's not about the
just
solve.
Hey, Greg.
I already posted my solve online on YouTube, so now it makes me feel
What
like
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
even
say, you
need
guys,
to
it's
be on
not
there.
about the solves.
Thanks,
It's
Troy.
about the
You
chess and the
talked me out of it.
motif. Fuck.
I know what
Greg.
you're saying, Candy, but I want to hear your one solve, your one location, 10 by 10. That's all I want to hear.
Soldier Stone.
By the way, you could get Davio, you could get,
Bullshit.
you
Her
could get
song was always
fine.
viral. Her song was always viral, I swear to God.
Greg,
No,
you
my
could get,
very first song
Don't
that
let
I
her
ever fell in love with was
bullshit you,
Soldier Stone in Swatch, Colorado, and that is the
I remember.
place
What do you
Forrest
have?
built. That is My War for Me and Living Cover.
so why
What'd you
not
say?
talk about that? That would be cool. I mean,
I've talked
I
about
think
it.
you get Five Leaf would probably do it. Davio would probably be interested in doing it. Big Rob would be interested in doing it. Maybe
Agreed.
even get try to get Susie Fenhaven to, because she had a lot of good stuff up in Montana. The people, well, actually, Susie, people know who she is. I'm primarily saying try to get people that are in the chat that don't normally go
Everybody
live.
in the chat.
Yeah,
So Candy, did you find out about my Victoria Peak yet?
I was looking more into it and it was fascinating, especially the blood pigeon
Yep.
ruby that goes back to Burma, and then the tiara with the name Charlotte engraved in it. The Wells Fargo treasure chest. It gives you a certain time period, but it looks like it was a spot that was shared throughout history that they would continuously go back to and build upon. So I think it's not just one person. I think it is an area that is known throughout lore and history that people knew about and where to hide stuff.
You think there's caves underground there? Many? Because they
Well, I
said
mean,
there
the
were so
government
many
controls it
caves.
now.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if the government, they don't know if there's another cave that goes to it underneath ground.
Well, there's
You
a
see-
trick to it because they found documents written by Pope Pius II, and he translated a document in association with the Seven Cities of Gold. And the thing with the Wells Fargo treasure chest is that when they were moving gold in those treasure chests and the Pony Express, those trains and everything like that, they had it's basically a bank. That's what it was. It was a bank transferring gold and other relics and riches from one point to another that were supposed to be safeguarded, but they were robbed, stagecoach robberies and stuff, right? So for all we know, the tiara with the name Charlotte engraved into it, the documents by Pope Pius II, all of that could have already been obtained and owned by the clientele that were having them move those relics and that information. So it's really hard to figure it out because one, all the documentation and all the different items that Doc Noss claimed to have found, he says, oh, well, there's all these things that were found that goes all the way back to this time. But then there's other things that were discovered from like the 15th century. So was it a part of the movement of the Wells Fargo treasure coaches, or is that
or
a spot?
San Lazaro? I mean, look at how close it is to San Lazaro too.
Yes, that's true. It could be another entry point to get you to a part in San Lazaro. San Lazaro is massive.
And that's why I was telling Troy, I said, look, you got the missile range. He's got 2 missiles on his picture. You could take it whatever face value, okay? That missile range was before he released the book. So that picture was already made. San Lazaro was released in 2004. Okay. While he was still working on the Thrill of the Chase. Okay. He showed caverns. He showed where, tunnels were being made. So you got Victoria Peak, you got San Lazaro and Santa Fe. You got all 3 locations and then the Rocky Mountains off to the right of all that, which makes a pyramid if you form it right. And that's just my opinion on that right now, as I do my research. Is something hidden? There's a cave somewhere. To me, I think that Forrest found something, and just like Troy and a lot of other people, and some people believe, I believe it was whatever he found. He moved something somewhere, and he put it in a cave somewhere, and it's in the Thrill of the Chase, and it's in the San Lazaro book. But that's my
you've been
opinion.
saying that for years, though. I remember you've been saying that for years.
I think there's a cave. I really do. I think there's something to go underground. And I think he found something, and you have to find that cave and get your fucking ass there and go down.
Well, so this is the thing. We know, well, there's no facts, but based on research, the person who was set up for Operation Cerberus to catch these people, he tipped off Forrest. There's for a fact, this person admitted to tipping one of the people off that the FBI had him set up. And I believe that was Forrest Fenn, because the way they described the person that they tipped off the night before it happened was very, personable, great storyteller, stuff like that. It's Forrest. So in my opinion, I think he tipped off Forrest, which explains why Fenn wasn't threatened when they showed up, because he had over 24 hours to hide and prepare certain things, in my opinion. There's no proof to it. There's no validity to this theory. It's just my opinion. But I believe the informant that was meant to screw everyone over for Operation Cerberus tipped Fenn off, gave him just enough time to hide certain things, but it also gave him leverage so that he could set up the FBI or whatever the fuck you want to call him. And that was his loophole to do what he did with the chase, because there's many things that were put into play in order for him to do what he did.
But also you gotta think about it. Maybe he hit something where nobody will ever find because it's just it's too damaging, right?
Damaging.
Not damaging per se. It's think about this. Like, this is why I keep talking about the 7 Cities of Gold. It's because look at all the people that he surrounds himself with. Douglas Preston, Michael Kremner, Suzanne Collins, all of them, right? They're all in association with looking for the 7 Cities of Gold. Preston, the biggest one, he worked with Michael Kremner and Forrest Fenn to retrace Coronado's footsteps looking for the 7 Cities of Gold. This is before the chase.
Gotcha.
And this has
I'm
all
going to
this
smoke. I'll
with
be
the
back.
Paleo Indians, the Clovis people, all this stuff.
I could hear on my phone. I'm gonna go smoke while I listen.
Just saying, it's so much bigger than what we think it is. It's not just a box
Mhm.
of gold and 9 clues. It is so much bigger, so much deeper, so much more profound. And I sound like a broken record at this point.
Right.
Well,
False.
information and knowledge.
But
is,
we're having fun.
Where wisdom comes from, and that is more than just a materialistic thing such as gold.
By the way, Candy, you mentioned before Steve Klein. I was talking to him today for a couple hours on the phone, and he's got a lot of interesting stuff. Not necessarily, he's not concerned with the Southwest, but he's got some interesting perspectives on the Ohio area. And I don't know if Street ever talked to him about that, but we were talking about stuff that Street was talking about, like the snake, and the mounds that are all around Ohio, and all of the commerce that was happening up along the Mississippi River Valley and then off into Ohio. They found stuff that wouldn't normally be in Ohio will be on the West Coast. They found it in Ohio and vice versa. So we know that trade happened in the Northeast, and he had a lot of stuff. I mean, he goes back with the Tankersley, and I'm not talking about Tankersley in the negative
Yes.
way.
I'm glad you said
But-
that, because he supposedly.
Yeah, all
Tankersley
that
was-
stuff with the
Yeah.
Sitting Bull's pipe and all of that.
I have that book. I have Sitting Bull's Peace Pipe signed by Tinkersley, first edition.
Yeah, well, I mean, Steve actually knows Ken Tankersley
I
personally.
know.
So it would
Yeah,
be
he does.
interesting to have like Steve one-on-one with somebody, because those are the
I've
people
talked
that
to
don't
Steve,
normally
but
talk.
the thing
Yeah.
is, Steve and his brother aren't allowed to say anything because allegedly Tinkersley has threatened to sue Steve and
Yeah.
his brother if they talk.
No, we talked about that today, and only it depends. It depends how you're talking about him. If you're not shedding, like, he doesn't obviously go on there and try to accuse him of knowing where the chest is or something like that, you're gonna be mad. But if you reference him that in a good light, like you're mentioning his name in reference to Sitting Bull, he's not going to get mad. He can't do anything about that. That's public information. You're giving him credit where credit's due. It's listed on an auction that he helped research that. But what I'm really saying is it'd be more interesting to hear Steve's story, his personal story. Even though it doesn't apply to the Southwest, the trading that happened with Ohio, I believe, is relevant too. And I don't know what Street, if you have anything to say about that, but because I think Steve said he was at some of those places that you were talking about. Did you ever go there, Street, where the snake is and all that?
Oh yeah. They have they found pyramids here too. Ohio has a bunch of different whatever sites like that. Several of them. Like I said, they've not only that snake, which is attuned to the astronomical system or whatever. But they have, they found pyramids here too.
Hi, little person. Can you say Barbara?
God no.
Didn't you teach her to say that? Or teach him to say that?
Yes, he can say Barbara. He says Baba. Yeah, he
That's so
says
funny.
Barbara. It's just from listening to me. I didn't like sit him down and teach him, but he picks up quick. See, did you hear it? He thinks
But you realize he's on the list now, right? He's going to
Yeah,
appear
yeah.
in lawsuit.
Well, like she alluded to, I don't have to text my family anything. They know I got their back. I don't have to reassure myself or them that I have it.
I still hear it.
Yeah, it's hilarious, man.
It's fucking hilarious. I'm cracking up over here to listen to it.
Well, I wonder if she'll attack a kid for saying her name.
Nah. If she does, she's a complete asshole. In my opinion.
I'm still laughing at the fact my mom has a kitten and I didn't even know it.
Well, you should probably look at that kitten thing with your mom as a positive thing. Yes, no? I mean, have you guys ever had pets? Yes, no? I mean,
I didn't say it wasn't positive. I just said it was funny. I didn't know until now.
Hey, Greg,
What was
when,
the last
yeah, when you do those interviews, it would be cool. I know it's going to be really difficult, but the ones that the panel agreed to like seem far-fetched, it
Mhm.
would be funny if you can get that old man to go up there and actually, if it's a compelling enough solve, you have people vote on it, you know, and then actually states an old man has to do their complete solve and ask them if they think that it would be possible and then actually do it. I think that would be hilarious, man.
Well, no, I want to do when we go up to Yellowstone. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to do it. I'm going to find me a 90-year-old, 80-year-old man, and I'm going to fucking tell him to take 21 pounds across the river.
Oh my God.
Kiwi's like, no, do not do. He's going to sign a waiver. I don't give a shit. I'm going to go down in history.
Oh.
Kiwi's like,
Yeah,
no.
go down in history as, hey, look, I paid some idiot to try this daring thing and ended up he drowning. Yeah. No, come on, man. No. At least he's got to have an inflatable, neck, life.
Well,
jacket or
no,
something.
we'll be
In
on the
case he
other
falls.
side. We'll be on the other side to
Hey.
help, just in case he falls. You know what I mean?
Hey,
We'll
hey.
help him. But other than that, as soon as he gets across the river, I'm not helping his ass. He's got to get over all those logs and go to where the chest was supposed to be at the log. I got to watch his ass climb all over these logs with 21 pounds, and then I got to watch his ass climb back over all of them with
He's
nothing.
probably taking his time, I tell you that. So you're gonna be there like probably for a good hour or two.
Well,
You
like
might
I
as well
said.
bring a soda and a sandwich.
Well, like I
Dr.
said,
Pepper.
yes, I'm going to sit on a bench and watch, like Forrest said to do.
Hey,
I'm going to have my peanut butter and jelly.
Ham sandwich, pepper jack cheese. Or some tomato salt and pepper. All good.
in the words of Forrest Finn, you gotta also teach them how to swim. So I mean, if they drown, they drown. You gotta teach them how to swim. I'm just
Well,
saying.
Well, I'm just saying. Then we're gonna have him climb down a fucking cliff with a short rope where he's 30 feet less than what was the
So
street?
you lose me right there. You lose me. Where does this cliff come in play? I mean,
A
over there by
street.
9 Mile Hole, where there's that one. Where are you talking? Where you
Street.
having a
Street. Where was the other one?
The other what?
The 30-foot guy we always called. They call him 30-foot rope guy.
He was in the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone.
What, did Forrest do some repelling I didn't know about?
Yeah.
A weekend spelunker? Hold on, Peggy. I'm going spelunking.
He's also the guy that got arrested too. But he's the guy that took a 4x4 and went up a fucking mountain, and they had to get a helicopter to get the 4x4 off the cliff of the mountain.
Was it the same guy that we got in contact to or got in contact with? Me and you.
That
Under the
he was
radar?
he was at my house. Remember, he was at my house that did an interview. He was talking about his whole solve, how he plunged all the way down. He went by a cave that a bear, when he went down, you know, the whole cliff and everything, and the bear cave was right there. He thought the bear was gonna come out and attack him on the rope and
No,
shit.
I think we were speaking of two different people. I think the one I'm talking about was the one that one guy that intruded Forrest Finn's house.
Well, that guy too. I talked to that guy. That guy said he's this. No, oh, I take that back. It's not the rope guy. That's the same guy. Okay, that you're talking about. He's the one that took
Oh,
the
truck.
truck 2
Yes,
days
that's right.
prior before he got arrested. Okay. 2 days
Mhm.
prior, he went to go save a friend up on a mountain. He rented a 4x4 and went up a fucking big mountain. And I guess the helicopter had to get the fucking truck off the mountain.
Yep. That's exactly what it was. Remember?
You know, I'd have to go along with Street's mind of thinking, because and Forrest, I think, really alluded to it in his stories, peppered, if you could catch it, when he would stay away, even though there's people around, he would stay away in his memories. You don't have to leave the comfort of his home to go and visit someplace simple that he would go and visit. So, I mean, outside of that, you know, Forrest had already imagined where he wanted to pass away, how he wanted to pass away, where he wanted to do this treasure hunt, because he had a wonderful idea. And he was going to try to keep it short, simple, and sweet. And a man who ended up getting cancer and then beating it. I mean, I would think that he was almost close to not doing very good, though people do come out amazing when they fight it. I mean, my son-in-law is five years in remission. There's Boomer girl out there, and she's doing good with that blood swap out cancer treatment that she had done, you know. But I'll say, son of a bitch, somebody let me in control and conducted this train. I lost where it was going.
Where'd you where
It
you
was a
go?
good idea. It was a good idea. Oh, that I would have to think, looking at somebody who's been through the ringer, is he really going to go out to some of these other locations that people are putting out there? Because it does seem like it would be a little too much for somebody to do in a day span with that much weight in such that age of body. That's one of my questions that I have still lingering is, what was his body? I know his mindset, yeah, let's do it. Oh, he's wrong. And it probably gave him that will and motivation to actually complete the task. But nobody none the wiser would ask, why is this old man crossing the river, taking his sweet ass time to go walking in the woods? Nobody would sit there and ask that question.
I would like to
You know what I
donate,
mean?
donate $20 to that 80-year-old bastard that got across that river.
Hey, Greg, one good news is you don't need to worry about barber saw because an 80-year-old man can't move a boulder.
Oh yeah, and
Like,
one
hey,
thing-
are you going to do it for Dave Woodard? Have an old man do the superhero thing?
oh, you know what? I should get fucking Superman on my show.
Maybe,
Oh
maybe
my
she
God.
could- maybe she
Henry
could-
Cavill?
I
Maybe
should get David.
maybe you should get the 80-year-old guy to dress up as Superman and go across the river.
Yeah, I'll have him wear a shirt and all kind. And
Yeah,
a cape,
costumes,
and
yeah.
a cape, and that would be some fun shit.
Put some balloons. Put some balloons.
I'm
on
not
it.
associated with this.
You know what I really
Damn crackheads.
Damn crackheads. That's what you're gonna need to go across that river. A
I
crackhead.
I want to see it done for my own self.
Yeah,
Hey,
crazy.
you know, you could start out with an easy solve. We could do streets. And all the old man needs to do is go and sit down on the table, sit down on the bench and be in thought. That's
Yeah.
it, right? Right, street, that's it.
My soul fits on a note, post-it note, just address down and stare at his face.
Yeah, you know what? Your post
Hey, is that the one you invented?
isn't an issue.
And it costs him no money.
It's all about
Street's
knowledge,
mental
ladies and
state,
gentlemen,
land
not
definitely is not an
gold.
issue.
I can see it now. This is gonna be some funny shit in August. Kiwi's
Oh,
gonna
my.
Kiwi's gonna be over there like, oh fuck, here comes Greg.
Somebody hold on to the bird.
Somebody hold on to the bird. I'm gonna sit here. We gotta protect this 80-year-old man. He's gonna walk across there.
This is
Hold-
why he did teachers with ropes. You guys gotta do a rope with all the knots and hold on to it so your dumbasses don't float off in the river.
Oh no! Don't you remember? It's fucking fishing line. Barbara
Yeah.
told you.
That's right. You can hang on the string. Just hang on the string. Don't worry about
Hang
it.
on to the fishing line.
And you gotta tie it to the rock.
No, that's
I-
fucked
I
up.
hope they
That's
got
how what's
1,000
his name
pounds
died.
next time.
Who died?
Remember that bishop? I forgot his name. He died. He tied a rope to a rock.
The pastor, preacher, whatever his name was, that was had the
Yeah.
wife. Wife.
I'm talking about 9 Mile Hole. There's no way you could drown, basically.
Yeah, no, that dude had waders on. He tied himself to a rock or a tree and he tried to ford the Rio Grande. So obviously he fell in the water. His waders got full and dragged him under and he drowned.
So
Yeah,
my
no,
next
that's so
my next
sad.
question is, when Forrest said he carried it twice, okay, the 42 pounds. My next question is, did he ever say he carried anything else with the 41 pounds?
We'll never know.
No, has he ever?
Safety tip right there. If you are out there in a river and you have waders on, that you can easily clip off and try to get off and let it swim off of you so you can get away instead of letting it be an anchor as you're trying to get away. Do that.
Oh, you have no time. Trust
But
me.
he never said he had
Oh, but
anything
hey.
where he went, correct? He never said he had anything on him when he went, correct?
No, but you know what was interesting? He did actually one time.
What?
Somebody asked him what kind of shoes was he wearing. I swear to God. And he said he didn't want to answer that question because it would give away too much information.
He
I
also
swear to
said
God.
he lost one of his shoes in the mud. Remember that?
Yeah. And
He
I
was
think that's
wearing
when I think
slippers. That's why he didn't want to answer. He was slippers on the front porch.
Candy, I think that's when he said it. He said that he lost a shoe in the mud, and somebody asked him, well, what kind of shoes are you wearing? And he replied, I can't answer it. I'll give away too much information.
Yeah, that was on Jenny Kyle's Words of Force Fan.
I'm telling you, and I'm gonna say it right here at public eye, and I hope Ben's fucking watching. I'm telling you, it was found in the backyard of the water hole. I hear it. I promise you. Watch.
Oh god, no more solves. Stop it. No more solves.
When the defendant comes, Ben's gonna be begging on his knees for forgiveness. Love y'all. I'm gonna head on out because I gotta go to bed.
See you,
Have a good night,
Tyler.
Tyler,
Hey.
I'll see you this weekend.
Later.
Coming
Sounds
up.
good.
Later,
Alright.
Tyler.
By the way, I just want to let you guys know, I was thinking of doing a coloring book.
I like
How's
it.
that sound? Do you think that's a good idea? I don't think it's been done yet.
And I'm gonna be at a bounty show.
You know what? I'm gonna do a 3D book. They have these new 3D books that are animation and all that. I'm gonna do a 3D book. That motherfucker's just gonna pop out at you.
The puzzle.
Yeah, peeps are gonna be
That is
flying out all over your floor and shit. It'll be like realistic and shit.
Good lord.
You guys are bad.
But I'm saying, if you ignore the woman, even though she's never gonna go away, okay? It doesn't matter what we say or what we do, anything and everything you say on every channel, she will fit a narrative to fit her dysfunctional mind, in my opinion. It's her dysfunctional narrative mind. Even her husband, ex-husband, called her out. Even the courts have called her out. She fits a narrative. She can't stop. It's an impulse.
Well, I think what Galaxy said was spot on. He said, look at all this that's happening, and the common denominator is her. So,
What do you
like,
mean?
she has beef with everybody. And Galaxy's like, look, the only common denominator in all of this is her. Meaning
wants-
she's the problem.
She is the problem. She's the problem of the community. She is the main problem. She sued Forrest 2 days later. And I agree with this Street 100%. She sued to try to take it. I've called her ass out on it. What you all need to do is call her ass on it. Where is the police report when you were driving down to Santa Fe, you were getting hacked? This is where everybody needs to stay on point. Show us the evidence. Show us where it shows the police report. You were at the state police while you were talking to that person that was hacking you, and you filled out that information. There is no documentation of that or her calling the FBI. This is where we all need to stay on point, everybody. In my opinion, it's just my opinion, because she has nothing. She lied to get herself into court. She lied about the hacking. That's my opinion. She lied about going to the state police, because if she was at the state police department, she would go on video right now and say, here's the evidence. Here you go. Well, where's the evidence, Miss Anderson? We're calling you out on your bullshit lies, just like you have. She has to explain to her kids how she's been lying in these court documents. And that's my
Don't get
opinion.
me involved in your little.
No, I don't want any. No, this is no.
I have a wonderful life.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
is.
But what I'm saying is,
You
if
got
she
yours
talks
going
about
on.
you guys, if
Hey,
she
that's
talks
y'all
about
for
you
the
guys,
Can you all
And it-
stop talking over each other?
Yeah,
no,
right.
no, I know what Kiwi's saying. I
Hey,
understand. what
Greg, you got somebody out in the chat. Who farted? I don't know if he's 80 years old, but he said it's repelling is easy and fun. So I guess he's going to volunteer.
Who's going to volunteer?
Who farted?
Who
Who
farted?
farted?
Who farted?
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
who farted?
That's,
No, I mean he's been in the chat many times.
I mean, that's a username.
Well, Davio too, man. Davio 22. He's 65. It's close.
Well, no, we need an 80-year-old man that's going to do this in August.
Yeah, Davio, that ain't fair, man, because you're too good a shape from hiking.
No,
You-
we need
you
some,
can't
we
do
need
it.
it.
Yeah,
We
we
need
need it.
we need an 80-year-old man that's in good shape.
What was the shape of Forrest when he hit it?
He was
How long
recovering
after
from
his treatment?
cancer.
How long after?
Yeah,
Well, you need to
I think
find
Street
somebody
said
that-
80,
Or
a
the-
79, 8-year-old man sits on the park bench. That's what he does. He sits on the park bench and watches the kids play.
And he
Yeah,
plays
you're not
with
gonna
and
find
he-
it. You're not going to find an 80-year-old man in good shape, man. Their body won't allow them. I don't care what type of life they lived. They're not in good shape, in no shape, way, or form.
80 still 80, no matter how you see it.
So here's another question then, and this ain't the devil's advocate or anything, but it goes to say then, if it because you have that simplicity that Forrest hid the treasure away in his mind, which is true. He's always thought about this place, right? That we're trying to find. That if even crossing the river, would other searchers, if they consider that dangerous, then how would that play into their search areas? You know what I mean? Now, does that rule out their search areas? Because if that's a little bit dangerous or not to an 80-year-old man, I mean, like I said, there are some 80-year-old men who are more fit than I can understand. It's like, okay, what do you want? But it's not common. You know what I mean?
So what happens
And I
if the
don't-
searcher? What
Yeah,
happens-
a common person to fit that bill, you know, especially after having cancer.
So like
So-
Big Rob would say, what happens if the searcher can't afford the $25 to get in the park?
we pay for it.
Hey, wait a minute though. The 80-year-old man, he'll get in there for free because he's a senior.
Right. So Kiwis, here's what we do. We take five 80-year-old men, and we have to
Line up.
and we're gonna line these motherfuckers
I'm not
up.
paying for 5. I'm paying for
I'm not associated. I am not associated.
Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi.
Survivor of the.
Come
of
on,
the
you
80s.
guys, you know, you guys would be laughing your ass off if you watched that on film. You
Yeah.
know, if that was on TV, you would all be laughing.
No, I
I'm not
wouldn't.
blaming
I
up
wouldn't
80-year-olds
really be
out there.
responsible for someone papa going under and not come back up.
Oh, me neither. Me neither.
You're all gonna be sitting there. You're gonna be sitting there with your bird on your shoulder while he's taking his shit in his toilet, and you're gonna be sitting there watching. Look at this fucking jackass. He took $100 to walk across a fucking river with 21 pounds.
I love the videotape. Love it.
And your bird's gonna be saying, "Dummy, dummy, dummy. I can see it now. Jackass, jackass.
Yeah, if there's an 80-year-old man, I don't think I'd sit there and say dumb or jackass, but I'd teach him to say, what the hell?
It's
Oh
like
my
that,
Lanta.
it's
Or
like that
something like
TV commercial. You're getting closer. You're getting really close.
And then what we'll do next after that, when they get to the spot, the log's gone. You gotta go farther.
Yeah,
Somebody
you
stole
still
it.
gotta go another 300 feet.
You gotta go another couple miles to find it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would want to see anybody get hurt, but it would be funny. I mean, if they didn't get hurt, I think it would be hilarious. I think you could do it safe, but I think
It'd
it'll be have a hard time finding anybody that could do it. I mean, I think just the average person couldn't even do it. Forget about being 80. I don't know.
I don't know. I can't get in Yellowstone. I gotta pay to get in.
I think what the first thing you can do, Greg, you don't even need an 80-year-old man. Just have all the people that want to, like you said, right? If no matter where their solve is, you have to be willing to go there and do it. Start at a hotel and leave. You gotta leave at noon.
I came up with this, Troy. And remember last time we were talking about this, and tell me if I'm right or wrong. He said he left in the afternoon and his wife didn't know he was gone. Well, if you're in a fucking hotel, your wife knows you're gone.
No, I don't remember that. All I know,
I remember that.
all I remember is he said that he hit it in 2 trips in one afternoon.
Right, but he can't be at a hotel. He's got to be
No,
somewhere
this
else.
is the thing. This is where you messed up. So he said that his wife didn't know within 6 months when he hit it, and he was actually on a trip. He was at the Buffalo Cody art show or fashion show. So they were staying in a hotel, but it was the fashion show when at the time he hit it.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're right. He did say that. He said, but nobody knew until that it was hidden until months later. You're right. But yeah, Greg, basically they would have to leave wherever they're staying at noon, and they have to do their entire solve, including wherever, if it's a river or not, and they got to be back by 6. That's an afternoon, noon to 6 p.m.
Don't forget daylight savings time.
Wait, so are we having a time
Oh
frame?
yeah,
of
that
6,
is true.
so we're doing 6-hour time frame. I say
No,
No.
Wait,
It's-
that's an
okay,
afternoon. What's an afternoon?
daylight
Afternoon
savings
is morning.
time,
You said
daylight savings
afternoon.
time, and then on top of that, early morning. So the trip, he said that he parked in a dirt parking lot, and then he did 2 trips back and forth. And he was just getting over, he just barely got recovered from cancer and everything. So he already wasn't going to be that strong to begin with. That's why he had to do the 2 trips.
So
No,
how many hours?
I thought he said 2 trips in one afternoon.
Yeah, it was
So-
one afternoon.
Right.
That's
So
3 hours.
afternoon. Wait, no. Afternoon is from 12,
Morning.
12 in the afternoon till what? 6 p.m. Then you're at evening now.
Well,
Well,
he
evening's
said just
5.
in one afternoon. And if
So
you
let's
do
say
daylight
5
savings
hours.
time, 2 afternoon, that gives you about, see, I'd have to go back and look at it. But I think it was like 7, 8
we
hours.
have to put a time frame, 4 or 5 hours.
I
Oh,
say
it is
No, you
4 to
gotta go
4
in
or
the
5.
morning. It's from the morning to the afternoon. He says he did it in about one afternoon. So from morning to afternoon, and you include daylight savings time around that time, it gives you many more hours than what you think.
I got to see these interviews.
Oh,
One-
hold on.
in one afternoon. So I mean, technically, you got to get to morning to get to afternoon.
Exactly. That's what I said.
So I mean, it's how he's wording it. So yeah, so it would start in the morning.
So 8 o'clock in the
So does
morning.
anybody have his flight logs?
So say
Yeah.
eight, so eight in the morning till
12.
No, we don't have his flight logs, but we know that he was at the Fashion Royal.
And
what is it?
Cody.
Yeah,
It
and
was the Cody
Cody.
fashion.
Yeah, it was, and that was September of 2010.
Now,
I've got
see,
the
now to
screenshot
me,
Five hour
somewhere.
drive.
right,
the
Kiwi,
West
and
Coast.
to me, it was right beginning of summer because
so
talking to
10
the guy,
hours.
when I talked to the guy
was
that
in
drew the pictures in the
September.
book, well,
September.
when I talked to the guy that drew the book, he said it was 2 days after, and he said that was May When he seen the chest,
No,
it was gone in 2 days.
September.
I know you're saying September, but I'm saying the guy I interviewed that did all, what's
No,
his name? Paul-
Forrest confirmed that when he hid the treasure chest, he was at the Cody Fashion Museum. Okay.
When? I gotta
So
see
the Cody
that.
Fashion Museum was in September.
Well, I gotta see that.
No, Candy's right about that. It was September. I'm positive.
No,
My partner
right, but
was
I
physically
gotta,
there.
I gotta see that because what I'm saying is talking to the guy that drew all the images in the book said it was May.
He's just
And-
saying what the guy's telling him, so it ain't nothing that Greg's saying. ain't
So
about.
September, you get the equinox. So it gets
Well, I gotta see it.
darker
I
faster.
gotta see the evidence is what I'm saying. I have to
Yeah,
see
you
what
gotta
you're
see the
talking about.
evidence so you
I
can
gotta
call-
see what you're talking about because I have a recording of May.
Yeah,
So-
either way, Greg, if he's in Cody, right? And
Well,
let's
either
let's
way,
just
that
say-
makes a
wait.
big difference. That makes it.
Well,
you're
no,
saying
no,
September and I'm
no.
saying May.
No, I'm just saying either way, I'm talking about travel distance. If he was at Cody to get to 9
5
Mile
hours.
Hole from Cody is about 3.5 hours with no traffic, right? So let's say it's going to take you roughly 4 hours. That's 8 hours just travel time. Now he's got to make 4 trips across the river without being seen. He's got to do it in the
I see what
afternoon.
you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So all I'm saying is
You're
it doesn't matter
forgetting-
when he went. It's still
You guys are forgetting to put in the trip when he put a dinghy in the river and he wasn't being bothered. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
When he was 13.
No, it wasn't when he was 13. It was when he went on a trip and it was when when was it? It was from Baker's Hole. It was down to Baker's Hole to somewhere else.
Madison Junction, Baker's Hole.
Yeah,
was.
Madison Junction to Baker's Hole. So if you're in Cody and you look at the part where Cody is to the West Gate, if I'm not mistaken, is it the West Gate?
Yeah, that's probably like 4 hours.
Westgate.
Yeah, I mean
It's 3 to 4 hours to get there.
that's with no traffic, Greg. If you get a bear or something crossing the road or a moose, I mean, seriously, it's going to take you at least 4 hours each way. That's 8 hours gone right away.
How are you gonna
Including the hiding time.
how are you gonna walk across a river after it already took you 8 hours of traveling if you're
Well,
lucky?
it's just supposed to be a fishing trip. That's the point.
But that my point is, if he's at the thing,
I'll
how
be
are
right
you
back.
gonna get from morning to late afternoon? So
Well, especially if it's September, you lose daylight faster, so you'd have to go early in the morning. And he said with his fishing trips with his dad, they would go early in the morning because it would be right on the border of the park and West Yellowstone, and they would have a gate. They would park their car so that in the morning they could just go right through. And that would be like 5 o'clock in the morning, I think.
no, because they'd
Well,
have to
they-
leave at 1 in the morning.
But the gates don't open up till 6.
Exactly. That's why he said it's the story Buffalo Smoke. Read it. It says what they used to do.
Yeah, I gotta read back on that.
What do you mean he put his dinghy in the river?
Oh my god. Could you all oh my god. Do you have too far to walk?
Huh?
No, but
No, I do
did-
not.
I did read that.
So he talks about a few miles out west of or east of West Yellowstone. He put a little rubber dinghy in the river and spent 3 days going down to Madison when he was 13 years old. I think that's the preface. If not, then it's in
It's the
river-
preface of Too Far to Walk.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's how you.
And it's a
whatever.
match to Buffalo Smoke.
But let me ask you this.
But I thought that was when you know, young and just
Right.
pointing out.
So Candy, you don't have San Lazaro book.
No, I don't.
Why?
I'm saving up right now.
I'm
Those
just
things go for
wondering
like
why.
$100 a
You,
pop.
you do all this research, but San Lazaro is the key to the thrill of the chase.
Yeah, I know.
And then you're missing the whole concept because if you don't read San Lazaro like I've been doing and going through it, you're not going to understand really because that was the first one before the thrill of the chase. He was
I know.
already making San Lazaro to intertwine with the thrill of the chase. Now, some people might not believe me, but there is shit in there that'll make you think.
I know. But this is the thing. I can go do my research and talk about San Lazaro without having confirmation bias from reading Fenn's interpretation and point of view of San Lazaro.
Okay.
I've got
well, what about the pictures?
archaeological standpoint.
There are two pictures that are identical from San Lazaro to the Thrill of the Chase, which people are missing.
I know the
Actually-
Kiva.
Actually, no, well, the Kiva, but there's also a couple other ones that are very brutal and dead on. that
Yet
match
I'm
the
the only
thrills.
one that talks about
Well,
the
let me
Broiler
see,
Codex
scroll up.
having the correlation and the reason why they were able to discover what San Lazaro really was.
Oh,
and
you
I
want to
never
see
read
one?
of San
Oh,
Lazaro's book.
Kiwi, you want to see a picture?
Yeah. I want to
Okay,
see pictures. I love
me-
pictures. They
all
help
right.
explain.
Let
some
me
interesting things.
smoke and I'm gonna grab the book. Let me smoke and I'll grab the book. You guys keep bullshit. But no, I'm surprised. Candy, you don't have the book because with all the research you do and the knowledge you have and the knowledge you know.
Nobody's rich.
I'll just ask Shiloh really nicely if I could buy one for him.
Yeah. Well, good luck because I don't think any are left.
I know he went and bought them all.
Well, no, he didn't because there's still some left. He
No,
forgot
I mean
some.
from Collected Works. He bought all the ones from Collected Works.
No, he
Oh, we
didn't.
got
He
three
didn't buy
left,
none.
though.
No, he didn't buy none from. He's
No,
bullshitting you
they,
there.
they had 3 bucks.
I-
though.
I
Yeah,
wonder
Ca-
if
hey,
Shiloh.
Candy. I'll tell you right there, he's lying
Oh,
to you right
look!
now.
They just made a video on me. It's titled "The Chase Hussies."
Yeah. So Candy, he's lying to you if he told you that.
They still got-
Regarding Candy's, hold on, sexual allegations. Okay, I don't give a flippity what you think.
Who's talking
Forrest.
shit?
Yeah, there's someone that made some fucked up videos on me right now.
Ah, fuck him. Everybody's gonna make
It's
fucked up
the
videos.
Fen
Everybody.
Phantom.
Every-
I'm finally their target.
Every fucking day, new adventure.
They probably hate you because they ain't you.
I have
Yeah,
a hunch.
I don't think Shiloh lied to Candy. I think see here's what happened, Candy. Last week on Thursday, or no, it was actually a week and a it was not last Thursday, but the Thursday before that. Greg called up. I was on the phone with him. We called up Collected Works, and the lady told us she had 5 copies left. So Greg bought one. I immediately called when Greg got off the phone, and I bought another one. So she was down to 3 copies, and I talked to her, and I told the lady with Shiloh, or the rumor that we heard. I didn't mention anybody's name, but I just said we heard a rumor that he bought all the copies. And her answer to that was, well, she said, we only had 5 copies here. We get them from the distributor. And she goes, once these other 3 are gone, we're going to have to put in another order. So if Shiloh bought them, what he did is he probably bought them from the distributor. So and I told the lady at Collected Works that there's a chance that they may not be able to get any more copies. So there could be 3 left. I don't know if anybody.
No. He didn't buy the distributor. He bought the books from Collected Works when they did the what'd you just say? The batch. One batch went through. When he went in, he bought all those that they had the batch of. So when he bought them, they ended up having to order from the distributors another batch. And you guys have that batch. So it's the
Yeah,
batch
I
and the
got
batch.
you. I got you. You should get it. I mean, I didn't want to spend, but it's $95 and like 15 shipping. But I bought it. Greg is probably right. I mean, all the research you do, it'd be cool. Maybe you could borrow Sam's copy or something. Sam has a copy. That's
No,
why Greg
I'll buy
has a copy.
one. If I go to New Mexico in May, I'll definitely buy one. But right now I'm saving up for other things, but I will soon.
That's-
Maybe Greg will buy you one. No.
that looks like-
If he buys me one, he's gonna make me sign a contract saying that for the rest of my freedom, I'm gonna have to research everything there is to know about San Lazaro and report back to him.
He's right. I mean, he read more of the book than I did already. I only read like a couple of pages so far because I got sidetracked when my mother-in-law was in the hospital and stuff. But you're probably going to end up in so many more rabbit holes. It's a really, really cool book. Really
Well,
cool
did
book.
you look at Rick Kavashki? He's the one that wrote the book with Forrest, and he talks about it's on his scuba diving forum. It's kind of hard to find, but he has a scuba diving forum.
Didn't he make a version of the book too?
Yeah, So he wrote
Yeah.
the first version, then he teamed up with Forrest because he owned San Lazaro. But he talks about on the scuba diving forum that there are these lightning stones. I think he called them lightning stones, and they glow, and that's what the Mayans actually used for natural form of light when they were trying to hide things.
Oh, cool. So Rick's book came out before Forrest? That's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah. Man, I would like to see that white book, that white leather bound book that was in his vault. That's where all of the stuff was. Maybe that he didn't even put in the book. Man, I wonder if they'll ever sell that. I doubt it. I think the family will keep that book.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing is huge. It's big enough that you can hollow it out and put the treasure chest in it. But that's not what he did. But I mean, well, I would love to see that book. Wow. I just bought it not because I don't think it's going to help. Obviously, finding the
Yeah, that
treasure
book.
chest or something. But I mean, it's just since we're doing all of this stuff, it didn't make sense for me to get involved with all this Pueblo stuff and not read what Forrest wrote in that book. It just seemed silly. I wasn't going to spend $200 on the book. $95 is bad enough, but whatever. I mean, they ship it. Like I said, it's only like $15 or something to ship it. And then it comes in like one day. They send it, regular mail. She sends you a tracking number and everything. Because I bought the Thrill of the Chase and Too Far to Walk at the same time when I first came into Chase. And then later I bought OUAW. And she was telling me that initially, when they were selling a lot of Forrest books, they qualified for the commercial discount from the post office. But lately, they don't qualify that for anymore. So the shipping went up a little bit.
Alrighty. So we gotta do.
But yeah, I thought when you said that, I thought Shiloh bought like 200. Like in other words, he bought the distributor out because he told me they only printed 2,000 copies, and Greg and I, the numbers are in the 1800s. So there's probably less than 150 books left at this point if they are at the distributor. I don't
get my
know.
background off.
So Greg, did you hear that? Candy explained it. She said
What?
that how Collected Works only buys like 5 copies at a time. He went in and bought all the copies they had, so they ordered another batch probably. He didn't buy them from the distributor. He bought them from Collected Works.
Well, no, he didn't, because quite frankly, he didn't. The reason why I think he's lying to her or whatever's going on is that Sam bought number 1,000. Okay, so I don't even know. Is my camera working? I can't see. Hold on. Hold on. Is my camera working?
Nope.
Or no. Hold on. Let me fix this. I gotta shut off my background, right? Oh, I gotta shut. Yep, I gotta shut off background. There we go. So, what Sam bought?
You still got the foreground, like the stage, so it's kind of hard to see what you're showing.
So Sam bought 1,824, and I got the next one.
Yeah, I got 26.
Right, and you got 26, and there's only 3 left, correct?
Yeah,
All right.
that's kind of weird. That don't make sense. Yeah, I got 'em.
Exactly. So either shot or he's lying to her. You
Well,
know what I
that
mean?
still means there's 170 copies left.
He
I don't
never
think they're gonna
told
do another
me.
printing.
No, I want to put on record. Shiloh never told me that. Someone else in the community who spoke to Shiloh said that, and I don't know why we make a huge big deal about it. He just
I'm not
wanted
making a
book.
big deal. I'm just saying if he said that to you,
He did not say it to me.
Oh.
I see. We're looking at the blueprint of San Lazaro.
Yes. So which one did you want to see, Kiwi?
It don't matter. I just like looking at pictures.
This is
They're
the
a lot
one
easier to read.
this is the one that really concerns me. This one. And it goes down like this.
Wow, that's almost like the page 99.
Exactly. It's the boulder. And he talks about the boulder, how it keeps shifting and moving
The one you
upriver.
blew up?
This one. The one I blew up supposedly on fucking Santa Fe soil. Yeah, oh, yeah, I mean, isn't that a statement? That's a bold statement. I got that in the video. That's a bold statement that I was blowing up shit. So good luck explaining that to the judge.
Yeah, never pee upstream. You go playing downstream with
Yeah,
somebody doing
so so that one, it's interesting. That picture's interesting. And so is this one, which this image, okay? This image right here that he talks about, okay? This image that he
Looks like a
talks,
makeup.
this image he talks about, okay? Supposedly, I think is not on San Lazaro. It's in BML land,
it.
BLM.
BLM.
Yeah.
That what he talks about, and I think that's what happened. What do we say, Troy? 2017 when shit changed, but we won't get into that one. And this is what makes even more the medicine rock. So the medicine rock, he shows a description, and then he shows how they made the caves going down behind the medicine rock,
Wow.
coming down underneath, and then
And
it go
outside.
and up. How the caves, all the caves.
Yeah, now apparently there's caves like that in Santa Fe.
Correct.
Yep.
And then he shows, I mean, this book is phenomenal, and I haven't even read it yet. I've just been skimming it.
What was that cross you just had? Back one page. Back
This
one
one?
more. One more page. Right there. What is that? Candy, you know what that is?
That one's
Sorry,
like
hold
one
on.
of the
Candy, you know what that is?
Or trusted,
Knights
you
of
know?
Columbus or the Templars.
Yeah, that looks like a Templar's cross almost, but like in sections.
Oh,
I think the Germans called that the Iron Cross.
Yeah.
And then they got this. Look at and I said this before, A, B, C, D, all that shit before.
How many of those? Wait a minute. How
Are
many of
those
those are there?
musical notes though?
There's
Are those
one,
musical
two,
notes?
huh?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
9.
9.
Yeah, 9 of them.
9 exactly. And that's
Hey, Greg,
built
you know,
in-
you know where there's 9 buildings, Greg?
Yes, I know.
I
where
don't
they're-
expect you to answer that, but
No,
yeah.
I'm not. You know where it's at. You know where it's at. I'm telling you, you gotta buy this book. And wait till you. And I've only skim read it, and a lot of words he says matches the Thrill of the Chase. But let me go. I'm gonna go.
Greg, I told Candy you'll probably buy her.
He talks about. Here we go.
Greg, I told Candy you'll probably buy her a copy, right?
No, yeah, I'm gonna buy her.
Oh
Look at-
yeah, he'll buy me a copy and then I'll be a Chase bunny once more. No, thank you. I can buy my own copy, thank you.
The birds again. Remember, I put it in the poem.
That's a raven, isn't it?
Yeah, the ravens in the poem. Remember, I read the poem to you.
Yeah, well, the Raven, Edgar Allan Poe, the last thing he did before he died was write the poem "The Road to El Dorado."
Yeah, but didn't I read the poem from, Peggy to him?
Yep.
Then the rabbit. It's got the rabbit. Remember, he talks about the rabbit.
Interesting. The rabbit is associated with the Trinity.
So then you got.
What you want to make note of are all the names that they associate with these places. And then once you do that, you need to find the origin story of why they named them those places and what they were named before.
So
Hey,
where's
Greg, Greg, I just checked my number on the book. I was wrong. It's 1,823.
what? How can it be 1,823?
I'm telling you, I could show you a picture.
How the fuck is it that when I'm
Because they didn't have them stacked in order, I guess. So I got an earlier number than you do.
You
I got
motherfucker. Yeah, give me your book.
That's the clue.
So
But you got to buy a street a copy of it too, then, and can. then I'll swap books.
Here's an
Just-
interesting perspective: is trying to take those places that he's showing you or labeling out, and then look at all those places from an aerial view. And see
Hey,
if
didn't,
there
hey,
any
didn't
lines
he, didn't
connecting
he,
across
s-
and stuff.
hey, Kiwi,
Oh, the
Didn't he-
Leesville Basin.
the thrill of the chase, didn't it say that?
The basin.
No, did it?
Right at the front book with this picture with this hat when he's got the pen in his hand. Didn't it say that?
This
I don't
is the
know.
Galisteo
I don't
Basin.
remember.
Yeah, but didn't it say Galisteo?
Yes.
Well, do you
Exactly.
see this is Blanco?
Galisteo or
Blanco is
Gallatin?
white.
Everything in the book is white.
No, Blanco.
Blanco
Blanco means
white.
white.
Is that what Blanco means? White?
Yes. Yes.
See, that's why two heads are better than one.
Google is also very helpful.
It takes too much time.
Neural networking.
Where's the picture? Where's the red? I mean, it shows caves, all kinds of shit in here. I mean, it's phenomenal.
Looks like a tooth.
Like caves everywhere.
I like it.
I mean, you really got to get this book. I mean, it shows a bathtub.
Well, I'd have to thank you very much for saving
Does
me
it
the
show
money.
36-inch bathtub?
The bathtub. Remember he talks about the bathtub?
Yeah, the 36-inch bathtub.
Yeah. Right there. There you go.
Hmm.
It makes you think. I mean, it really does. And then this is the bird missing.
Or it could be a big ass rabbit hole. I mean, a size of a lake.
Well, what Candy
Broken-
say?
broken window
Candy's
or-
saying Shiloh's buying them up left and right, Candy? Or how did you put it?
He
How'd you
just
put it?
bought some so he could have some for his future kids.
Yes, think about the kids.
Yeah. Here's how you.
Hey-
Here's how
Hey,
you.
Greg,
get
this
it-
is similar. This is similar to a book reading. You're plagiarizing Babs, right?
No, because he's not reading it.
She did that already. I bet you she doesn't even have a copy of the book.
Who?
Babs.
Maybe not.
She's
She
not
read it.
reading
She read a book.
Hey, don't you know I'm Greg Two Book?
Yeah, Greg, 2 books.
Greg Two Book.
Yo, Greg, two books.
It's
No,
gonna be
me,
Greg-
man. You gotta say it like a native. Me too book. Me too book.
Me Two Book. It'll be me 3 books soon.
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting how they followed the ants, though. Like the ants found jewelry. Like they literally, if you follow the ants in New Mexico, it goes.
Their mouths and
Well,
beads in
remember,
them.
Forrest
Yes.
talks about the ant circling the tree.
Yeah,
Hey.
like if you follow the ants will lead you to the chest. That's just.
Wait, hey, Greg, let me just say something. They're talking in chat. Lucky, I don't think when Forrest Fenn made those statements, he was talking about the treasure chest and the treasure hunt. We're not really talking about a solve. So no holes are barred when it comes to the trove. It could be in a cave. It could be under a building. It could be anywhere. It could be in the imagination. Nobody knows.
Sure.
No rules applied to the trove. This isn't the chase anymore. This ain't the chest.
Hey, here we go. You guys will like this one.
Why are
Figure-
people so confused with that? Why do they think
Exactly,
that our
Street.
They don't get it.
discussions are
They don't
actually
get it.
looking for a treasure chest in San Lazaro? Where's the misunderstanding here? I don't get it, man.
They keep thinking about the treasure chest. Not the
Well, here's
treasure.
another thing. Like Forrest said, learn the understanding and meaning of words. And treasure and trove have there's multiple meanings.
Correct.
There can be a treasure trove of gold and coins and stuff like that. But if you find a bunch of books that or a bunch of paintings that have gone missing forever, I mean, those are treasure troves in art per se. So what Forrest Fenn, I think, was alluding to in part of his poem near the end, why is it I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? I think he was kind of alluding to this kind of information information and knowledge.
Did you know
beyond the thrill of the
treasure?
chase, meaning, you know,
Treasure
treasured memories.
actually, the source means treasure.
I mean,
Of
this
course
should,
it
this is awesome. Like this book he did. I mean, just to think that he came out with this before the Thrill of the Chase and he was already writing the Thrill of the Chase for 15 years. So when he released this in 2004, and then 4 years later, he released the Thrill of the Chase. So, I mean, he was already working on the Thrill of the Chase before he released this thing.
It seems like he mimicked.
really just show. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said it seemed like he mimicked the books together.
I was gonna say, didn't he show that? You just showed a picture of the lady burying her stuff under the ground. Isn't that the same image that's in in the Thrill of the Chase?
This one? Hold on.
No, it was like several pages back.
I
Yeah.
know where you're talking about it in the cavern, like the little round
Yeah, it was
thing.
in
Yeah,
the top.
the girl.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on the, that's
Yeah.
too far to walk.
Is
Yeah.
it- Yeah. So
He
he's bringing past trove of knowledge in other stories in his other books that he's accumulated and sharing and tying it into the Thrill of the Chase. So if people go beyond gold
Yep,
and more,
I
you
believe that.
know, there's a wealth
Yeah.
of knowledge and that's a sense a trove of information that he's left
Exactly.
behind.
Exactly. Well, San Lazaro, well, I mean, also San Lazaro itself is a trove. Our nation's historical database and location is a trove of national treasures. Our national parks are a trove. A
Yep.
treasure, it would be like a singular thing. It doesn't have to be. It can have multiple treasures in it. But a trove is just a collection of treasures, basically.
So here's what he said right there in that little piece thing. He goes, thoughts to ponder. 1. Only one of the 32 prehistoric rooms were excavated contained an identifiable corn storage area. Where did all the other families keep their food? Question mark. Number 2. Why was one bowl containing corn found inside a larger jar than contained that can't contain corn? Question mark. 3. Why did the occupants of the room move away without taking their food?
By the way, there's your cross of Lorraine right on there. Look on the box in the hole.
I know.
Yep, there it is. That's the same picture from too far to walk, but yeah.
Yep.
So why did they
Yeah.
leave their food?
Well, you do know the symbolism
corn.
behind corn and the corn
Corn
maiden,
would
correct?
be-
No.
Look up the corn maiden.
Corn maiden?
Yeah, the corn maiden. Street, you know much about it. Try and explain it to him.
What is it?
The
Corn
corn
maiden.
maiden.
The corn maiden.
I don't know about it either.
Well, I would definitely have to say that if only one out of the 32 or whatever had food stored, that person was smart. Now, on the other question of why was it left, I would probably either say one of two possible things is disease probably killed off the owner, and so it was never retrieved, or B, they were forcefully removed, either by death or forced to be removed, and so was never able to retrieve such valuable troves. I mean, food is a treasure, and it was traded. Food was traded. That was the value of life back then. I mean, yeah, bright shiny stuff does good is bright and shiny. Make yourself a mirror or something.
Well,
You can't live off of that.
that
that's
was
where
one of
they
the things.
Changed it and try to change it.
That was one of the things the Spanish did to the Pueblos. They left these little boxes that professor talked about. It. Trusted, you seen this? They left these little wooden boxes at each Pueblo, and every day the Spanish, whoever was in charge of that Pueblo, would go around and if you didn't have your maize or whatever food they told you to collect to put in that box, they would flog you or kill you or whatever they would do. I mean, they did nasty shit. They cut people's feet off on hands and stuff. But that was part of the thing. They forced them. So this way the Spanish didn't have to worry about getting food. They would just go to the Pueblo and take it out of the box. Because if you better have food in that box, just like you had better go to church when that bronze bell rang. If you didn't, they would flog you, you know. It's terrible what they did. But the guy showed pictures of what the box looks like.
But
And he
they're
said there
done-
was one of these at every Pueblo. So there's probably one at San Lazaro somewhere. And they would leave it there and the people would go around on horseback, which, by the way, my understanding too is that the natives will not allow Indians to ride the horse, only if when they were out assisting them with hunting and stuff like that. And I think the other exception was at night, which is the same time the runners went out. They went out at night because they couldn't travel during the day. So they said back then, if you had a good horse and you didn't have to worry, you could travel up to 35 miles in a day. But because the Indians were limited to nighttime and they couldn't necessarily always have a horse, it would take them, like when they had to go to the Hopi Pueblo to notify them about the revolt, it could take, 5-6 days to make that trip one way. So that's why if they had 20 knots, they had 20 knots on a rope. By the time the runner got to the Hopi res, there was only 15 knots, which meant that, if they would wait 15 more days before they left. And he planned it so that when they got back, he knew how many days it would take them to get there. I think that's pretty ingenious. Wow, they didn't have any other way to do it because nobody spoke the same language.
But you guys talk about Coronado all the time, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Coronado was
He-
the one seeking the 7 cities of gold.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
right here. He's right here.
Oh, where? Let me see. Let me see what it says.
On this page. He's on this page. He
What's it say?
It says before 1540, when 29-year-old Francis Venezuela Coronado crossed the Rio Grande near El Paso and headed north, the Indians in the Southwest were considered prehistoric, meaning they had no written language. Most were living in large tenement buildings and spoke several different languages. It must have been a wondrous and frightening sight when the natives first saw all of those strange looking people in stranger looking clothing sitting astride such tame and gentle looking animals. I
They
wonder,
laughed at him. They laughed at him, according to that
Do you
guy in the
have
Pueblo.
Voldemort
Well,
up on your
so-
TV?
what?
Here's the thing.
Is that Voldemort?
Baltimore.
Yeah. What do you have paused on your TV?
That's porn. No.
That looks like Voldemort.
That's funny.
I thought it was himself,
No, it's Sidekick with Chuck Norris.
but that right there, what you read, that's pretty much kind of, and that's why I cue in. I say enter Pioneer Gold in the Lost Padre mine. Who the last conquistador was Juan de Oñate, who is the viceroy for the Castle of Castile from Spain in the New Spain, which is El Paso area, Texas, New Mexico, Mexico area. But aside of that, that's where the clash of civilizations of metal and stone, and then disease. This was like really the because the Eastern world was already immune to all these different diseases, and when they brought it over and started attacking from the Yucatan, coming across Central America, coming up, disease started wiping them out, which gave the upper hand to the Spaniards and the conquistadors in their adventure for the lost city of El Dorado or the Sun City is the gold, or etc. etc. I mean, it's amazing. That's what meant about metal detecting in hunting history, and the government locking it up where people can't do that kind of stuff is upsetting, because I think there's an older history underneath even that. You know what I mean? They've been sailing and voyaging and trading forever in the Eastern world before they came over to America. But even also on the West Coast, they've been trading up and down, north, central, down to South America, I mean, there's trade all around more than people realize or have learned or have forgotten. I don't know, but it's amazing. Like I said, the difference between the clash of societies, metal versus sticks and stones. You
Yeah,
know,
but
Yeah.
listen to this, Kiwi. So before 1540, okay, it goes into 1598, where they arrived in San Juan Pueblo, north of Santa Fe, with about 4,000 sheep and 1,000 goats.
Yep.
As a domestic animal population grew, breeding stock began appearing at the nearby pueblos, including San Lazaro. But
Yeah.
it says north of Santa
Well,
Fe.
you know what's weird about? Yeah, they went north up. Well, north up would be
they
Taos
just
and
kept
stuff like
going
that.
north.
Yeah, but why they?
Popeye was near Taos, but
Yeah,
you
but
know,
they're talking
you-
about San Lazaro. Why are they saying north and it's saying San Lazaro? Oh, it's saying including San Lazaro.
yeah, you know, Kiwi, when you were talking about with the disease, yeah, I don't think the intent initially that was intentional. It's just that the immune systems of the
No, that's
natives,
the
yeah, the immune
evolution of it.
system wasn't scaled up due to evolution. Yeah, but one thing that's sad about it is what you're talking about happened in the 1500s, right? So the 16th century. Well,
Yeah.
the sheep eaters, included that Greta woman, and trust you probably came across her because she's tied to the wheel. But they took the sheep eaters in the 1800s, the late 1800s, and they put them all in Yellowstone, and they gave them blankets that had smallpox on it, and that's how the sheep eaters were killed.
But
They
I
killed them,
thought that's
wiped
how
out the
we
fucking whole tribe.
basically won for Thanksgiving too.
Yeah,
Remember?
that's sad. That's sick, man. That's sad. Yeah.
And think about this. Now, this will blow your mind if you really think about it. What is going on in the world today? You have disease and you have an antidote. Disease has been a weapon of war, whether it was unintended, like in the Spanish and the Americas introduction, but learned about, tailored, and then made happen. I mean, you got to make it makes yourself wonder. People have been always, and I would almost call you naive to your face if I was that bold enough, but I'm a scaredy cat. But it's naive to think that we are safe as Americans in America. Ever since the Eastern world has popularized and taken over the Western world, the Americas, it's brought that war that they've always been warring for and using religion and God and whatever else to war for land and resources and people. They brought it over to a whole lesser civilized society in a sense. And I'm not saying they're lesser civilized, but their evolution in war and just knowledge and information is so
Hey,
different.
Hey, wait, one sec. That picture right there, Greg. Whoa, the guy hiding right there on the right, The guy hiding, not that, right there, the guy bending down, hiding that box. That is exactly what Forrest Fenn is describing in the video clip I have, where he's discussing Pedro hiding the box underneath the fallen logs from a Kiva. So with his intention of coming back to get it later. Is that what he's talking about in the caption or in that picture? That's what it looks like he's doing. He's hiding the box, one of those 5 boxes that Forrest is talking about.
Building 16 will someday uncover a wooden box that contains a diary and some ledger books. Then, for the first time, we may know the names of those who lived in the Pueblo, how many animals each owned, and a whole spectrum of details about the daily life of San Lazaro. In our fantasies, we can speculate about how the whole new wealth of information will change the written history of New Mexico.
That's exactly what he says in the video. And he said there's 4 more chests. He said, if I can find this chest, he goes, there are 4 more. And he shows the keys. And that's Lucky. That's what we're talking about when we say trove. We're talking about what did he do with that shit that he found in San Lazaro.
And then you got this picture from the Thrill of the Chase that lines up to this picture. Exactly identical, but in a different drawing.
Look at it. Under some timbers. I'm definitely,
Interesting stuff.
I'm definitely
And,
looking
you
at
know,
timbers.
Britain and history of New Mexico. So is all the conjecture foolishness? Question mark, question mark, question mark, three of them. My hero, Indiana Jones again. This is why I keep, he says it again. Indiana Jones said archaeology is about facts. If you want the truth, go next door to the philosophy department. That's what he's saying.
Hold on. If you want the truth, where are you supposed to go?
Philosophy department.
Damn.
Street, that's you too. That's part of your department.
It says right there for you, Street. Look, where's it at? Did I got it? Did I hit it right? Philosophy. There it is.
So what is philosophy? A philosopher is nothing more than a deep thinking person. Where did he go alone into? Top thought.
Yeah. Shit, I shouldn't have read that for Street. They're gonna fucking swap his head. Oh, you got all quiet on me, Street?
Oh, there's no stopping me. You should know this by now. There's no stopping me, man.
Yeah.
That's not it. Poker. I missed the poker. I missed that one.
I want to find the one thing. There was something interesting in here. Bird again, killing a bird. The lines, but there's a lot of pictures, property, all kinds
Yeah,
of stuff.
that's too much for my blood. Too much for my blood.
Oh, so I want to show you this. Oh, you guys ready for another one? Want me to match another one for you for fun?
Sure.
Let's see. Okay. So here we go. I'll match another one. See that picture for fun? See it?
Uh-huh.
Looks like a coffin.
What does that look like? Can you see it yet?
That hurts my brain.
Can you see it? The white square right there? Right there. Right about there. There you go. See it? See the
No,
square?
it's still kind of fuzzy. That's all right though.
You see the square?
Sure. On the right. Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yeah. Don't you see it? All right, back it up.
Right there. Kenny's out there. She's like, I'm buying this book. I'm about to fucking hurry up.
I'll
I
get
was
it
looking through it
eventually.
myself, but I mean, no, that's still a little too much for me.
What do you mean? You spent $50 on the Thrill of the Chase, didn't you?
Yeah,
Me?
but that was way back then.
Oh no, Kiwi was saying, Kiwi, you spent $50, right? On the book?
Yeah, that was back then. Times have changed, man. Inflation and whatnot. Come on now.
You better go hook it. Get yourself
I
out the
tried, but
corner.
I couldn't remember my credit card information, so I'm messing well.
Hey, Street, help a brother out.
No worries. That's why I said thank you for sharing your book with me, so that now I don't have to go and purchase it. I have a mental image somewhat of what you've shared. And that's pretty cool.
It is cool. I mean, this book is I can't wait to read this whole fucking thing. Greg, three book Greg. I mean, that 3-book Greg, but there is something in here else too. I just like how he points out how the caves are underground. Trying to see. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's interesting how they were mined, but I mean, the different methods. Placer's easier to get out of the rivers versus hard rock mining, which they would probably use more of the steel age coming in. But I mean, they've been mining for thousands and thousands of years.
Oh yeah. I mean, the shit he found here, like there's still website he's making money every day on. I forgot what website it was. Oh, you guys are gonna love this. You ready? Hey, Troy, did you see it or no? Troy? You there, Troy?
He might be smoking.
So you guys remember how I put the poem together, right?
Yeah,
With Olga,
Yeah.
Olga and him?
Yes.
You remember Kiwi, right?
yeah.
Look at this. New poem.
Oh, nice. Looks
O E
long.
this is from his dad to him.
Oh,
Oh, here-
really?
You want me to read it?
I love it.
All right, so it's got O and apostrophe ER, okay? And it says OER, fields of new turn sod, communing with my God. I tramped alone. And in a furrow bed, I found an arrowhead. Chies led from stone. Then fancy fled on wings. Back to primeval things. Seeking
Remedial.
primeval. Did I say that right?
Mhm.
Seeking the light. What warrior drew the bow? Sighted and let it go. On its last flight. See, we're always talking about sparrows and fucking ravens. Always. For some oddball reason, why are we always talking about sparrows and ravens? What the hell? How oft? It's OFT. The Flinton head. Undeadly arraigned sped. I do not know. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Somewhat.
Sounds like you're talking about death.
Nor will the silent flint reveal the slightest hint. How long ago? Where its grim story told, what tales would it unfold?
Wait,
Tales that
what did he say? I don't know, or something like that. Would that fit in him? The answers I already know.
yeah, you remember how I read the poem and put the two together?
Yeah, like so the poem may be answering. It's kind of like you put it was him and Peggy talking, but now it's him and his dad talking.
Correct.
Right. That's interesting. I wonder if what Candy was talking about that apparently Forrest told Dal there was either a stanza or a piece of a poem, and somehow if the treasure chest was found, Candy, you have to correct me, I don't remember this, that Dal would know that that was actually written by Forrest, which leads you to believe there was something in the treasure chest, maybe in the jar
So
that he.
basically what it was is Dale had a failsafe for Forrest to know, if he ever passed away and they wanted to know if the chest was found. He said that he wrote a stanza and he put it in the chest, and he didn't tell Dale what the stanza was, only that he would know he wrote it. And after, Fenn passed and everything, Dale actually reached out to Stoof and was like, hey, did you ever find that? And Stoof was like, no. But then he claims, I didn't open the olive jar, so maybe it's in there. So the whole concept is to prove that this really was the find and what happened. There was supposed to be another stanza. And now my theory is that the Medium article, how it mentions that stanza from $17 a square inch, I think that was the stanza. And whoever wrote that article, whether it was Forrest, Shiloh, whoever, they had that piece. But Jack Stoof, on the other hand, is like, no, I never received any of that. And he's trying to say, oh, maybe it's in the olive jar. So
Andy, I already read you the stanza. You already got the hint.
no, it's not
I
that stanza.
gave you the new stanza. The new
not that
of
stanza.
stands. Yeah.
Jesus.
Don't you know I'm the solver, Candy? Leave me alone.
Nobody's the solver. Put
Stop
a fucking
fucking with me.
bill in the
You
olive
know,
jar every time you
you-
say I'm a solver.
You twat waffle fucker. Don't you mess with my stanza.
I gotta find that coffee cup. I have it somewhere. It says "Don't be a twat waffle."
You twat waffle. That's
Yeah,
what we-
who would have thunk it? Telling a woman that she's a twat waffle and to go piss on a rope and suck on
Hey,
the wet end would
hey,
lead
yeah,
to
exactly.
3 years of torture.
Hey, Troy.
I see it's gonna come.
Troy.
I can see it's going to come out now. Barb's going to say that you're stealing this from her.
Yeah, she never bought this fucking book, so good luck. She can never say shit to nobody because. So hey, Troy, remember where these symbols are?
Yep.
You remember where they are?
Yep.
And we got pictures of them.
Ah,
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Andy,
you-
I
if-
want
if-
to apologize.
Mesopotamia?
I have it before about that map. I didn't mean to freak you out and scare you and all that by making it look like I was playing an April Fool's joke on TV. I can't remember if I apologized to you or not, but I do appreciate you trying to reach out to Shiloh and trying to make things better on a what wasn't a worse situation. But that's just my kind of humor. So
I do like one thing about that poem, Greg, that you read, where he's talking about his
Yeah.
father wrote that poem about the first arrowhead that he found. Clearly.
Yep, exactly.
yeah, but you
Which
guys are
I-
forgetting that he referred to it as the thrill of the find, not the thrill of the chase.
Well, either way, I think it'd be
Either
the
way.
first thing that he found. I think that began. Well, he says it right in Thrill of the Chase. He goes, "What, when he talks about building his collection, and we all know from the other book. It's interesting in Thrill of the Chase. I believe he doesn't mention the arrowhead in there.
Well,
I
so I actually touched his very first arrowhead when I got to go into his vault. He held it out in his hand.
I
So
bet
I
you
touched
did.
his very first arrowhead. But this
That's
is the thing
cool.
people don't give validity
I
to.
just fucking with her.
No, so this is the thing people don't give any validity to. So when Forrest
going to
said
smoke.
Ralph Lauren was the one who inspired him for the chase, that's not necessarily the truth. So his mother, and you can find this in an old article from like the 80s, his mother bought Forrest a book. And that book was eventually, it said Marvin Fenn on it, and it was eventually gifted to another searcher in the community. But that book was the actual real inspiration for Forrest and what he referred to as the thrill of find. And the book itself, you could download it for free. I have it, and I sent it to Forrest. Is if you can't take the collection with you, you have to find someone worthy of inheriting it, taking it over. And it talks about all these different things. And I told Forrest, like, hey, I found this book. I linked it back to you. I think this is really cool. And he was like, oh yeah, I eventually got to purchase that entire Arrowhead collection of his from his wife when he passed. And then that's now his collection.
Oh,
So
cool.
I
Do you have a
the
link to it? Do you have a
emails.
link to that book anywhere? You said it's online.
Yeah, let me go back to Fenn's emails because I sent it to him, and then I recently sent it to Shiloh too, because Shiloh, when he had that auction up, he said, oh, these are my granddad's arrowheads that he collected. And I was like, oh, are those the I forgot the name. Hold on. I think it was, hold on, I can never remember the name of the guy. It was like you gotta read the book. You'll understand what I'm talking about. It's Arrowhead
Sounds cool.
Collection. Let me see. I think it might be this one. Hold on.
It makes
Uh,
sense too because it's still related to all of this history and archaeological stuff. That's what I think is cool about it.
So the Russell Artifact Collection. So let me go back one more real fast.
So can we actually Google that Russell Artifact collection? Oh no, that's not the name of the book. That's the name of the Arrowhead collection.
Let me see. I said also before I forget, hold on. God, TV Man needs to stop messaging me. I'm gonna block his ass. Hold on. Where is it?
Donald J. Russell, Arrowhead, University Libraries, Clara.
Hold on.
Oh, wow. There's a bunch of shit from 1924 to 1956.
Yeah, it's something Russell.
Yeah, it just says Donald J. Russell, Arrowhead. There's a bunch of stuff. I don't know. It's not a PDF. It's a bunch of stuff from 1924 to through the 1950s. John Stadler, got all kinds of attorneys' names in here and stuff.
Here it is. I'll put it in chat. Let me copy it real fast. Hold, please.
It says York. No, that's York. York University Archives Special Collection.
So it's actually called, it's slowly loading.
Arnold
So
Kaufman.
It's called, hold on. Gotta go to the beginning. Indian Artifacts of the Rockies by Virgil Y. Russell. So Virgil Y. Russell wrote that book, and this is actually the book that Forrest's mother got him that actually got him into what is known as the Thrill of the Chase, but he called it Thrill of the Find. And so the very beginning of this book, for the preface, says there are many reasons for writing books. They range from the sublime to the ridiculous. The question that must now be answered is, why am I writing this book on Indian artifacts of the Rockies? This book is written primarily for the amateur collector of Indian artifacts. There isn't a village, hamlet, town, or city in this part of the country that doesn't harbor one or more amateur collectors of Indian artifacts. There seems to be a universal appeal in this type of collecting. The Indian, as portrayed by James Fenimore Cooper and other authors, has a glamour and color that extends to his tools, weapons, and works. I have made a thorough investigation and found very few books of manuals that will assist the average collector in identifying, arranging, displaying, preserving, and hunting these artifacts. A survey shows over 50 different kinds of Indian artifacts in the Rocky Mountain region. I have not endeavored to list all of them, but I have presented the pictures, drawings, and descriptions of those most commonly found. I might add that I have not attempted to add any scientific information about these artifacts. All I have done is to gather this information and express in its terms that the amateur collector or beginner will understand, and to assist him in starting his own collection, or to more thoroughly understand the collection he may already have. I have always been, still am, and probably always will be just an amateur collector. That is why I have the interests of the amateur at heart. Secondly, I've spent many years teaching American history in the Natrona County High School, Casper, Wyoming, and the Tucson High School, Tucson, Arizona. It has been my privilege and pleasure to meet, teach, and become acquainted with thousands of boys and girls. I would like to take this opportunity to state that from an instructor's point of view, there should have been no finer students in any of the schools of our nation. They have made my teaching years very pleasant ones, years never to be forgotten. I found many of them interested in collecting Indian artifacts, so it is to them and all my former students that I dedicate this book, trusting they may find some pleasure in reading it and perhaps receive some benefit from it. If the book gives them any assistance in their collecting any recollections of their history classes, the book has fulfilled its purpose. If not, like many an arrow shot into the sky, it has missed its target. So this was written in 1945. So it talks about the Rocky Mountain region is a real paradise for the collector of Indian relics and artifacts. There are a few other sections that have more artifacts, but this area makes up in quality what it lacks in quantity. The arrows, spears, knives, and blades found here are of every color and hue of the rainbow. And my rainbow, anyone? The material is varied from the beautiful translucent agate and quartz to the opaque jasper and flint. They are gems of workmanship. The Folsom and Yuma blades are among the most ancient stone artifacts found in this part of the United States. These two relics are as highly prized by their collectors as the diamond by the jewel collectors. These two prehistoric artifacts are said to be from 15,000 to 25,000 years old. They were found here when the Indian arrived. Little is known of Yuma or Folsom Man. All we really know is that they did exist. They made blades, spears, knives, and artifacts which have never been excelled in workmanship by stone craftsmen. The Tang knife is a very rare Indian artifact. It was once thought that Texas was the only state in which this artifact was found, but recently some outstanding specimens have been discovered in various states in this area. The one artifact in which this region excels in both number and quality is bird points. The beautiful material and delicate workmanship make them outstanding pieces in comparison to others throughout the country. They are found in particularly every part of this territory. It is conservative to say that there are thousands of collectors in the Rocky Mountain area. Their collections are outstanding in the number and quality of bird points. It is doubtful if there is any part of the country where more beautiful or delicately worked points can be found. If all these bird points could be gathered together and placed in one large collection, it would be unexcelled. It is to be hoped that civic-minded citizens and collectors will keep and preserve these points and finally place them in a prominent museum. And then it goes on to talk about, there's like one part in this book for starting a collection. It literally
So,
talks
real
about how
quick,
you can't.
when I wonder when Forrest found the San Lazarus and started digging up, and when the Antiquities Act came out, because the Antiquities Act is what really preventing people from being able to explore beyond scratching the surface of the dirt or whatever you can find in a riverbed. And I'm wondering if it wasn't because of Forrest Fenn that the Antiquities Act didn't come about. I wonder if there's an answer to that. Because
So,
Forrest Fenn's talking about trying to get people out there, right? Is that not what you're reading?
well, no, this book tells you exactly how to start a collection as an amateur collector and how to find them, where to collect, what to follow, creek beds to follow. And
Yeah.
you can't take your collection with you when you die. So you need to find a person or someone worthy of taking over that collection.
But the Antiquities Act the government has sat there and you look, a lot of the waterways are all swallowed up by one way, shape, or form of government, and whether it be wildlife refuge lands, preserved lands, wild bird preserved lands, BLM, state, national forest, parks, blah blah blah, you name it. The government's got their little fingers in there because there's a lot of history that goes beyond what we think of modern day as America past 200-300 years. You know what I mean? It's not right.
So this part right here, though, is really interesting. It says there are 3 types of artifacts. One glance will reveal the genuine type. They show traces of patina, sand, scratch, and old age. Then there are the questionable ones, difficult to tell. Lastly, the one that is so freshly made it shines in your eyes. Send both of these latter types back. Do not keep the doubtful ones. Purchase only to people who will send you pieces for inspection. The majority of collectors are very willing to send pieces for inspection for either trade or sale, with the understanding both parties satisfied or no deal. But it's really interesting because there's a quote in here, literally, where he talks about you can't take the collection with you. And Forrest always said, oh, the thrill of the chase was created one day because Ralph Lauren wanted to buy a bonnet from him. And he was like, no, you can't have it. And he's like, well, you can't take it with you. And we know Forrest likes to embellish stories. And he's been talking about the thrill of the find, aka the thrill of the chase, long before he ever had cancer. And it all started with this book that his mother gave him.
That's a really interesting find. That I'm downloading it now. Yeah, that's really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, really cool. Because it's interesting because it's showing that he's repeating that story. He's trying to emulate what he read by creating the thrill of chase to get people out there to learn about not just the treasure chest or an old man's story, but learn about the nature and the history of the way everything evolved around,
He's mirroring the image.
I came across another book too. It's not related, but it's called "What's the Point? Lessons Learned from 100 Years of Artifact Hunting in Eastern Colorado." That just came up as a side because they quote the book that you're talking about, Candy, in there. That's cool. I never heard this. I never heard this before. I'm surprised. Barbara never mentioned this to me.
I used to talk about this all the time. And this is the Virgil Y. Russell is the one he purchased his entire collection from when he passed away. Forrest purchased it from the wife. And if you guys remember in the Medium article, the quote unquote finder said that he felt bad because he didn't collect things. He said he had no reason to collect things. He's always traveling. He has his family to worry about. And the whole concept of this book says you can't take it with you. So you have to find someone worthy of inheriting your collection. And if
Knowledge.
you think about it, it kind of seems like the Thrill of the Chase was created to do just that, to find someone worthy of inheriting and taking care of his collection. But then what happens if the person who found it or solved it, right, literally doesn't want to do the whole reason why you made the chase? They don't want to take over this collection. They want nothing to do with it. So it's like you're back to square one again.
Interesting.
I have a new coordinate if people are interested. This black line coordinate, this is the north line. This black line coming down here is the one that goes to Pueblo Peak that lines up with the sea cairn, where the sea cairn has double lines going towards the center. Over towards the other line, there's another coordinate, that purple line, where there's a dig in the wall system there, a curve in the wall system.
Wow.
That coordinate points to Pueblo, San Lazaro, New Mexico.
Oh man.
Wow. That's
Hey, you
pretty
know
cool.
what's funny, Tustin, while you're on that subject? You know what's hilarious when you look at all of the documentation that's available historically on that site? You will not find anywhere. I challenge you. It's difficult to find. You show me where they make any reference to J. Ellis Ransom, and he is the person who discovered the connection to the Aztecs between the wheel. And you will not find him mentioned anywhere on that historical site. It's buried in the fucking Cody Museum, and nobody knows about that book. It's like, what the hell? You know,
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
I dumped that book because you asked me not to share it with anybody. So after I started working in another direction, I deleted it off my phone, off my computer, so I wouldn't forget, and it might mistakenly get shared. I didn't remember his full name. If you wouldn't mind sending me a copy again.
Yeah, no, I will. I mean, yeah. I mean, the book's like, I think it's like $10 on Amazon. It's yeah, I'll send it to you again. It's
Okay.
but you won't find it's not anywhere other than on Amazon. You will find no connections. Now, that man, J. Ellis Ransom, is not an archaeologist, but he's got 3 PhDs, not just one, 3. One of them is in linguistics, the other one is anthropology, and the third one is education or something like that. And the guy was there on site in 1928 when he was a little boy with his father, right? So he's Skippy. He's Skippy's. Well, he's older than Skippy. But yeah, it's interesting to me that you will not find him, and I think that's just yet another example of kind of how you won't find Forrest, because Forrest is not a quote unquote real archaeologist. He's an amateur. So they totally discredit everything that J. Ellis Ransom, tying it back to the Aztecs, and they went with, oh well, no, it's only really 400 years old, or and then eventually they got screwed because they did carbon dating on the center cairn. They found a piece of wood in there that's between 1,500 and 2,000 years old. So they know for a fact that it's at least 1,500 years old. And it just blows the whole theory out that they won't pay any attention to that guy.
I liked his work. I mean, his calendar stone work, and the whole controversy with the 27 spokes versus 28 spokes. I have to side with the 28 spoke people, because in the pictures that he provided, I think he was just going on memory, because it can't be shown that there was only 27 spokes in that picture. The stones are just so randomly placed in that picture. And the ones that show from 1931 that show that there were 28 spokes, seems to be the right one. But either way, whether it's 27 or 28, it doesn't change what it is that I'm doing.
Right. Well,
But,
the
you
other
know,
thing though, the other thing with that guy, J.L.S. Ransom, though, is the time when he came out with his book was based on his research, which was primarily done in the 50s and 60s, right? And the 70s. So at that time, they also believed the Clovis first theory. And they didn't agree with the fact that people came down along the coast, like Kiwi pointed out, that was 15,000 years ago. They proved it because they found body, a mummy or whatever, corpse or bones down in South America in Peru. That's 15,000 years old. So they had to go there before 15,000 years,
Hey, Troy, remember how you've been talking about the revolt and the revolt? What were you calling
Revolt.
it?
The
Yeah.
revolt. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Pueblo revolt.
Yeah. Talks about it right there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I expected, of course, to talk about it. Sure. I mean, he talks about it in those videos.
This is a beautiful apartment complex with hundreds of people doing everyday chores that gave them a decent standard of living when the site was abandoned shortly after the Pueblo revolt. Its walls started collapsing as ceiling beams rotted and roofs fell in on the floors below, also causing them to collapse in a heap of stone and adobe rubble. Time continued its work. Wind blew dust and sand in on top of the mounds. Small rodents living and burrowed under the rocks brought home shallow seeds which germinated, grew, reproduced, and died, resulting in the present day landscape. The story of 1,000 lives will be told when future archaeologists turn the tattered pages into a rock block. See, like he's talking about everything that needs to be uncovered in areas that people aren't even going.
Yeah, he found. I think he's talking about the other 4 chests that he didn't find. I think he did find them, and I think he moved them out.
He did too.
I think he moved them out of San Lazaro.
I think he found them all, and he put them somewhere.
Yep.
The problem is finding where they're at.
Yep. I think they're on private property. That's the problem. I think that's why he gives you a title to something. I think that it's on private property, like Justin said.
Yeah, he would have to give a title because in New Mexico, treasure trove is owned by the person who owns the land, no matter how it's discovered.
Yeah, but how do you get the title is the question. Do you earn it or do you just fucking come up and say, I'm coming to get my title?
Somebody may, those speculations, somebody may already have it.
I
You
believe
may
that
claim
he gave him the correct
with
answer
the-
to the poem. Sorry.
What?
No,
Street?
I
See,
said, I
dumb.
believe you got title to the gold when you gave him the correct answer to the poem.
Could be. That's why I think this is going to be so difficult. That's why I said, personally, I would never go.
I
to New
don't think it's
Mexico
going to be
first.
difficult. I think it's just a matter of time now. I think their time is limited now. That's just my opinion. With everybody working together, I think their time is limited. They're going to have to do something.
Well,
Well,
you
I
have
think-
to understand, I don't believe there's anything left to be found. It's already been found. Everything's been sorted out. It's just in a holding pattern for many reasons.
So you don't think no big news is coming this year? Is that what you're saying, Street?
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying for anybody that thinks that I have to keep saying it over and over. People aren't catching on. I'm not saying there's still a treasure out there to be found. I'm not saying that. Everything is already said and done. The writing's on the wall, blah, 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 blah. It's just in a holding pattern. And yes, answers I do believe will come out this year. It's the 3rd anniversary.
Can you imagine, Troy? Motherfuckers, they all come out and say, "Oh, Street, hey, you're the finder, you motherfucker over there."
Well, no, yeah,
fucking-"
well, Dave, that's what cracks me up about what Barb said, because nobody switched their solve anywhere. The fucking
No.
chase is over. you're not going to get the chest. We're not looking for a treasure chest. People like, I know Candy gets really frustrated. People just, I don't know what they're thinking. And that's not what we're talking about. Nobody's expecting to find a treasure chest. We're trying to find out what was his trove. And I believe, like Street said, it's knowledge. And the only way you're going to find it is do what Street and Trusted and Candy and Greg and myself, you got to do what we're doing. It's actually going to require gas, work.
Keep in mind, everyone, on or about January 20th of 2019, I did a video saying I found the answer. I found the treasure. I found it. I told everyone I did it. So guess what, Barb? You've been fucking slandering and harassing the true solver, and I will see you in court, guaranteed.
And that's some shit, because think about that, Street, because you're dead on, because when something major comes out this year, okay?
But what's
she's go-
major coming out? Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean by that?
I think something's gonna come out major this year, bigger and better than what the beginning of the chase was. I think
What do
it's
you think
gonna,
that's
I
gonna
think
be?
it's gonna be ginormous.
I think the
What?
solver will be revealed.
Hey, I've never said that before, but I think this year something huge is about to go down. I
agree.
really do. I think this year will be the year that something, people are just going to shit their pants. They're gonna be like, what the fuck is going on? And that's just me. And I've never said it on, I've never said it on my show or ever. I just think that this year is going to be like jaw-dropping people. They're going to be like, are you fucking kidding me? This is what, and I think that's what's
Over
going to
what,
happen.
though? What do you think is coming out that people are gonna be like?
I
"Oh,
think
it's jaw-dropping"?
something, I think Forrest Fenn had a plan, and I think something's going to happen. He had a plan before his death, after his death, to the future. He had a plan. He was one step ahead of everybody. He was always one step ahead of her. And I think this year, and if it don't happen, it will never happen. But if it don't happen this year, you count me out, because nothing's gonna fucking happen ever.
Some stories have to take a little bit of time to.
Well, that
to be
3 years
told
is
right.
good enough. 3 years is good enough to
Well-
tell the story.
It's already been told. People, everybody's listening.
I believe the reason it's taken 3 years is because it's the temperament of the community, and not all of the community, just certain aspects of the players in the community has kept this ending from ending. I think karma is into play, and you're right. I think this year there's going to be three particular people that I'm thinking of. Their jaw is going to fucking drop. And keep in mind, everything those three have done has been recorded and screenshot. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, you three.
Yeah.
Hey,
And no,
Steve,
and
how much are you selling a copy of that for?
I'm not threatening them. I'm foretelling the future. You three better watch your fucking ass, man. When shit hit, when this finally ends, there's going to be there's someone watching you, man, and they're not too happy. They're not happy at all.
and
And can you imagine how much it will cost to have a company remove all the slander that's out on the internet? Because it can be done to clean up a reputation, and then the bill can be put against the person that caused that. They
Well-
have to be given the opportunity to do public retractions and deal with it first. But yeah, I want to say $250,000 is what it's going to cost to clean up the mess that Barbara did.
Well, let's look at the overall income that is lost. I could feasibly see, let's see, 3 years. I could feasibly see at least $1 million of lost revenue, if not more, because of her action and two other people's actions, among others. But I'm just focusing on three
I
people.
mean, can I just say thank you to her, I guess, because she's going to make me revenue here shortly in the future because of my little squeezable Kiwi peeps that I'm going to be making and selling eventually sometime down in the future. I'm just saying,
Barb,
So to every negative, there is a positive. You know what I mean?
this is
You gotta
in my
find balance.
opinion. Barb's going to be busy for the next few years.
She gonna be busy for the next 10 years when this shit hits the fan on her. I'm gonna be laughing. I'm gonna be laughing. She thinks her stubbornness is gonna get the best of her if she does not back out now.
It's too late.
Yeah, it is too
Back
late.
out. The damage
I mean,
is done.
I mean, think about it. I mean, honestly, everybody, think about it. She sued the family. You don't think they're not coming after her eventually? I mean, that's just my opinion. You don't think they know she has an agenda to come after them?
Hold on,
Really?
Greg. I'm not insinuating it's not the family that's going to come after him. It's not Douglas Preston. It's the true solvers coming after her.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be fucking. She has no place to hide. They have all the recordings and all the screenshots. She has. I want to see her explain her words and or actions in a court of law, not her speculation. I want to see the facts that backed up all of these atrocities, these slanderous things she said. She has a laundry list of things to account for, and I believe.
Well, what happens
Lucky
with
said in
her
the
taking
chat-
me to court?
Well, Lucky said in the chat, I don't think the solver is like that. Well, I asked her, do you know the solver?
Right.
No.
Yeah, because technically the solver can sue her for everything she has said. It's same as Dave and same as Bill.
Yep.
Because none of us or any of us we've always said we believe our solver's right. We believe we're we never said like we're the true solver. We don't sit there and say we're the true solver. We just say this is our solve. This is us.
Hold on. I said it earlier on or about June 20th. I did say I was a true solver.
Well,
So yeah, Barb, you got a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Am I the only one in this motherfucking community that does not claim that I'm the solver? Like everybody else is like, I'm the solver. I'm the only one that's like,
I'm the
not
solver. What are you talking about? I am the official solver. It's
Y'all
called
I'm the
cracked
solver.
out.
I'm the solver, and I have almost a
Oprah.
42 year highly contested marriage. Beat that, Barb.
Wait a second, Mario just found that in the poem.
When you guys all realize it's in the
That was
secret
a
garden
good one.
under the winery, I'll let you know. But until that day, start hopping along. You'll
That was
find out.
funny.
You'll all
That's the
find out.
funniest thing I heard this whole month.
You all find out soon enough when you walk into a winery and there's a fucking cellar there with fucking JFK's fucking manuscript of how he got shot. But I won't go into that one.
Yeah, that was funny, trusted. Oh my
Thank
god.
you, Rob. Oh, yeah.
I haven't
I
laughed
didn't
like
realize
that.
you were there.
I haven't laughed like that in 3 weeks.
And what did
Right.
Trusted say? What did he say?
That it's in the poem.
It's in the poem. Just look closely. just look with your eyes. But hold on. Suzanne Summers gave me the clue. Hold on.
Hollywood endings coming.
It's a Hollywood ending. It's coming. There ain't no fucking Hollywood ending. It's just gonna be a bigger and better fucking chase coming soon. That's all that's coming.
I want to get a piece of the birthday cake.
Yeah, I want fucking Peeps. What are you talking about? I want to eat some more Peeps.
You could buy some Peeps. Kiwi is selling Peeps, and so is Steve Klein. He's got some Peeps going.
Yeah, we're gonna have an auction for Peeps. We're gonna make like original Peeps. We're gonna make it like fucking vanilla ice cream, chocolate ice cream, all that shit. That's what it tastes.
Chicago style Peeps.
Yep, Chicago style Peeps, Chicago popcorn Peeps. Now there we go.
And you got to put them
Y'all
in
stress
storage.
me out.
Put them all in storage until we give it away to the kids in New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's going to have to make up a special seasonal batch of watermelon wine flavored.
Banana flavored.
Banana flavored peeps.
And,
On top of a mountain that tastes like dirt.
and who wrote the song Watermelon Crawl? We need Watermelon Crawl in there.
I prefer watermelon sugar high.
That's a good song too.
Oh, what a night.
Candy's good. Candy, you're going to catch out tomorrow for copying Barbara about that
You're-
Arrowhead book. That Arrowhead book, man. She did
You're-
a discussion on that.
You're in trouble now. You just stole her fucking song. You blew up a fucking rock. Oh, I forgot. You blew up her storage unit. You killed all her peeps.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
got to
yeah.
be. Wait a minute,
You know
it's
what?
impossible. Wait,
I
Candy, you
bullied
said
her
that you
peeps
searched.
to the point of suicide. They decided to jump in the microwave and blow themselves up, and I'm like, to blame.
Record it.
I can see the peach walk into the microwave.
Like I said before, I don't give a shit right now. You know, I'm in court. She has slandered everybody's name on this channel, everybody's name all over the internet. If this judge can't see, and this is just my opinion, if this judge can't see how fucking crazy this woman is, I can't help this judge.
So Candy, you said you searched in New Mexico first. That's impossible. Nobody searched in New Mexico. Nobody did.
Oh, I
Not until-
forgot. No, you're right, Troy. Nobody can lay claim to New Mexico. Want to know why? The past couple of years, Barbara's been boots on the ground. She's been pissing on every square inch of New Mexico. So she
Marking her territory.
Yup.
I forgot you own copyright. to your own song.
Don't call, like cougars do that too.
Well, you're not a cougar if you sit at mommy and daddy's house.
I'm just saying, you know.
Oh, did I say that out loud?
Grandma cougar.
A grandma cougar, a gilf, grandma. I
We're
like
not
to
talking
fuck.
saber-tooth tiger now, are we?
Do what?
Saber-tooth tiger?
Yes, saber-tooth tiger. They'll bite into you.
I found it very, very disturbing and interesting at the same time when she went into the my children. She that's my children. Now, if you stop and think about that, my heart goes out to her children. I've never ever once, she's accused me of it. I've never ever once said anything or wrote anything or did anything about her children or her parents. Just her. My opinions was based on her. But when she started into that my children, you can tell beyond a shadow of a doubt, like Galaxy and I was talking, I think yesterday it was, you can tell she has realized that she is not the solver. And now she's like stuck between a rock and a hard place, no place else to go. So she's already apologizing to her children.
But Street, Street, did you remember
okay.
last Sunday? Oh, sorry, Kiwi, go.
No, I thought she was trying to sell a cartoon book or something like that. A comic book or something. Or a coloring book or something. Is that not what she was doing? Because she was going through this book, and I'm not sure if she made it or if she was trying to show it off for somebody else, but she was going through this book, pointing out like stuffed animals and stuff like that. So I thought she was trying to sell.
Yeah, she said this is Skippy. Each character had a name, and
Right, but also,
like
yeah, but
mean-
also Kiwi and Street. Remember last show when I came on live for the first time this year? I came on live, my first show for the year. Like I said, I haven't talked about her for 2.5 months, 3 months. She's been talking about everybody nonstop every single day for 3 months straight. Okay. And I told Street, what was it I said? I said, I'm not the one that has to explain to my kids all these lawsuits you have done to somebody. I don't, because kids will go through that when they get older and they're going to read this and they're going to be like, are you fucking stupid, Mom? You actually wrote that and called people this and you called all these people out. You're the one that's going to have to explain to your kid. Me, I don't. My son has already said, she's fucking crazy. And that's
But
my
she's-
son's. That's
She
what
was
my
up-
son said. Like even my mom even said, she's fucking crazy. She don't have no clue what she's getting herself into. She's in a federal court. Yes, she knows how to file, she knows how to do procedures, and she knows how blah 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 and all this shit. But at the end of the day, when somebody goes back and reads everything she has said in court documents, she looks like a fucking idiot, in my opinion. She looks like an idiot on an objective. Her objective is to steal the chest. That's my opinion. She thinks she's the solver. Everybody's ruining her family. Nobody's ruining her family. She's ruining her family. Nobody's ruined. This chase is not ruining her family.
I think
Yeah,
her parents,
the
based on
puzzle's
what she
fine.
said, based on what she said yesterday about talking to her mother, and she showed her mother videos of me and Candy and stuff.
That's
and her mother,
bullshit.
wait, her
She's
mother's
full-
laughing. I think what's really happening is her parents are saying, "Hey, when you get off your fat ass and get the hell out of our house and get your life together," she's probably
Exactly.
saying, "Well, just give me time. I'm going to get this chest." And their parents probably told her, "Well, it ain't looking too good. Doesn't look like you're going to get anything. When are you going to get to work? When are you going to get out? Don't worry, Mom. This lawsuit's going to go through." Yeah.
It's the thrill of the Pete's.
Well, I know my kids, all of them, even my older grandkids, hell, even my little 2-year-old. My kids have said it many times. They feel quite sorry for her for crossing my path with ill intent in her heart. And they
Yeah.
see it in my eyes that all of them, even my ex-wives, are saying, "I've never seen you so fucking devoted to anything." I'm like, "Yeah, man, I ain't backing down from this. No, I ain't
And
backing."
no, can't attack family. There's no reason for it. I mean, a person is defined by their words, but more so by their actions. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
so
but Kiwi, 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 the sad thing is, I'm not doing nothing. I'm sitting here having shows, having fun. I haven't done nothing for
Oh, yeah.
2.5 months. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
could give two shits about that banana lady on top of a fucking mountain. But when somebody backs me in a corner, I'm not going to sit there and take it up the ass, is what I'm saying. I'm not just going to sit there,
Absolutely not.
you know, and my whole thing is you've met me in person, Street's met me in person, Candy's met me in person. The only two people that haven't met, well, three people is Rob, Trust and Living, and Troy, but you all have met me. And I'm just not going to sit there and, you know, the show is the show. But the whole thing is, when you have somebody constantly lying and constantly making up statements every day, she's lying and slandering, but yet she's the one claiming that we're all slandering her and all harassing her when she's the one making false statements.
Accusations.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Candy.
Yeah, that was the thing, Greg. You know, like we talked to Greg, Street did, I did. I'm like, hey, you know, just stop talking about Barb. It's getting old. Let's move on.
Mm-hmm.
That was like in November. Greg agreed, and he's like, all right. So we did like a 2-month thing where he really wasn't doing anything, but she started like doubling down. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, so now, I mean, obviously it didn't make any difference.
It doesn't make no
when you
difference.
don't talk about her, it sets her off even more. It triggers her, and that's why she throws a bitch fit. If you guys have been noticing right now, this entire time we've been live, she's done 20 posts trashing Greg and Troy all at once. She's throwing an absolute bitch fit.
You we're sitting here talking about ancient history, hunting history, each other's lives, and how we're trying to, you know, make things better for ourselves and our family and the world and whatnot. Somebody's got to go around trashing people. That's not cool.
Well, what did we just say? Wait, just before though, when I was talking to Candy and Street even said it, we said we were even giving her ideas like, why don't you go help with your real estate experience, and why don't you call in and join us up? So it's not all negative, but when you,
she's saying,
like Candy's saying, you go and look what, like Candy is saying, look at what she's doing. She wants it. She thrives it. She was actually mad. I wasn't kidding. Oh, why is Troy and Candy fighting? They should be fighting about me. She was actually fucking jealous. She's trying to put her. Like, I'm serious. What? Like,
No, remember she said nobody cares about our internal fighting. I'm like, no shit. We especially don't care either because it's pointless. Like we get mad and we get over it in 2 seconds.
Well,
Well,
like
because
Greg,
it's
like,
stupid.
like
It's
Gr-
stupid,
Greg has
you know?
said, I'm all joking aside, this ain't blowing smoke up her ass or nothing else. She's gonna have to answer to especially the things she has said about me. Last night, she said, I've attacked her children, I've attacked her family, I've
Yep.
done all these atrocities. You will be held accountable in the court of law. I want to see the facts. You better have facts you slandered me. You've been slandering me. You
Yeah.
threatened me for a year and a half, Barb, to sue me as soon as you find out who I am and where I live. I've lived with you threatening me ever since on or about June 8th, 2020. And I have never, facts. You better bring your facts, Barb, because if you have 5 discs,
So,
I lost count of how many discs
I got
years
8.
ago.
That bitch only got 5. I got 8. She's already got 3 on another way. The address she gave me got returned back to me. So I have to send more out tomorrow. I got 7 to 8 discs of this lady, all her shit. Because think about it. Even when we were starting at the New Year Street, remember where I wasn't saying nothing for a while, and I was counting how many times she doesn't go live, she goes live. She's got over thousands of not going live, going live, and I go live maybe once a month if I'm lucky, or post anything on the community. How is she going to explain that to a judge? Listen. I'm harassing you? Wait a second. You got over 4,000 documents here of you saying all this shit for 2 months. And Greg has not said one single word. Good luck explaining that to the judge, bitch. Good luck. And then good luck explaining to the judge how you have a video that we have, it's in the mail, by the way. It'll be in the mail. Explaining how you hate judges. They're all assholes. They don't know how to do their job. How you call on attorneys and you report attorneys for doing bad jobs. You're like the executioner. And then on top of it, explain how you're going to take money away from the community, from the Chase community, people that have sweated, tears, spent money, okay, did their research, and you're going to call Netflix because you want to stop everybody from having a deal with Netflix. You look like the asshole. You're stopping people from making money. So you're going to look like a fool there. So good luck explaining that one.
Can we all take a moment of silence and appreciate the fact that it only took Dale and one sentence from Dale in Calvary to reveal the truth that Barbara is the biggest fuckhead of the Chase.
Exactly. And he was dead on. And it's the same as Shiloh, how he wrote that article. What'd he say? Sue happy fuckers or whatever it was.
Self-aggrandizing.
Yes, exactly. And that's what
Oh,
she
wait, is that why she reiterates that quote all the time? She's
Yeah,
all like self-grandizing.
Oh, that's what it is, because she sues everybody.
Well, it's funny because that's like drink every time she says self-grandizing. Shiloh was the first to say it. Now she's like, if I say it enough times, I'll like claim to it. Never happened.
What did we call it again? Self what?
Self-grandizing.
Self-grandizing. I like that word. We got to use that for next show next Sunday.
I ain't ever gonna eat bananas again.
Rob just comes up out of the blue with this one in the window.
Never. I'm not even gonna go past the second.
I don't even want to look at a banana again. Once you go brutal, you don't go back. I keep telling you all that.
It's their fault dragging you in your third leg.
I date somebody for 1 week and I'm stuck with them in court for 2 fucking years. What the fuck? I mean, you're gonna look like an idiot. You're a scorn ex. You're gonna look like an idiot in court. You're a scorn ex. Because think about it. She's not suing anybody else but somebody she dated. Not nobody else in the Chase community.
No, it's your fault.
It is a scorn ex. She looks like an idiot. It's her way in because I got her ass banned from YouTube because she filed, well, I didn't. I can't say that, but she filed so many complaints on everybody all over the YouTube community that she got herself banned because she didn't follow guidelines. And she had to sue YouTube to get her YouTube back.
Hey, you dated her for 2 weeks?
1 week.
1 week. So it was a 7-day highly contested breakup.
It's
Wait,
gonna
hold
be
on.
it's gonna be a
Greg.
7-year highly contested breakup.
Greg, the 1 week that you dated her, did you ever sleep with her?
Mm-hmm.
His third leg.
Clearly, you didn't do what was needed because we all are getting haunted.
That's what Big Rob said. That's what Big Rob said. Hey, Big Rob, I guess that third leg isn't too big.
I guess I need to chop it up some more.
It was cold. It was cold that night under the loincloth.
Oh, hey, don't forget. She also made a statement, which I like the video that I just found that I
No,
had to.
everyone knows that when a woman gets some really good dick, she cannot be a bitch. So you got some.
Oh man! Oh, that was a good insult.
Oh man! Right there.
The truth hurts, don't it?
Oh.
I tried to tell you, Greg. I know you're younger than me, and you think I'm just this feeble old man. But I tried to tell you, bring the Orajel, man. Bring the Orajel. Come back.
Bring the peeps.
Being the P. I
Oh,
should
so
have.
I also want to bring another thing to the attention. So, Street, you know how you always butt heads with
I gotta go
Duncan,
pee.
and I tried to be like chill about it.
Yes.
So ever since Godelkin creepily asked me out on a date and chat, do you remember that? Do you remember
Yeah.
when he literally asked me out and I said no?
Yes.
Ever since I rejected him, and I did it not embarrassingly. I just said no, really not my type. He now is pushing the false narrative that not only am I a narcissistic asshole, but he's now trying to support and say that he also thinks I bullied Heather Dawn to the point of suicide. And now all he does in Discord is talk trash on me, put creepy ass gifts out, and now he's putting other ones out right now. And it's just like,
So he don't like
That is not cool. That's not
please
cool.
explain to me why anyone would give a fuck about his 12-year research rabbit hole, self-grandizing, thank you very much, solve pertaining to art.
If you remember right, when all that was going down and you reached out privately and said, I don't understand it, blah, I told you, I met the guy in person. Trust me on this, Candy. I know he's bad news, man. Take my word on this. And you were like, oh no, but I wasn't going to tell you, well, if you have him on, I'm not. No, you had to find it out yourself. I met him in person at Fenbury. I know what kind of a person he is, and I never have liked him. He rubs me wrong.
Some people don't like rejection.
Well, you do remember I told you, didn't I? And you were like, I don't understand it. What did he ever do? And I'm like, I'm not going to get into it, but trust me on this. He's not a good person.
She probably saved your ass on that one.
I seen his heart, man, when I met him and shook his hand. I seen who he was.
He looked deep in his soul.
Yep, sure did.
I don't know. Greg, don't be mad, but I think that Big Rob and Candy made the two funniest comments of the night.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, poor Greg. He was not in the wood that night.
Where did,
Well,
did Greg leave?
You got to learn from your mistakes, man.
Did Greg abandon ship? Oh no, he's still here. Never mind.
He's smoking.
I mean, the
He's
truth
like-
hurts. The truth hurts.
He's probably plotting on how to get back at me. It was just a joke, Greg, all in good fun.
Sorry
I
for
think
cutting
we've
you
all-
off, bird boy.
I
Bird
think
boy.
we've all got over that, watching our backs from. There's still certain people in the chase. I would recommend you highly watch your back, but I think the vast majority, yeah, man, it's the trolls, the ones, the Bobby Brasses and all that. I think there's only like a handful.
Yeah, I was just gonna
people.
say that. There's probably maybe 5, 6 the most.
Yeah. And those, they're not going to show their face. So what the hell? We don't. But I think I don't know. I think we're all pretty.
And one could be
I
a
don't-
repeat, one could be a repeater of like two names.
Yeah, yeah, without a doubt, man. Yeah.
I have a
So-
funny feeling I'm about to find out when I was really surprised when Paul Lamont sent me $100 yesterday.
You know what my first gut feeling was
I
when you
don't
put
know what
that
the
in there?
motive is. I don't know. I don't. I mean, all he put on there was here. This will pay for your Zoom.
I'll tell you what my gut told me his motivating factor is him and I do not like each other. I dislike him more than I dislike Guy Duncan.
Actually, Street,
the
you want to
fact
know
that-
why Paul paid for Troy's whole entire year of Zoom? Do you want to know why?
Well, I thought it was.
Well, it's
I
actually
could take
6
over.
months. It's $150 a year. He gave me 100. Now you get
It
to get
was
like
because
90.
you and I were
$97.
fighting. We were butting heads. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, just,
I agree with that.
I took it. I mean, it takes a day to transfer, and I'll use it. It'll pay for 6 months of Zoom. That's what I'm going to use it for. What do you want?
I mean, no, I totally think it's cool that you can because I understand like we all have, issues that we have to handle with. And I haven't been able to pay for Zoom before. I remember that when COVID happened. But it was just, I thought it would be something funny that would make you laugh. It's like we were enemies. And so the enemy of my enemy is now my friend.
It could be. I mean, but I let him on before because he came in once with Lickma What was it?
Ligma Johnson.
Yeah, Ligma Johnson. Yeah, I mean, I looked at it, I read it, and I'm like, Ligma Johnson, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Ligma Johnson. I knew who it was right away as soon as I seen that.
Hey,
You
Street,
do
I
me
got,
with
hey,
my
Street,
Johnson.
I got one for you, Street. Hey,
Yeah.
your buddy Thompson should be worried that he and Street admitted calling my former neighbor in the effort to compound harassment.
Yeah,
I have
Candy read that. She was writing that to me. She's saying
What the fuck is
your
she
buddy,
smoking about?
your buddy's Greg and Street. Yeah.
Man,
Well,
maybe
Well-
some,
I screenshotted it. It's safe. It's in.
Well, wait,
Russia.
didn't she also said in the video yesterday that you guys were dumpster diving to look for her records?
oh yeah, we got all the videos.
Wait, what?
And I
We're
know
I'm
dumpster
sorry. I
diving.
actually
Nobody
have a
dumpster
life, so
dives
I
in
don't need to
Chicago.
spend every second of my life figuring out what she's doing.
When you guys dig into history, you guys really dig in, don't you?
Well, I mean, come on. Like I said, Troy knows, Street knows, Candy knows. I have not talked about that bitch for fucking 2.5, 3 months. And then she went on a rampage thinking I'm blowing up shit. She think I don't give a shit what that bitch is miserable sitting at her mommy and daddy's house thinking
Yeah, but
everybody-
Greg, have you
Yeah.
ever had her call your place of work trying to get you fired?
Boy,
so
she
you
can't
cannot
call my
support
place
yourself?
of work because I own my own company. What's she gonna do?
Can
Call
I speak to the
me.
manager, please? The receptionist is not working out very well for me.
I guess so. Hey, I'll get back to you. Customer service will get back to you. I'm out of town for a couple
Listen,
of
I
days.
want the CEO. I want the president.
Greg,
Yeah,
you got-
she 99, like probably 90% of that 3-hour video was basically just targeted at Candy and I, but she did mention everybody else. She didn't mention you in that one, Kiwi, but she mentioned UK Paul, Steve Klein, of course, Greg, Street, Trusted. I don't know if she mentioned Big Rob. I don't remember.
No,
You know what annoys me about her? She'll
Chicago.
start out, she'll say something about me, like blah, 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 right? And then 2 seconds later, she changes thought, but she doesn't change names. Like she'll say, and then you read my divorce records. I'm like, what? What? I had nothing to do with that. Like, so clearly she's talking about Greg, but she just got done using my name. Like, I wonder if she knows who is who. Like, where is she coming up?
It might be Shy Guy.
Well, like,
yes, you
Shy-
mentioned
well,
Shy Guy too. I
right.
think.
Well, like streets. You can't copyright a public paperwork, right?
Court documents. You cannot copyright
Yeah.
public court records. You can't.
Yeah, I mean, I could go on my channel right now and go to the legal website, log in, and pull out random cases. No, I mean, not by Barbara. Just pull out a random case and read it. including the names, and there's nothing wrong with
Wait,
that.
hold on. Let's go read a random case. Maybe we'll get sued for reading that one. You know what I mean?
Well, there are people that do that on YouTube. Well, not with cases. I'll give you an example. All these First Amendment auditors, that's a new thing now. People will go out and they'll go into public buildings and make sure they're allowed to videotape, right? And some of them are really rude, and they're purposely trying to trigger people to get a reaction on YouTube to get a viral video. So now there's a whole nother group of channels out there, and all they do is critique the First Amendment auditor. And they give legal advice, and they say this guy is clearly wrong and blah, blah, blah. So that's no different than me going on or anybody going on reading legal records. There's nothing you can do about that. It wasn't sealed. It's public access.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Now,
Yeah.
you can't read it and slander her, but you could read it word for word and discuss it and give your opinion. I can't see how that could possibly be considered illegal. I mean, it's
Well,
public.
Troy, isn't it slander saying that I'm blowing up shit when I'm not blowing shit up in New
Sure.
Mexico?
Yeah, sure. And it's also, I think, in my opinion, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but to say that Doug Preston is, and mention him in one of the motions by name, Douglas Preston, a New York Times bestseller author, is setting up a Hollywood ending. I mean, you might be able to consider that. Like Doug, if you cared, I don't think he gives a shit, but he could easily say, you know, this is destroying my reputation, which
Yeah.
is the same thing that Ken Tankersley did with K-Pro and Eric Johnson. It is what it is. He told them, you go on there and talk shit about me, I'll sue you. Now, Ken Tankersley is a professional archaeologist. He's got a career based on his reputation. If you damage his reputation, it's very easy for him to prove that claim in court, and he's got the money to do it. You know, so like she's got to be really careful what she's doing with Doug Preston and even Carl Summers. She's calling them out, calling the guy a bad attorney, and he did this wrong and stuff. I think if Carl really cared, he could probably make a big deal out of it. I just don't think that they don't care about Barbara at all because she's a nobody and she has no power over anybody.
Yeah, she just
I think Carl and Douglas Preston have faith in a Maverick, and they know it's well taken care of.
Yeah, true. I think this year I think this year Dave, Banana Lady, and Bill are going to be in a shock of the world. I mean, they're not going to know what the hell to do. Like,
Wait, so is Bill saying that he's going to sue the family and stuff now? I haven't been watching.
No, Dave always claimed those three.
Oh,
people.
Dave does, yeah, but does
Yeah,
Bill
But
do that?
Bill claims he's the real solver. Nobody else is a solver.
Bro,
Dave-
Bill made a video of me yesterday for no fucking reason. Did you see that?
Well, he
Yeah,
made a
man.
video of Street today.
Yeah, backstabbers.
Yeah. Well, I want to. What the fuck is? How did I backstab him? Because I finally said, man, I've had enough of your Moses shit, man. Shut the fuck up. I've had enough. How the fuck is that backstabbing him?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all we did was ask for an apology, and he can't apologize. That's
Well,
all we asked for.
I want to know what I backstabbed him. He never does say. He just always calls me a backstabber. The only thing I ever did is I had, after 2.5 years of listening to his shit and biting my tongue, I finally said, man, shut the fuck up with this, Moses. Man, shut up.
It's that purple thong.
The purple thong. No, that was the butt plug.
Yeah. Bill was the butt plug. Yeah. What the fuck? I explain this back. I don't know. Maybe as in where he grew up, in the generation he grew up out in California, backstabber was like the ultimate. I want to know what I stabbed you in the back with there, Bill.
Hey, look, did you guys see that an hour ago a new treasure hunt was launched? It's for
Yeah.
$500,000.
Nice.
Where?
It's called Perry Stone's Treasure Hunt and find the key to $500,000. Here, I'll put it in chat. Let me share copy. I don't know if it's legit or not. I just literally came across it just a second.
You better beware.
Seems interesting. It seems like it's based off religion. This is right up our alley street.
Yep.
Let's go rip it apart.
Take us about 2-3 days.
Right? Let me see. I didn't really get a chance to look at all of it, but the channel's called Nickel Standing. There's only 16 views, streamed 1 hour ago.
Wait, the guy's
Uh,
giving away $500,000 and he's only got 15 views.
Well, I mean, it's a brand new channel.
See, that's what I was talking about, Pee Wee. It's going to be really rough, man, to get a lot of views. I mean, comments, not views. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's
Comments.
called The Treasure, the Appalachian Chain Treasure Hunt. Hey, that's going to be inspired by Fen because he said if he had another chest, he'd go hide in the Appalachians.
Uh-oh, Lulabelle's behind it.
Uh-oh. I ain't gonna look for this thing. I ain't looking for any fucking Windabagels. Oh, hell no.
So
Y'all can have your Appalachian mountains.
I pose this to you, Troy, and I mean this respectfully. Forrest Fenn thought what he was doing was either impossible and made it possible. And people thought it was impossible and it showed out to be possible. So if I think that I can reach 114,000 unique comments on a video, I think it's possible, then yeah. I don't think
I
why
never
not?
said it was impossible. I said good luck.
No, there's
Because
people out there
even the most
very hard. It's like, yeah, I understand that. I got
I
the rest
mean,
of my life to enjoy.
even the
you know what I
most even the most popular Forrest Fenn video, since you want to talk about Fenn,
wait,
doesn't
Tennessee,
have
Kentucky,
anywhere near that many
Tennessee,
comments.
Kentucky, Appalachian. Where
Hey,
y'all?
you-
Isn't Jeremy in Kentucky?
Wait, you are aware that the Appalachians are like 500 million years older than the Rockies, right?
Yeah, and they have Windabagels. So fuck that. I ain't gonna go.
They
beat
go
someone
back,
down.
man. They go
Greg, I'm
back
sending
to-
you out there instead.
They go back to Pangea, and they were 27,000 feet tall.
I'll go boots on the ground. We'll team up. I'll do the
Boots on-
ain't no
not
Winnebago. If
sending
I
you
can,
in
if I
that
can
shit.
deal with Barb, ain't no Winnebago gonna scare me.
Weekend flunky.
Yeah, but
So
wait a
it's
minute.
talking
Steve,
about how you need to get some keys, and there's this like book you need to get. So I make videos on how you can buy gold and silver below spot. I do it all the time. I get my silver from around $3.50 an ounce. I buy all metals. My favorites are silver and nickel. I started buying silver bullion coins and bars in 1999. Then changed strategy and traded those for constitutional silver. Then changed strategy again to bulk silver, antique jewelry, dental silver, and quadruple silver to reach 10,000 ounces and to avoid confiscation. Unlike Yankee stacking, which I really like, I would sell all my silver for $300 an ounce. I think silver is silver. If it is 2% to 99.99% silver, I will buy it. Never buy graded silver eagles because you will never get your money back on them. Why pay prems, taxes, shipping, insurance on bars and coins? You will need silver to double in price to get your money back, and you might need money for an emergency. I mostly buy gold jewelry and dental gold. I do buy fractional gold coins and bars. Let me see if he talks about the hunt at all. Why would you talk about this, but you don't talk about the hunt? I'm so confused. I'm going to his main page to see what the hell this is about. So the people he's subscribed to, because it says this is Forrest Fenn inspired. He's talking about Forrest Fenn. Talking about time travel. $11,000 silver bullion. He's definitely into collecting silver and gold.
So
I just don't know how he can make a $500,000 treasure hunt.
could this possibly be Blackbeard coming back and dipping again?
Hopefully not.
I'm not saying it is, but yeah, that sounds. It's all about him or whoever. It's about them. They don't. That doesn't. Yeah. Nah.
I think I know who that guy is. He has a different channel.
It says Perry Stone. The treasure, Perry Stone. I'm gonna look that up.
Justin, I seen it. It was on a channel called Barbara Anderson.
Oh Lord. Oh, here's pre-orders. Okay, Perry Stone Ministries. Found it. It's only $35. This item will be released on March 1st, 2023. America's first Christian-based treasure hunt. Oh, Street, we gotta work on this. We have to work on this. It's a Christian-based treasure hunt.
Freddie's
nothing
got that
more-
one.
Nothing more would warm my heart than steal a treasure from a Christian.
Yeah, Freddie's got that one in the bag, man. Freddie.
Oh,
Oh, treasure pump.
Yeah,
So
Frederick.
It's a
Frederick.
fictitious story of Amanda journeying through 4 states in the chain of the Appalachian Mountains to find a key hidden by her father. So, America's first Christian-based treasure hunt, find a hidden key and win approximately $500,000 worth of valuable items. In
Bibles.
this fictitious story, follow Amanda as she journeys through 4 states, all located in the chain of the Appalachian Mountains, to find a key hidden by her father. When discovered, the key gives her access to a valuable inheritance. Concealed within the story are various hints and clues, which, if correctly deciphered and placed in proper order, will lead to a specific location. At this location, the treasure hunter can retrieve a key that will allow its finder to lay claim to gold, silver, and platinum coins, silver rounds and bars, rings with diamonds, sapphires, tanzanite, and ruby jewels, customized jeweled necklaces from Israel, ancient coin and gemstone bracelets, and much more. Included in the prize are trays of authentic ancient Jewish, Greek, and Roman coins, gold, silver, and bronze emperor coins, gold Byzantine coins, historic museum quality biblical antiquities, autographed sports cards, and a stamp collection. The total estimated value is $500,000. Before you engage in the hunt, please read the rules. All rules must be followed for a person to participate and win the prize. The income received from this book will go toward the many ministry outreaches, a voice of evangelism. By participating in the treasure hunt, you agree to abide by and be fully bound by the following rules. Do not participate in the treasure hunt unless until A, you have read and fully understand each of these rules, and B, you are an eligible participant as defined below. Is this how they convert us to Christianity? They're like, hey, you can win this, but you gotta convert to Christianity.
Let me interrupt just for a second. If you guys look at the little avatar or whatever, their little icon, that's from Rudolph. And if you remember,
I know.
Hold on, Barb had talked about she took a pick out and did just like this guy did, Yukon Cornelius.
I know. I know. But I want to work on this because it's Christian based and I love to challenge Christianity mythology. It's my favorite. I'm gonna
You got to
pre-order
convert the window. You got to convert to win, right? Or no?
It's about the rapture and shit, dude. This is my fucking bread and butter. I know all about the reliquary chests and everything. I know all about this. I'm totally gonna buy this right now. Proceed to checkout. I'll let you know if I get like hacked or something. Wait,
All
why don't
kinds
they
of
have?
Jehovah's Witnesses are going to show up at our house tomorrow.
And that's already happened, so it's
Is
okay.
Cindy there? Is Cindy?
Oh my
What
god!
were they sending your dinner to? The wrong Kathy or Cynthia or something like that? Instead of Candy, they were sending it to Cindy, right?
Oh yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah, your dinner, Cindy. Yeah.
Oh, I can do Apple Pay. That's easy.
What is
My-
it? Apple what?
I can do Apple Pay.
What the hell is Apple Pay?
You just click it. It's like charged.
Oh, never heard of it.
Should I buy this book? Should
It's
I
like a
buy this?
PayPal.
Well, you need to buy San Lazaro. I don't know what you're waiting for. Christmas?
Yeah, don't buy this book. Don't buy this book, Candy. Don't.
Oh man, it looks so entertaining though.
Just be patient. Be patient. They put it out on the
Hey,
first-
hey, Candy, I got a book for you to buy. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you in a second. I got a book for you to buy. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you.
Well,
Which,
just be patient. They put it out on this feed.
all right.
Someone, we'll see who buys it first. And see
Alrighty. I got a book for you to buy. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. It is
The subtle
called.
art of not giving a fuck.
Nope. Here we go. It's called Done from Life.
The fuck would I buy that book for?
Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Done for Life. Buy it.
Sounds like a threat. Are you threatening me?
No, it's a mystery novel set in the 1950s of Santa Fe. Read it.
I'm still trying to crack the whole Parsival
Oh no,
riddle.
you gotta read it. Done for Life. It's only
Who's the author?
1999. It won't kill you.
Who's the author?
Just read it.
Who is the author?
Well, when you Google it, you'll know who the author is.
Oh my god, if you give me the author, I don't have to Google it.
No, you just do Done for Life, Mystery of 1950, Santa Fe.
I'm doing it right now. If it's not gonna pop up, I'm gonna be pissed. Done from Life, a mystery novel set in 1950 Santa Fe.
Yep, read that one.
This looks fucking weird. What is this?
Exactly, read it.
I'd rather have the Christian organization convert me and take my money that way.
But who's to say that Forrest Fenn's not in that book?
Hold on.
That's why I was
God, that fucking Elspeth Bobs. Oh my god, you got problems. What are you trying to drag me into?
Read the book. You're gonna have
Your
fun.
fucking secret garden of perpetual doom.
My secret garden is phenomenal. Ask Troy. Ask
I'm trying
fucking-
to-
You
What's even
cannot.
there?
Nobody will be able to argue my secret of garden.
Is this your book or some shit? Like what the fuck is this? I'm looking for any backstory on it. There's nothing.
Where'd you
I
get
don't
that
even know
book?
what
Where'd
I'm
you get
trying
that
to
book
buy.
idea from, Greg?
What do you mean? Where'd I get the book from?
Yeah, where'd you find the ideas? You can't even find it on no backstory for it.
Yeah, exactly. Because she's the one that helped
Ooh.
Forrest write his first book.
It says Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States.
Yeah,
That's
have fun.
fascinating.
Have fun reading it.
I can't because I can't find it. There's no backstory. It's just like nothing. Okay, hold on. And it was written by Elspeth Grant Bobs. This particular edition is a paperback format. This book published date is June 20th, 2011, and it has a suggested retail price of $19.95. Published by Sunstone Press. 204 pages. The 10-digit ISBN is 086534812X. And that's all it has. There's nothing else on it.
Wait, man read 3 books, did not read 4 books.
I didn't read 4 book yet or 3 book. When I skim books, that don't mean I read it.
What in the
look
fuck?
look at the front cover. What does the front cover tell you?
I can't tell. I'm trying to find anything about it.
Good luck finding anything about it.
It's that book that nobody could buy, like Forrest said. I like that guy.
Exactly.
Buys a book and I put it in my vault. I write a book and put it away. Nobody can get it.
Exactly.
It's like $43 on Amazon, and there's
Yeah.
no information.
No,
Okay,
you
the
get-
review. There's 2 reviews. One says wonderful, the other one says disappointed. Okay, I gotta read disappointed first. After a trip to Santa Fe, I wanted to learn more about what life was like there in the 50s, which is implied by the title, which Amazon lists. Instead, the story is told with no references to anything but some street names, with no landmarks mentioned except for the Plaza and La Fonda. The writing is shallow, and the
Did you
mystery
get that,
itself is
La Fonda?
predictable.
Did you get that? La Fonda.
Yeah, La Fonda is where the bracelet originated from.
Exactly.
So told in a tedious fashion by an amateur writer who apparently hung out with the artist crowd in the 50s. Sorry to be harsh, but I don't know how this was ever published.
Exactly. It's
Oh
the
my
ones
God.
you never know that wouldn't be right under your nose.
Okay, now I gotta look more into this stupid shit.
Have fun.
There's There's nothing on it at all.
Exactly. And it came 1 year after Forrest Fenn.
What's
Okay,
the
hold
title?
on.
What's the title of it?
Done from life. A mystery novel set in the 1950s Santa Fe. All the shit I go down these rabbit holes because all you crazy fuckers.
Why not?
I'm
That's
a
it.
friend of Miss Bob's. Okay, I'm sure I can find more shit than you have ever had.
No, no,
Ooh.
you couldn't. Trust me. I've done so much. You'll never find more than me on the Secret Garden. Ever.
Okay, Greg. Who was Peggy Redberg?
Huh?
Who's Peggy Redberg?
I'd have to look up all my articles.
So Santa Fe living treasure, philanthropist, and gardener extraordinaire Elspeth Grant Bobs died on November 26, 2019 at her home at Longhorn Sierra.
Did you see the date? Hey, no, now back up. She died November, correct?
November
2019.
26.
November 26, 2019, correct?
Yeah.
When did Dale's email come out? December 2019. Yes, it did. The first one.
Hold on. So her 4.3 acre garden between East Alameda and Canyon Road manifests half a century of labor through which she transformed alkaline calcic soil into an eclectic collection of specialty gardens she called Funky Shui, or Funky Shui, mingling features of English gardens with plantings sensitive to our Santa Fe environment. Born in England in 1920 to an English mother.
Now,
and an
hey,
American
stop for a
father.
second. So England, that's where I want you to do the research. England. I
I
want you
already
to
know about
find.
England.
No, I want you to find out who she was married to, because somebody she was married to went to something happened to somebody she was married to before she came to the United States. So if you could do that research, what she was over there during World War II when Forrest was over there, that would be perfect.
Well, it says around 1942 during World War II.
No,
she
but
and
you
her
got to do the
parents moved
articles
to San
over there.
Francisco,
Yeah.
her father's hometown. She learned about New Mexico from writings by Mabel Dodge Luhan and fell in love with Santa Fe when she arrived by train in 1943. Also settled in and befriended Polish physicist Joseph Rotbald. I think that's the connection between Forrest is Joseph Rotbald, by the way.
Well, you know who Justin Robot is, right?
Joseph. He was a physicist and he was associated with the Manhattan Project.
For bombing.
Yeah, the Manhattan Project. And if you let me talk for a second, I would let you know that Forrest Fenn's name is on an FBI document that is associated with the Manhattan Project. So if Joseph Rotbald was on the project and Fenn was on the project, that means they knew each other. And that's how there's an association with Elspeth Bobs and Forrest Fenn. Jesus.
Okay.
Didn't even take me 5 minutes.
Have you ever been in a secret garden?
No.
So you got to go there and you got to see for yourself. You got to
But hold on.
boots
It
on
says
the
she offered
ground.
him support and refuge from stresses of that life. As foreigners, they were both suspected of being spies, a notion that was eventually discredited. Who has ever heard of a deaf Mata Hari? She would later quip. After learning that Axis powers did not have the bomb, Roosevelt left New Mexico, and years later he received the Nobel Peace Prize for his nuclear non-proliferation work. In 1945, Elspeth met artist and builder Howard Bobs.
Look in chat. I put a link to it.
1946.
You can buy the book for $5.99 right there.
Yeah.
I'm looking into her. I'm not even looking at that book right now. You can find way more than just the book. So she had 3 daughters. Some years later, they moved to California for better educational opportunities.
And guess what? Guess what?
1967,
Both
the couple turned to
daughters
Santa
are
Fe.
dead. Both daughters are dead.
I got
That's
something. I know something about her. Oh wait, no, that's August.
Oh yeah. So no, explain, Troy. Explain to her. You have to remember, Candy, that Elizabeth Bobs is the one that started when there was dry rivers. She made water for all of New Mexico. She is the one when dry waters in rivers and creeks dried up. She is the one that made water for all of Santa Fe, New Mexico. She is the only person in all of New Mexico that
She
went
called
from,
her garden Machu Picchu del Norte.
that means a bull being cornered. It's
Hey,
called
you know what, Andy, when you're walking into that garden off of East Amada Street, The first thing
Uh-huh.
you see in front of your face, it says halt or stop here, right? And if you look directly to your left, there's words on that wall, and they literally mean my special place.
Huh.
La
And
Crencha
this
also means.
entire time, I thought you were haunting some little old woman who just had a peaceful garden. and
No,
was
I
like,
did
Oh, no.
not.
You wait
No
till you
kidding.
see the mural the mural that's in there, and man, it's just what it is.
Go
what
ahead,
Greg did.
Troy. Go ahead.
What-
Go ahead.
when
You
when,
go, go ahead.
when you
I see the
first
mural. I see the
Well,
mural.
well,
Well,
no,
there's
when,
many murals.
wait, when you first go in the back
That's
gate,
White
it's open.
Sands. That mural right there, that's White Sands.
Check this out. When you walk through the back gate on East 80th Street, it's open to the public, right?
Yeah.
The first thing you see is the tree, and it's got that rock there, and it basically says "Stop here," right? So if you walk in and you hang a left and then start reading the
It
poem,
says stand fast.
stand fast. If you stop there and turn and read the poem, and literally it takes you from exhibit to exhibit through a gate into the back in a corner of an area, and the blaze and everything is right there. But check it out. There's a totem pole in there. And at the top of the totem pole is the raven or the bird. And if you look quickly down from the totem pole, there's a head carved in the totem pole with two eyeballs in it. And I swear to God, if Greg shows you that picture, it looks like Forrest Fenn modeled for the sculptor that made that wooden thing. So now if you pretend that you are the totem pole and look as from the perspective of the eyes in the head in the totem pole, it's looking over at the box. Greg, you can take it from there because I don't know how much you want to say. But it's you gotta use your imagination to pretend you're the exhibit.
The totem pole is in the corner and there's two bears to the left, to the right, making a
see it.
pyramid, making a pyramid.
Well, Greg was
Wait.
there with Sam and he took hundreds of pictures, but basically he got
what?
permission. Greg got permission to go in there from the owner.
And I got permission to go back in March because somebody owned that piece of property where I'm at.
Well, that was owned by the sisters, I believe. Also,
right. All I could say is I got permission to go back at the end of March because due to the fact that property was leased by somebody else. That it was leased, that little section of where that box that I found that box, and I found an item on the ground underneath a flower. Okay. A red flower.
by
which
the
was,
rock. Is that by the rock or is that
No, it
the
was
rock?
under the box, remember? It was under
Oh,
the
okay,
box and there was an item I found and I have in my possession. I also called Carl Summers on it. No response yet. And I'm waiting for an answer, but I go back in March because I want to find out who owned that little section because you're not going to find it anywhere.
Well, I
else.
didn't think you'd tell it. There's 9 suites on that property.
Correct. You gotta explain that. Let me go pee. Let me go pee and you
There's a
explain it to her.
dragon in there, but there's rumors that
I
there's
saw that.
there's an
Well, oh.
underground root cellar / wine cellar.
Right.
And
So what is Peggy doing, Candy?
I'm
On
gonna
the
go
one
smoke.
picture. I'm gonna go smoke too. So what is Peggy doing? She's putting her hand over a glass of wine, correct?
Yeah.
In one of the pictures, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, to the far left, you have only one image that has a color. It's pink. It's the only color in the book that's pink.
But
And
Elsa
what-
says she hates pink.
Yeah, but her mailbox is pink. Go look at everything. You're gonna
She
find out
said
real
she
quick.
hates pink.
She hates pink, but her mailbox is pink. Look at
Hold
the
on, I'm
design.
looking up.
I'll be
stuff.
back. Let me go pee.
Huh. Four-acre compound. This is fascinating.
Hey, Candy, when he gets back, ask him to show you the picture of the mural with the water coming, with the hand coming out of the ground, grabbing the sword.
I see it.
Right.
I was on
There's
the
a rock
website.
there.
It shows all of it.
Well, check it out. You know, on my video, how I showed that secret tunnel that's on the Santa Fe River that was used back in the 1600s.
Yeah.
Well, there's no other exit to the tunnel. We think it was buried in. And if you trace a direct line to it, it goes over underneath the building that's next door to there. And then it cuts across. And if you look under the rock, there's a piece of metal grating there. And there's something in it, but there's no water there. Like there's no reason to have a metal grate in the middle of nowhere. And this property was all once also owned by the sisters, which is the same people that owned Olga's house. And those houses in Bob's and Olga's house and Forest Friends Gallery were the only things that were on that road. Now, you know how when that guy was talking about Loretto Chapel, if that
Yeah.
was where Warm Waters halt, and if you start at the statue of the Guadalupe and follow the Santa Fe Trail down during the river, but if you keep going down East Media Street, it turns into Canyon Road. But you know how I've been saying that if you go into the canyon, it doesn't really tell you to go there? So the
Yeah.
Home of Brown is before you reach Canyon Road. So everybody, whoever before said they found the first 2 clues, but they walked right past the other 7, they were either on Canyon Road or they walked down East Media Street until it turned into Canyon Road and they passed the turnoff. So there's actually something in the town, and it would make sense because everybody was looking 8 1/4 miles north because they were looking for the treasure chest, but they weren't looking on private property for obvious reasons because they had gold fever. Well, if you follow Greg Saab, it actually does make a lot of sense. The only thing I don't agree with him on is his Home of Brown, but ask him to show you like the pictures he just took with Sam from last month. There's some really,
No, I
really
could already see all the pictures. They have them online. It shows the
no,
murals,
but
it shows-
but he took new ones like that are only a month old, and he's also got pictures from when he was there on June 6th. Greg took some pictures, and there's a difference between the pictures he took on June 6th, the morning the chest was found, until the pictures that he has now. Some
Well,
interesting
so what
things
I'm
to it.
interested in though is the whole concept about the correlation between Elspeth and Forrest, because Ben was part of the Manhattan Project. He's on FBI documents. Fenn's name's on there with the Manhattan Project, and she was friends with the one who's also part of the Manhattan Project.
Well, yeah.
Joseph
Well,
Goldberg.
also, Olga's house is on Asica Madre, right? That used to be called Manhattan Avenue. It's changed. It changed in the 40s. Hey, Greg, are you back? Nah, he ain't back. You should see the pictures him and Sam took. They're really good.
Well,
And
when I
he's
was
got- he's
looking
got permission
into
to go back.
the whole concept with the Manhattan Project and Forest, there was another connection too about a brouhaha. Like there was these women that Fenn was associated with that were like the witches of Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I came across that years ago and didn't know what the fuck to do with it, so I kind of just ignored it.
Those were the sisters that lived next door or up the street from them, the rich eccentric sisters with all the dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe
Nothing
Greg
like
isn't
hanging
as
out
crazy
with a
as I
couple
thought.
of good brouhahas.
Brouhaha.
Brouhaha! I worked with the guy that came from Mexico, and he confirmed about the brouhahas and being in Mexico, and he personally knew brouhahas down in Mexico.
Well, I could tell you just by viewing some of the murals in that garden. She's also a part of that society I've been looking into. There's the winged serpent that guards protected information that is, the cellar you talked about. Then there is a photo of what's it called? It's the same thing I showed you, Street, that was cracked in the photos of the chest. The reflection, remember, it was like you could see the Holy See door, you could see the Turbernacle, and then there was something else. I forgot the name of it, but it's got the 3 holes in it, and it's a burial chamber.
Right.
Yeah, she has that in the mural.
Crypt. A crypt.
It's not a crypt per se. It's a special name and word for it. I just forgot what it was because it's been a while. But yeah, it's the same concept. It's the same society.
Yeah, it was funny because when he first told me he saw it, when I first heard it a long time ago, it's like he was talking about a pile of manure or something. I laughed. And then when he started showing me these pictures and he really explained everything, I'm like, well, it would make sense because everybody was avoiding Santa Fe. And I started talking to the people there that been there for a while, and they were telling me about these underground passageways that used to be the irrigation ditches that how they cut off the water flow during the 1680 revolt. And Greg was alluding to that when he's talking about that she was working with the water system. And I think that she uncovered part of that. So basically, if you trace those ditches, it appears that they go right under Forrest Fenn's gallery that's owned by Matucci, who also owns Olga's house. And Olga, if you look into her father was part of the Taos artist group. So there's a lot more to Olga than Forrest told us.
Huh.
And I believe they're all tied. I think that they all might be tied. It's so strange, but the poem actually works in the secret garden. But you have to use your imagination. You have to pretend you're the exhibits. And it's private property. But the thing is, when she owned it, anybody was free to go there. That's why it welcomes you in the back of the gate. And right on the side of the wall, it has in big letters in Spanish, and it actually means my special place. It's just amazing. And that's why I was laughing at Barbara. She's like, Greg's an idiot. And I'm like, wait a minute. But I couldn't say anything because he only was telling me in street, and I'm like, wow. So I knew that where he was going. And that's why we're busting Barb's chops, because Greg didn't blow up any fucking rocks and he wasn't there illegal. Everything was above the board. He didn't sneak in there. He got permission to go in there. And, obviously you can't talk to Bob. She's dead, but I believe he's going to be meeting with somebody in her family. And they prearranged that. So I don't know what the hell he found in the box. So he ain't telling us everything, Greg.
Barbara's trying to claim that this is part of her solve and
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're saying bullshit. She was laughing at the secret garden and laughing at Greg. Hey, Greg,
Yeah.
show her the pictures that you and Sam took, not the ones she's looking at, the ones online. Show her the
You
one
can't
of the
find-
great and the rock and all of that shit. Those are fucking awesome.
Which ones?
The one with the grate with the big rock there, the grate under it, the metal grate. Looks like there's something in it.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me go get my iPad. Hold on.
I found something. Matriarch of our clan. Oh, Devonshire. Huh.
All right, these are never before seen pictures, guys. So these are, you know what I mean? You hear me, Candy?
Yeah.
These are never before seen. So, I mean, these are things that are very private, but even though it's going to be public. So hold on. Let me go to
This is a
YouTube.
breaking news moment or something, or what?
Huh?
Breaking news.
Yeah, this is breaking news. So I'm gonna
Is this
share.
sentimental stuff, though?
This is I'm gonna share for the first time, so get ready. Here we go.
Greg, I don't know. I think it's in gallery view. Nobody's going to be able to see the shit in the YouTube. I don't think. I don't know. Let me check.
Well, I'm trying to see where I gotta go where she's live so I can connect. You gotta also Candy, make sure you put share all for screen.
Hold on.
Yeah, this is what Greg's been showing us, and the street and I couldn't talk about it and all that. I want to say I think he's got a lot there. The part where I'm messed up is the Homa Brown, but when that guy was talking, that guy was talking about the Loretto Chapel, and I showed the pictures of the Guadalupe statue. That's at the trailhead of the Santa Fe Trail. And if you leave that area, if that were your warm water salt, then you walk east, down East Alameda Street, but don't go all the way to where it turns to Canyon Road. You would have to stop and enter the secret garden. And I don't know what makes him do that. That's the part where I'm still
It says,
confused, but
it
it's
says
still
invalid
interesting.
leak. Invalid link. Why is it doing that?
So this is what him and Sam are doing. And I think it's cool that he got invited because it's the thing that he found in there with the blaze on it. You know, that was going to be interesting, but it turned out it was damaged, and he found out, and the owner didn't know that it was damaged. Greg pointed it out to him. So now he's coming back to discuss it with the actual owner of the property and stuff. So, because it's no longer, you're no longer allowed to go in there without permission. It's private property now, but Greg got the permission. And back on June 6th or whatever, before Elizabeth Bobs died, when the sister was running it, it was still open to the public. But now it's closed to the public. You can't go there. So,
Well, it's only open to me now.
yeah. So don't get any ideas, Barb.
Oh, Bill's in chat talking shit right now.
I can't see him because he blocked me. I don't have Bill blocked, but he blocked me.
Yeah, he blocked me too. I can't see him either.
All right, so there we go.
Yeah, I can see him in my chat because I own the channel. So that's why Candy could see him. He probably has her blocked too.
Okay.
Who's Gregory's iPad?
That's
Well,
Greg.
who else would it be?
That's you?
Yeah, I said I
Why
gotta
did
go
you
on
tell me
my
that
iPad.
twice?
He's got the pictures on his iPad. Got like 100.
Oh.
They're
Good
really
Lord.
cool pictures, though, Candy. You're gonna like them. They're really good.
All right,
Now I know I see
gotta
why
see
Sam,
mute. Hold on.
why Sam went back with him. I can see that now.
Oh. What secrets are we gonna see of Greg's?
How do I turn this down? Hold on. Here we go.
That's what Barb said.
Fuck Barb.
If we see explicit photos of Barb and a banana, I'm gonna like bill you for a year's worth of trauma.
All right, so can we see the screen?
No, I put it on share, but I don't see anything yet.
Hold on. Share content. Share screen. Start broadcasting.
Okay, now it says pinch out for a bigger view. Quick, look at all those secrets.
Yeah, look at all my secrets. Shh, don't tell nobody. Where's
Look
my
at your
phone?
photo roll. What's in your photos?
Alrighty. So here we go. So when I'm gonna explain this, so you guys could hear me good, right? I'm not echoing.
Yeah,
I'm good.
yeah.
All right. So when we went to Carl Summers, come to find out 2 years ago, he disappeared.
Who?
His
Carl
office
Summers.
is gone. His office is
His
gone.
office is gone.
It's
I
empty. There's
didn't-
nothing in there.
It's gone. Look.
The table's
it's
gone. Everything's gone.
It's all gone. And I asked the secretary, when did you leave? She goes, right after you were here, Greg. That's what she said. It's all
That's
gone.
interesting.
Yeah. And
He
he's gone.
separated himself from the family too.
Yeah.
Yep. He's gone.
He's gone. Whole plaque's gone.
Hey, it's funny. Wait, Barbara said that you met with him. How did you do that when his office is
Well, I'm
gone?
not saying if I met with them or not.
No, I know.
never
I'm
said
just,
that.
I know that. I'm just saying she says these things that she could never prove anything.
So. Hey, there's Rainbow Inn. All right, so here we go. I'll give you There's one, there's a rainbow, the mirror.
Wait, what did the quote say?
Oh, you want to see the quote?
Yeah. Humankind cannot bear very much reading.
Reality.
Reality.
Oh, reality?
And then look, the bird's right there. From the box. My War for Me.
You mean Minerva?
And then
It-
this is completely empty. This was damaged in 2000 when I was there, and what was it? It wasn't June 2020. It was 4 days before Jack came forward, and I talked to the housekeeper and she said this whole thing was damaged. So this whole thing's gone.
So you were there on June 5th, 2020, though, right? Or was it June 6th in the morning?
June 6th.
And Forrest Fenn knew you were there on June 6th.
Correct. You got
Because you told them the day before that you were going there.
Correct.
Oh, that's a cool heart. Interesting.
And there's a bird.
That's a white heron.
Mm-hmm. There's that rock he's talking about.
Uh-huh. Dude, you keep zooming in and I see a face staring back at me, I swear.
Yeah, now to keep in mind, there's no water anywhere near here.
Yes, there's nothing
Why would
here.
that grate be that there's nothing, there's no streams on the opposite side of the
used
wall?
that used to be a little water fountain coming down, and it went into that grain and got fed back in through the rocks to go back up again.
Yeah.
Right, but
Yeah.
look when he zooms in. Look what there's something in there. Look at it. And when he zooms into the grate,
Bro, I swear I don't want to see eyeballs.
Look at the purple.
look right above the purple. There's something diagonal. There's a box in there. Look at it. It's going diagonally from the left of the image to the right, right where it past the leaves, and right above that rock with the blue thing. That's about the left corner of it. You see it there? But keep following it to the right. See it? That's something in there. You can't make it out.
And it's nothing there. And remember how he says about how the ancient people hid something under stones? And the rainbow's right there above you. Now let's go farther. So now, you know what this means, right?
Shit.
Oh, I hope I have one on Candy. Come on. What does that mean? What
I
does
know
that
it,
mean?
but I can't think of it. It's the
What
seed
is it?
stone, right?
What does it mean?
I don't fucking remember. Just tell me.
That's where warm waters halt too.
Oh dear Lord.
That's where they stop water. That's why they made stones like that. Now you want to see? There you go. Is that what you're talking about, Troy?
The totem.
Troy, you see it?
Yeah, yeah. When you put that on an angle, seriously, look at it really quick, and you tell me down in the mouth area that kind of looks like Forrest Fenn modeled. It was a woman sculptor that made that in the 2000s. She also made other sculptors there. But just look at that. I mean, remember, it's an artistic rendering, but that doesn't really look like a fucking Indian to me. That kind of looks like Forrest Fenn's nose and his upper lip and his jawline. But where the eyeballs in that head, if you pretended that you were that totem pole and you were looking as if you were that head, it was looking at the box that Greg found with the blaze on it.
And they got a
I'm gonna
bear
go
next to
smoke.
it. And they got another bear to the left. You want to see the blaze? Candy?
Sure, go for it.
I might as well go for it. Fuck it. I'll show you what the blaze is.
That stump thingy.
Nope. Your blaze is right here.
A purposefully
heart?
placed field of garbage.
Yeah.
See it from his pant
Star?
leg? And you notice how somebody broke into it? See the nails? That's why I found something below it, because somebody pulled something out of this box. Okay? And it fell on the ground, and now they're fucking worried. Look at that. And let me put it in perspective. You see the front here? You see this front here?
Yeah.
They broke off the back and took the back because it had something to say on it to get into it, because they didn't know what they were doing.
Is that a birdhouse? Is there around?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a birdhouse.
It's a birdhouse.
Someone fucked with the bird's house. That's so rude.
I would say there was for whatever reason, the mother bird died or whatever. There was babies rotting in there, and they got them out.
And they got him out. Is that what you're saying? Nice try, Street. That don't work. Here's the front of it. There's your moon. There's your moon. There's your bells. There's your shooting star.
There's a flower too.
Yeah.
Wait, that flower matches the one for the chest.
And the heart.
No, go back to that flower. That flower is the same flower that's engraved on the chest.
Which one are you talking about?
The one above the little door archway, that's a flower that matches the chest motif.
You gotta show me exactly what you're talking about.
Oh.
So think about this. Look at you got the blaze from his pant leg, which is on top of it. You got the moon, you got the shooting star. Now you're talking about the flower, you got the bells. Somebody was in here and broke open this. And that's why I'm going back at the end of March, because they're going to explain to me who broke this fucking thing open.
Those two things in the front are like steeples from a church or bell
Well,
tower.
Wait, that heart is from a church. That's from the Book of Days imagery. Remember, Street? We were going over that illustration.
Right.
And
Well,
we saw that heart.
Yeah.
well, remember the statue of, well, I just said the holy statue, the brown Mother Mary, that I think that might be a replica part of that church. And those are like bell towers up there. But yeah, it's a birdhouse. But it's got levers that you would move, and the back slid out, but somebody busted it off. And
Somebody busted off. See, somebody fucking went in, but I found something below. So it's Shiloh, and everybody in Zoe has to explain, because I hold on to what I have that was on the ground that somebody
moon looks
fucking pulled
pissed
out of
off.
there. Huh?
That moon looks pissed off.
Uh-huh. But isn't
Yeah.
it on the bell?
And by the way, the owner was not aware that this thing was broken. Greg pointed out to them. He showed them the original. Obviously, they knew, and that's why they got him going back to talk to the owners. I think that's pretty cool. Whether or not he finds anything, it's still pretty cool. It's interesting. And everybody avoided Santa Fe because he said 8.25 miles north. But he never
that
said
is
that
a really cool piece of wooden architecture, for sure.
Forrest never said the clues were north of Santa Fe. He said the treasure chest was. So that means that one of the clues, because you have to be boots on the ground, could have been a proxy item that was shoved in an object like this. And then the treasure chest itself was 8.25 miles.
That's some weird shit they have all over here. What
I
the
told
fuck?
you. I told you.
I mean, that heart.
Oh,
is the
so
most
hey, Candy,
interesting.
I even have something better for you. This is what I used to tell Troy. Remember how he always said that searchers within 200 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So remember when Forrest used to take Cynthia to Compound Restaurant?
I guess.
That's 200 feet away from us, right on the opposite side of the wall.
It's on the opposite side of the wall.
The
If I
Compound
took-
Restaurant. Yep. It's right on the opposite side of the wall. That's where Greg He was gonna, his plan, and Tisha talked him out of it, thank God. He was gonna hop the wall. And we're like, no, just go talk to the fucking owner. If they want you there, they want you there. And he did. And
What?
sure
There's
enough-
a sword in the stone?
yeah, look
Yeah.
at the hand. Look at the hand in the mural coming up out of the water.
That's Arthurian. That's the Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, Greg had his hand on the sword. You seen the picture of it the other day.
But
Yeah,
what's the backstory on this? How could they just make a fucking mural based on the Grail and Arthurian lore and the Lady of the Lake?
I have fun trying to explain to it.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Hey, Greg is the fool, right?
See, I agree. I told you, Candy. You didn't. I mean, there's a lot of shit here,
The fuck?
and it's staying the same. They're not touching it. That's the whole thing. They're not touching this property.
Yeah,
That
isn't that the
mural
Gristone?
matches the same artist that matched the mural from the Colorado airport.
You want to see more? Hold on.
Greg, that stone, isn't that called the Gristone? The one, the
Um,
round stone with the hole in it. They used to use
That's
the
the sword
grind,
in the stone.
a water grinding mill, isn't it?
Correct. It stops water. It's warm
Yeah.
water salt. It's one area.
No, it's what Troy was saying. They used to ground grain up with it.
Yeah, it's a griststone.
Yeah, griststone.
The same two stones that are outside the water plant, Greg. That's
Yeah.
a smaller
No,
version.
this goes back to El Cid. What the fuck?
This is what's on in here before you enter. Like right when you enter.
Yeah, show her the rock that says halt or stop fast, stop fast. Stop
Oh.
fast. When you come in, show her what it looks like when you first enter the back. There's not even a gate there. Yeah, that's down the Santa Fe Trail. Those are them old tunnels I was talking about there.
Yeah.
Those
there's that
tunnels
tunnel.
go way back, dude. Those tunnels were used when people were escaping.
Remember, I
from
was
the
telling you
puppets
about
of
the
the government.
pictures I have? Remember, I was telling you about the pictures I have? Those were the pictures.
Yep.
Huh. I want to see more of the inside of the garden.
Yeah, he's going to show the back gate eventually, I hope. There's that church. Go back. What was that church? What was that church?
What the fuck is a statue?
There. You see the two towers on either side? You know, those would be bell towers, I assume. And it almost looks like that birdhouse is something similar.
Yeah, it
this.
does.
Yeah.
But what's that
fucking-
statue?
Which one?
Oh, picture right before the one.
Oh,
Yeah.
That
it's-
one. Yeah, what the hell is that?
It's some funky shit they put out for the fucking, I don't know. Some
Yeah, I was looking at, there's a ton of angels and shit all out there, but the problem with all them sculptures is they were put there like after the chase started.
So here,
What the hell?
that's the office of where the chest was at.
Yeah, that's Jack's lawyer's office, right? Hinkle.
Yeah.
Montezuma?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Montezuma? Do you understand what Montezuma is associated with?
What?
Cities of gold.
So there when you walk in. There's
Yeah,
the
but
guy-
you're behind the tree though. Now we can't see the rock because you're on the other side of the tree. So turn to
What the
left.
fuck?
Turn to you can, it's a video.
It's a video.
Yeah, you see that tree behind Greg? There's a big thick tree. On the opposite side, there's a stone on the ground, and it says stop fast or something like that.
Stand
What
fast.
the hell?
Stand fast. Yeah, like halt.
That's a mural.
Yeah, that's the maze, right, Greg? Isn't that
That's
the
a
maze?
maze. That's a maze.
Yeah, but the murals in the maze, and then there's a
Those are
dragon.
the zodiacs. Those
Hey,
are
now
different transitions
They-
of the
they- this-
zodiac.
You have to go to private property before you get to public property.
Yeah,
That's why I was trying to tell people. You have to go through private property to public property, which people were scared to go through private property to get to public property.
yep, that's a maze. All the sculptures there. There's that big tree I was talking about. You see that rock on the right side of the tree? It looks like a shadow. It says stand fast when you look at it. That's the first thing you see when you enter there.
What does this one say? The cube.
We have not, have met the enemy and he is too many of us.
The fuck?
They look like Pueblo people in the Spanish.
Yeah.
On the side, look, it looks like a Spanish guy. or something with the helmet. And there's
Like
Pueblo.
sticks. What the fuck? What's that one?
That's cool.
Bet you
stuff.
anything this is how you read the other zodiac thing that was in the front from the maze. Wait, follow poet? What's that say? Follow poet?
Well, look,
The hell?
oh,
Go back
look,
with us?
look at all this.
No, there was
Yep.
one that had writing on there. We're trying to read
Yeah,
it.
it said
They all
follow
have-
poet.
They all have writing on them.
What, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, right when you
let's
get
see what
up there,
it says.
the first one. What does it say? Right there, on the right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that? Pause it.
Well, it needs to play a little bit more so you can see the top part. Because it said follow poet. Yeah, follow poet for. Wait, follow pact. Wait, is that poet or pact? No, it's poet.
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 Follow poet for what?
Two.
It says something, and then it says to the bottom of, and we can't see. We can't
Got
say
three-
what's
You
after the
see-
word poet.
You see 3 stars?
Yeah.
What's after the poet? The word poet. What is that? Follow
Of
poet
the
Forward,
forward,
bottom of
maybe.
the-
Yeah. Forward to the bottom of the something.
with your unconstraining voice, still persuade us to rejoice. That's got to be a quote from somewhere.
With the
So
farming
follow
of,
poet from. Can you play it a little bit more?
Oh, follow poet. Follow. Oh, it's got follow after it again. Follow
Yeah.
poet. Follow something to the bottom. Something.
Your
Wow.
still persuade us to rejoice. I'm gonna try that with your unconstraining voice. Here, I'm gonna look this up while I look it. So it says with your unconstraining voice. What's the other part?
still
Still persuade us to rejoice.
with the farming of a verse, make a vineyard of the curse.
Oh, I found it. It's British literature. With your unconstraining voice, still persuade us to rejoice. These lines are written with direct attention to the poet W.B. Yeats. The narrator is advising that no limits are to be set in poetry. The words written by poets can continue to live, and therefore poetry is immortal.
I like
By morning tongues, the death of the poet was kept from his poems. One way to interpret these lines would be that the morning tongues are those who remember and recite the poetry of Yeats. Through the poet dies, his poetry survives, the theme explored by the second section of this poem. This speaks greatly to the idea of the mortality of man and his endeavors to somehow become immortal. Artists are perhaps the most successful at these attempts, for there can works long outlive them. Through this commemorative act of remembering Yeats through his poetry, it is almost as if we bring him back from the dead. Huh.
Next.
No, there's got to be
That's it.
something to that.
You know, Candy, that's what I was saying to Greg. I'm like, why do you waste your time with Barbara? Like, I told him, I said, do you realize how many people would enjoy if they seen shit like this? I'm like, man. And then he's mixing poems up between this and the book. I'm like, what the hell did you been doing, Greg? Man, read 2 books. What have you been doing?
This has got to be something. There's
Let's
like
see.
so much in that.
Look at all this shit.
Oh,
didn't
here it
see-
is.
They didn't see
found
the
it.
seller yet.
Okay, so follow poet, follow right to the bottom of the night. With your unconstraining voice, still persuade us to rejoice. With the farming of a verse, make a vineyard of the curse. Sing of human unsuccess in a rapture of distress. In the deserts of the heart, let the healing fountain start. In the prison of his days, teach the free man how to praise.
Now, Candy, listen to this. Now, imagine he said you got to be boots on the ground to solve it, right? So what does
Uh-huh.
he say in the last stanza of the poem? He says, "So hear me all and listen good. Your effort will be worth the cold." He could literally be telling you to go from exhibit to exhibit and read what's in the poems, and like, because he loved poetry and all of that. I mean, that's why I thought was pretty ingenious about Greg Saab.
Well,
I mean,
here you go. Read the Blazing. Let me smoke real quick. If you
Hold
can, you read
on.
you got a Blazing in there, so read that one.
Hold
I'll read
on. I'm
that.
looking something so
All right,
you
let me
guys
smoke
forget
real
that
quick.
all my
Hold on.
research has proven that the way they hide knowledge and the secrets of this, especially the society, is through poetry.
Do
That's
poetry.
what
Correct.
that's
Correct.
what makes them mindsingers and troubadours. And Edgar Allan Poe was one of them. And when he wrote the poem The Road to El Dorado, that was the last thing he did before he died. And what I keep telling everyone is this society is all built upon the coming of the rapture. And so this one's written another time by W.H. Auden. So there's got to be something associated with him if they have it in here. For us, like any other fugitive, like the numberless flowers that cannot number, and all the beasts that need not remember, it is today in which we live. So many try to say not now, so many have forgotten how to say I am and would be lost if they could in history. Bowing, for instance, with such old world grace to a proper flag in a proper place. Muttering like ancients as they stump upstairs of mine and his or ours and theirs. Just as if time were what they used to will when it was gifted with possession still. Just as if they were wrong and no more wishing to belong. No wonder then so many die of grief, so many are so lonely as they die. No one has yet believed or liked a lie. Another time has others lived to live. That's so fascinating. What the hell? I've never heard of this person. Another
How
Time
is
is a book of poems by W.H. Auden, published in 1940.
I was just fascinated. I'm like, Greg, how the fuck did you figure? How the hell did you get into all of this? Because when you listen to him, when he's ranting, I'm like, it's like fucking a completely different person. And I'm like, if you did shit like this all the time, people would like, man, I mean, like I said, I don't know, like I'm not going to abandon my solve over it, but I mean, you can't deny that he found some cool shit, whether or not there ends up being anything associated with it. I think it's fascinating. And this is only like the beginning. There's a whole like a cellar in this fucking place.
He came to wife holding attention. No, I think there's something bigger behind this. See in the Mirror, religious themes, Age of Anxiety, Oxford, The Dyer's Hand. And like,
By the
bro, they
way,
have the Lady of the Lake with the freaking King Arthur's court and fucking the Sword and the Stone in that garden. Okay, that got my attention.
by the way, there's an interview with Elizabeth Bob's. I guess before she died,
Elspeth.
she's using oxygen and stuff, and she talks to her about 45 minutes. But there's a lot of articles about it. She won a lot of awards.
Holy
It's
crap,
kinda
Nitley. W.H. Auden was a man of letters. Do y'all know what the man of letters was?
Nope.
Hold, please. Hold, please. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No way. What the hell? Okay, hold on.
Who the heck is that in your chat? Aaron, Earned, and Iron.
Oh God, who's in my chat? I don't know.
There is no punishment for bad voodoo. I've sent thousands to hell with the power of jinns. I'm doing it to celebrities. I just need a face and a voice.
Yeah, these people are blocked. I don't normally block, but I blocked this one. It's so creepy.
Well, I got a word for whoever they are. Go fuck yourself.
No, that's Bobby Brass.
Yeah, I know.
Creepy ass motherfucker. Hold on. Why does it keep giving me the Winchesters? I don't want the Winchesters. I want the actuals. Ugh.
I wish I could read this shit. I can't see it. My eyes aren't good enough to see. I
I'm
could
go-
read the green one where it says the Stark something. I don't know. I can't read it.
It's okay. So wait, hold on. Man of letters. Okay, so a man of letters is someone who is educated, a scholar, someone who has studied literature. The expression a man of letters came into use in the mid 1600s. It is still in use today, though its popularity peaked in the 1800s and earlier 1900s. So this is the trick, though. So man of letters and men of letters has always been associated with secret societies. And that's why they use it as a prime example in Supernatural. Like, I love that TV show. But it originated with it goes back to the Mid-Seekers and the Troubadours. And it's, again, they use literature and poetry to hide secrets of profound knowledge and divine consciousness. And you've got this all associated with this one author one poet I've never even heard of. And it's in this garden that shows the freaking like King Arthur. Like, what?
Oh, wait till you see the dragon. Oh, I found the words here. It's called on the entrance. It says La Quinceria, and then which means the beloved's place. Now, the word Querencia means your want or desire, your favorite spot, your home,
Hold
your
on.
special place.
I sent an email to Finn about that once. Hold on.
Well, let's not forget, Forrest chose a poem to have as a treasure map.
Oh, there, you can see the whole thing now, the first one now.
Yeah, Greg, I was just pointing out that La Quinceañera, when you walk in the door, it says it means the beloved place. But if you break the words down, La means your, and Quinceria means special place.
And,
Hold on.
basically,
and it means
La
home.
Quinceañera.
And it means
Yeah,
home
it
of
means-
Brown.
Yeah, no, it does.
Yeah.
It means home. Well,
Yeah,
It means
your
home
home.
of Brown. It means
Hold
home
on,
of
you
Brown
guys.
in Spanish.
Yeah, it means to want, to desire, your home,
on.
your favorite spot. Yep.
I fucking sent an email about this back in August of 2019. Hold on. I said, where is your Kensier? Why can't I say that?
The Crenshaw.
Querencia.
Querencia. Quinceria, yeah.
Yeah, it's spelled Querencia, right?
Crenshaw.
Yeah,
The
it means
Crenshaw.
your home or your special place.
Your special home.
Yeah,
I
your
literally sent
desire.
this to him because I was researching on that, but I wasn't talking about the garden. But I found a connection with that word.
Yeah, and that's what it says right
Yes.
where you enter the garden. It says La Quinceria. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the name of the place.
And even if you go and search Elizabeth
Oh,
Bobs.
tell her too. Elizabeth Bobs, by the way, she got deaf in her 20s. She was
Yeah,
deaf.
she was deaf in her 20s. She was
Yep.
deaf. Just like Forrest was going deaf. She was deaf. And also, there's articles of George Washington, how you talk about like in the Thrill of the Chase, where they looked at the dollar bill and George Washington, remember how they said reversed and it looked left? Remember?
Yeah.
That's the tree that has George Washington. And then also she talks about how Texas people would come in trucks with their family and bypass going to the bar next door,
Also, her husband,
not knowing it was there.
her husband, Howard Bobs, died in 1984. He was a 6th generation artist, part of the Taos artist. Her husband, Howard. He died.
Wait,
in
you guys
84.
are wrong. You guys are wrong. That word actually translates to mean apple of Sidonia, aka Crete. You know Crete?
Well, if you look on the garden entrance, it says La Quinceañera, and beneath that says the beloved place.
Yeah, no, but it stems from mythology, and Malum is apple, as in the apple of Adam and Eve.
Are you talking the island of Crete?
Yes. That's actually what that translates to talk about and mean. That's why I said it to Fen when I did, because I was looking up different variations of home, but I was also down, the same rabbit hole. And it literally stems to mean, apple.
Can you read
And it's
that?
not
Can you read that one?
what? No, what is it? Hold on. Let me fuck. Poetry is what's lost in translation. Poetry should not mean but be.
Below it. What does that mean?
Europe. Wait, that's in like Latin.
And isn't that in his stamp? Look at one of his stamps.
This place is interesting as fuck. This is like Troubadour Central.
This is just the beginning. Nobody knows where the entrance is to the
Yeah,
rest.
so the dragon, which we believe is right above the wine cellar.
I
Well,
saw
yeah,
it. The dragon is the guardian of the knowledge. It's the winged serpent or the dragon.
But it's also Peggy putting her hand over the glass.
Aren't now wait, stop moving. Stop moving.
Which way?
Just stop. In the love flower blossom. And now the rain comes down.
Oh, in the south, the cloud.
little-
In the south, the land, the something flower blossom.
In the south, the cloud flower blossoms. And now the lightning.
Who is
flash-
the artist who made these murals?
A woman.
The same woman that carved that what looks like Forrest Fenn in the totem pole.
They're the same one that did the mural for the Colorado airport.
Yeah, they're still alive. She's still alive too, the woman that made it.
Yeah,
Oh, you
she's
don't
still
know what you're
alive.
fucking with. Goes back to Greek. Let's see. Famous ancient seaport city in the north of Crete. Coin. Quince fruit.
Wait till you get to the numbers. You ready for the numbers?
Oh man, this is weird.
Here they come.
I don't care about numbers.
Where are they at? Because there's the seashells. Oh, so here we go with that.
What the fuck is this place?
And there's more numbers. There's more shit through his book. There's more shit through his book.
No, you guys don't get it. This is like the epitome of the secret society stuff.
Here we go. Here's here's the three seashells he talks about in one of his book discussions. Somebody stole the seashells. Those things have been sitting there for over 20 years. There they are, just sitting there. 3 of them. Here's your blaze going down all the way to the seashells. 1 of them. There's your numbers. You're gonna like this. This is the inside of it now. There's a dragon. See it?
Yeah.
It's only one way in and one way out in this place.
I want to look up the back history on this actual location.
Do you want to know who owns it?
Sure.
You know JFK, right?
Yeah.
His wife owned the property.
Jackie?
Yep. Jackie Kennedy, and what's it say on JF? What's it say on My War for Me?
Wait, Jackie Kennedy owned this garden?
Yep, and whose initials next for My War for Me?
JF.
JF Kennedy.
Wait, how do you know Jackie Kennedy owned this garden?
A lot of research.
Well, what's the address? Or like you said it's on Canyon Road, right?
Mm-mm. It's not on Canyon Road.
Online it says it's on Canyon Road for
They own,
Elspeth.
they owned a lot of things on Canyon Road, correct?
No, it's 320 or 300 out. east on
630,
Media-
630.
630 East Almedia Street. But her property
630.
goes all the way to Canyon Road. There's only one building and it's a gallery that's on Canyon Road. Everything behind the gallery is all part of 630
So,
East Almedia.
so you got this one, hold on. So you got, where's it at? Hold on. Also AE Houseman's in there too. Where's he at? Right there. See him?
I'm looking up something. Okay, hold on.
He's a poet.
Hold on.
But the main concern is, the main concern is who opened this box and who broke it. And they were in a hurry to get the fuck out.
Okay,
This-
hold on. I think I have something. Let me see.
Yeah,
The
we
path
not-
between Glorieta and Santa Fe, New Mexico, encompassing about 15 miles, makes its way over to Glorieta Pass. Apache Canyon, Route 66. Hold on, I'm gonna get to Alameda. Hey, Pigeons Ranch. That's
do you
interesting.
do you see somebody broke open the box?
Yeah, we saw that.
Okay, so imagine My War for Me. Instead of thinking those are flashlights or canyons, okay?
Uh-huh.
Look, I want you to look at the bigger picture here. This is why I'm going to show you something. So if you were looking at the box from a different angle, okay? Where's it at? I need the different angle. Might not even be in here.
I'm not going to do it now, but I have all this in Google Earth. I actually pinned it so you can get a top-down view, and it shows where you would come in, and basically takes you from spot to spot all the way to the corner that Greg is.
Yeah, show that because you have a better, like, you even say the 8.25 and everything.
No, but I'd have to like, I put them all in a special folder because I didn't want anybody to see it. So every
Wait.
time I popped into Google Earth, I want it hidden. So I'd have to reveal all that.
I think I
Actually-
have something.
But
Huh.
yeah, that's 630 East Almedia Street, suites A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I.
No, I got something. It's written by Loretta Hughes. It says, which of the four Plata sisters of Almeida Street is Melina's mother? Loretta Hughes' debut novel is nonstop entertainment with a warm-hearted touch, and the plot moves fast as secrets upon secrets come to light. In 1962, Ecuador, just after her father's suicide, Melina Sevilla discovers a shocking note among his things. Melina's mother had supposedly died in childbirth, but the letter addressed to Melina's late grandmother was written by a woman heartbroken about having given Melina up as a baby, and it's signed only A. Seeing this, Melina abandons her nursing coursework and boards a bus from Guayaquil to the small Andes community of San Isidro, a place of notes of origin, to find answers. Arriving at the Plata's home at Cali Almeida, she finds her task simultaneously easier. So okay, hold on. The fuck? What's going on with this shit? Why is there these mysteries things surrounding all these places?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody was ignoring Santa Fe. They were all fucking ignored except for Greg. That's why we have like a 2 or 3 month jump start where we started looking at Santa Fe and finding there's way more than Greg is showing, you know, I'm sure.
No,
he's
there's
come
a
back.
way more. There's way more, trust me.
Yeah,
This
you
is,
gotta,
this is
gotta,
only a
gotta,
little
kinda,
bit.
gotta kind of be careful because you don't want certain people to end up trying to take credit for all the work Greg's done, so.
Well, they can't because it's not gonna happen.
But
And
if you
they-
listen, if you pay attention to the poem though, where you saw about like no place for the meat, the end is ever drawing nigh, it could be associated with a maze. He literally leads you through this garden, exhibit by exhibit, if you follow the clues. And when you get to the blaze, you're at the fucking totem pole. I mean, it's pretty fucking cool, really. I know Greg ain't showing it in an order, but it's really cool if you do it in order.
Think of a mural. The mural on the walls. He's explaining you to go inside. It, like Troy says, it.
Yeah, you are it. You become it. Pretend you're inside the mural. You're inside the totem pole. You're looking from the perspective of if you're in the mural looking out. And then everything makes sense because what you would see if you were inside the mural looking out is what he describes in the poem. I mean,
And
it's really fucking freaky, really freaky.
And now, Candy, Shiloh has to explain. And when you talk to him, if you ever say anything, he has to explain this box and what I found at the bottom here in
Well,
the
he may not.
ground.
He may not know. The person that you meet might know. He might
because,
not know.
because they broke off the front of this front was on the back as well, broke off. They broke that back just to get into it. These handles right here are the canyons you see on My War for Me.
The
They
cannon.
were
Why does Shiloh have to explain it?
well, whoever has to explain who, you know what I mean, Street. Whoever hid something in this fucking box and took it
No,
out.
you mean whoever took it out. The owner is curious who broke it now.
Correct. Now the owner.
Silo, yeah, Silo wouldn't do that. Silo,
Look at the nails. Somebody broke it up and pried it open to get in there real quick. They were in and out. I'll show you a video. Do I have a video of that? Yeah. Look. They broke it open.
yeah, now look on top. That blaze thing looks like his leg. It looks like his fucking pant leg. And like I said, when that matches the veil that's around the statue of Guadalupe, which is at the trailhead that leads to this place, which is right outside the Loretto Chapel and right
Yeah.
behind the San Miguel Chapel, which is where the revolt took place. It's all fucking interesting. And if you go way back in the property, it like the Sisters of Charity owned where Forrest Fenn's gallery was, Olga's house, and all the way up to all the way from Canyon Road, all the way back to East Almedia Street. But you got to remember that East Almedia Street, if you follow it, when you get to the end, you go over a bridge and it becomes Canyon Road. So if you left Loretto Chapel and walked down the street, you would eventually end up on Canyon Road. But Forrest doesn't want you. So everybody that was leaving and going up Upper Canyon Road, they missed the other 7 clues.
Right.
If-
But who opened this box, Troy?
Yeah,
That's
I
our
don't know.
main concern.
Well, you should have asked the dude
Look.
if they have a camera. Is there any way they would know?
No, they don't
Sure.
have a camera, but
Yeah, that's-
she's gonna know who was in the property.
Yeah, because nobody's supposed to go in there now. It's closed.
Correct. It's closed. It's locked up.
Yeah, you need permission to get in there now. Greg got permission. I
Now,
think
look,
it's funny all of a sudden Carl's gone. We didn't want to tell anybody about that. But yeah, we knew back in December or whatever, when he was there with Sam, that Carl's office is cleaned out. He's gone. He ain't there no more.
So let's put in perspective this way. If you're looking at that box from that way, okay? And I'm going to tell you how I found that box from the blaze. Like the blaze was the pant leg, okay? But I'm going to tell you what sealed the deal for me. I'm going to tell you which page in the book, and we're going to have a little fun. I'm going to tell you exactly which page it was. Where's it at? Fuck.
Huh.
I'm going to tell you exactly which page it was that sealed the
Hey,
deal.
Goodacre did this.
You know how they
Huh.
do, you know how they do the guns, right? When you see the guns, that's the levers. See that box had levers that were exactly the same direction of what Forrest showed. So on page 39, it was facing you and it was up. That's how you open that back door of that box. Somebody ripped off that box and was in a hurry to get the fuck out of the secret garden. They
Hey, Greg,
ripped up.
I can't, if you stop sharing, I'll share the Google Earth really quick. I uncovered it for you.
How
It
do I
won't
stop
let me,
sharing?
it won't let me share because you're sharing.
How do I stop sharing?
Okay, let me just,
Am I good now?
no, it says you're still, all right, here you go. All right. Let me see.
No, I'm good now.
All right, hopefully you guys could see this. Did you guys see Google Earth?
I
So
can.
here's now you look at East Almedia Street. Like I said, it comes out of Loretto Chapel, but it goes down here, okay. And then when you go over a bridge right here, where the Acequia Madre starts, the water ditch, this becomes Canyon Road. So you don't go down that far. The Santa Fe Trail ends at this Patrick Smith Park, and it begins over here at the Vargas Park, where the Our Lady of Guadalupe, and you can literally follow the river. Here, both of these are East Almedia Street. So Greg comes off, goes down this way. And when you get to number 630, this is Elizabeth's property.
Well,
This
there's
is
a waterfall there too. Don't forget
yeah,
that.
yeah, I didn't forget. There's a waterfall here. There's a couple memorials here. There's two memorials out here, stonework and table stuff. This is where that tunnel that Greg showed you is, okay? And it goes up. This is the compound. It goes up. Now, this is where Greg's totem pole is, right in the corner back here. This is where the sword is, right where my hand is here. And the murals, of course, are on this wall facing the place that Greg said you're 200 feet away. These are all have FHIG. These are all the suite numbers. There's 9 of them. The only buildings that are on Canyon Road is this is 651 Canyon Road. This is 641 Canyon Road. But Elizabeth Bobs owns this entire block of property.
All of it.
All of it. So when you come in the back entrance, this is where that maze is. Here's that thing with all the poems on it. And then Greg walks back this way, and there's a gate over here. And the poem literally takes you, when you follow everything, in through the gate and leads you through all the exhibits, past the stone and all of that, back into this corner. And this is where the totem pole and that bird house is that he's showing you. So yeah, that's the place. That right on this tree right here. Oh, I could show you. If I'll put you on the road. Watch. Check this out. I'll put you on the road and I'll show you what it looks like. I'll turn around. And that's it right there on our left. Freaking out. Okay. That might be better. This is where it says La Quinciera or whatever it is on the wall. And if you look at that sign in here, I can't see it. It says stand fast, right? As soon as you walk in. So this is La Quinciera. And beneath that, it says the beloved place. And right when you walk in, it's stand fast. And if you take a left, that's where the maze and everything is often. So this is never closed. This was always open to the public, even though it's private property. That's no longer true anymore. Greg got
Well, it says private property, and then it says you will be composted. So I took that sign when I was first in Santa Fe in 2019. I took that sign, that picture. I said, you will be composted. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? You know what I mean? I'm going to be killed when I walk in here and everything. So I took it to the art gallery. So I went to the beginning of Canyon Road, which is the beginning of the helicopter, which is the beginning of Canyon Road right there, which shows 255 in the beginning.
That is what I wanted to show too. Nadra, the one that bought Forrest Friend's gallery, which is over here. Okay. This stretch of road where Olga's house is 441 Asique Madre Street. Okay, that's not the same address for the gallery. This whole entire thing is owned by NaturVet, this whole block. But this is Olga's house right here, this tiny space. This is a garden out in front of her house. They also own, Nature Vitusi Galleries owns the Morning Star, which is over here on Canyon Road. And they're also, of course, Richard, her husband, was part owners in San Lazaro. Well, if you take that tunnel here, it's over here. Back in the day, it used to cut right across here for irrigation. So there's literally irrigation systems under this freaking property. And like I showed in my other video, this building here, that used to be a cemetery. Okay, and this is that older this is the oldest. No, that ain't the oldest bridge. That's a walking bridge that used to take you to the San Miguel Chapel. The only bridge that was here during the 1600s was the DeForest Street Bridge that they show up here. None of these other bridges existed. The only ways across the water was here and at the Brothers Bridge over here that was in 1812. That was built later. I don't know when this bridge was built up here. But of course, here's the Palace of the Governors where the revolt took place. And then they went upstream and they cut off the water supply over here to stop the water from going into Santa Fe. And then they went down to the San Miguel Chapel right here, the oldest church, and they burned it down, killed the priest, shattered the bronze bell. And right across the street from that is the oldest house. They were doing some excavation in the basement or on the foundation, and they found out that it was built on top of a pueblo, ruins, which means this whole entire area, if you go back to the 1500s, was all pueblos, obviously. And this road that comes down and goes around, that didn't exist, right? And this used to be East Manhattan Street from here all the way up, and it used to, right here, turn into West Manhattan Street and continue. So this is the only section of Manhattan Street that's left. They renamed this road to Paseo de Prieta, which is the address of the Fenn Galleries now. So I think, this is my opinion, and there's no real way to find out because this is all private property, but I think that Forrest Fenn, there's some funny business going on where something is either on here or over on Canyon Road where Matucci owns that, or over at the Secret Garden. It's probably more likely because it's the only piece of private property that the public was allowed to go on during the chase up until she died in November, right? Was it correct? Of 2019.
November 2019.
And December 2019 is when Forrest Fenn emailed Dow about calling off the chase. But it was December 2019 she died. So I think this was open in 2020 and then eventually they closed it. Now remember, Greg was here on June 6th in the morning and Forrest Fenn knew he was here. So when Greg returned later, this whole entire area where the totem is, all that stuff changed around. And then when he went back there with Sam and he went back to the spot, because he only had a video, he didn't have still pictures. And he looked at the video, found the blaze, he went back, and that's when he found out that that box was destroyed. So Greg, you could go back to sharing. I just wanted to show that.
So,
to give everybody an idea.
right, thank you. And if you go to one,
Oh, and by the way, he hit it north of his house. Here's his house.
yeah,
Look where the purple line directly north of his house goes.
also show the 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe.
Oh,
The
well,
wa- The map you have, the 8.25
well, I
miles.
drew it. I mean, 8.25 miles. I don't remember where that is.
You said
mean,
it was
this is the
directly
mountain.
right on the mountain of Secret Garden. The one you
Oh,
sent
up
me the
above
picture.
it, up above it. Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, I could
So I want people to understand when he
Well, I
said in the mountains or the desert. Okay,
well, depending on where you're talking about, if we go down to the city hall in Santa Fe, which is right here, the Santa Fe Capitol, and we draw a circle, So I'll draw an 8.25 mile circle for you. I mean, it's big, obviously. It's not north, but let me do it that way. That's about 8.25 miles right there.
Right.
That red circle. That's about how far you'd have to go. And obviously this is east to west, so you would draw a line through it. So 8.25 miles north would be right up around here.
Well, we're talking about Santa Fe County, right? Or Santa Fe.
No, this red box is Santa Fe County.
That's what I'm talking about.
It goes all the way down to Albuquerque.
So let's make everybody understand. Santa Fe, he never said Santa Fe City. He never said Santa Fe County. Go from the bottom of the box of Santa Fe and go 8.25 miles.
Well, you can see that if you went, it's south farther than Albuquerque, 8.25 miles. If you look at this circle, because that's 8.25 in radius, right? So it would probably be right around here. Like in other words, San Lazaro.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. It'd be below San Lazaro.
Right, and somewhere over here, Blanca Loretta, stuff like that.
And then I want people to understand there's articles about, and since we're talking
And
about
by the way, so everybody can see it, so they know this road 25 that goes from Pecos down to Las Vegas, that's the southernmost point of the Rocky Mountains. If you go on the other side of the Rio Grande, where Chico or whatever that canyon is, all of that's not in the Rocky Mountains over here. This is not the Rocky Mountains.
Well, didn't you say though? Forrest said it's not west of.
Forrest Fenn said that after Randy died. He basically said it's not. If you're looking in New Mexico, don't go west of the Rio Grande. So basically, he ruled all this out.
So he ruled all that out, and I want people to understand too that there are articles of the Secret Garden that.
By the way, I know Trusted. Trusted's still there.
You hear
me? I know
me?
Trusted.
No?
One sec. I know Trusted's still there. This is Wheeler's Peak. I just want to point that out, Trusted. And this is Dallas.
Put Wheeler's Peak at 8.25 miles. 8.25 miles. Put a line. Wheeler's Peak.
From where?
To Santa Fe County.
Oh, from Santa Fe to here?
Yeah. I want to see the 8.25 miles.
That's 45 miles to Taos Pueblo. Wheeler's Peak from the top of Santa Fe County is 41 miles. It's pretty far. By the way, that's the other thing that I wanted to kind of point out here. Forrest Fenn said that when he went to Taos Mountain, that he went from the airport, right? And he said he flew 90 miles, right? So we'll go to the Santa Fe airport. God damn it. I can't do it with this thing on screen. Now it's all messed up. Okay. Let me try to find the Santa Fe airport over here. So I'll go back and I'll make a line roughly from the.
I believe.
Wait, why is it not letting me do that? All right, so I'll go from the Santa Fe airport roughly. I'll make a line. I'll zoom out. Now keep an eye over here where it has miles. So I'll zoom out over the Santa Fe airport. The Wheeler's Peak, which is where he said he took all his ashes. It's only 75 miles. 90 miles would take you up to the border of Colorado. So he didn't fly 90 miles. But the interesting thing is if you go from, now this gets into my solve though, if you go from Kerwin to the Bighorn Medicine Wheel, it's 90 miles. If this was his base and he flew up to the mountain and dropped the ashes at the Medicine Wheel. So yeah, anyway, there's really nothing else to see down here, but that's basically it. That's where, of course, this is San Lazaro. Like I said, this is all the private property. All of this is private property, but this brown box, Forrest Fenn owned everything in that brown box. It's 160 acres, okay? The red box is BLM land owned by the government. The Pueblo, where I think where the circular Pueblo is and the square one, where Forrest had found all the stuff he found, was basically up in here. Okay. Across the creek on the other side, up another mountain, is where he found the rooms. I believe that the special stuff was up here. But as you can see, the border of fenced property and the BLM land cuts right through the Pueblos. But you're landlocked here. There's no way to get in this BLM land unless you came in on a helicopter. And even if you did, you'd have to stay within this red border. You can't cross this line and go on this side. So I don't know what the point would be to go there. And by the way, I'll tilt it just to give you an idea of the terrain. So you can see that the ruins up here, up on a hill. If you look over here, this almost looks like it looks like on the moon, a crater. It comes up and it goes in. And if you read the book, San Lazaro, Forrest Fenn talks about there being like boneyards or whatever he called them, be a lot of broken pottery or like almost like a garbage dump up here. And basically from the runoff of the rain, it slides down and it goes into the creek. And he was saying that you could find some pottery and stuff along these creeks because it falls down off the sides of the hills. I wouldn't go there though, honestly. I think he moved everything out of there. That's just me. But I'll let you share, Greg, because this stuff is more interesting than this. I just wanted to show that. You can go back to sharing.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, when you see that box, I want you to really look at page 144, which explains everything. In his right pocket, you see the mailbox on there, which is a box. And then look at the pillars that are on the fence. He's telling you everything is a white box. And then his left hand is always at an angle. His fingers are always at a slant, which are where the bear is hiding behind the box. And that's all I can say for now. I mean, that's all I'm going to say for now. If you don't go to 144 and you don't line it up with the box where the location is, that's just me. That's my solve. It's always been my solve. The secret garden will never change. I got permission to go back in March. I'm going to find out who owned that property, who was leasing it out. And I hope I can bring closure to the community. I hope I can. I hope I finally can bring closure to the community because they're changing their name. And hey,
and find out who broke the box.
Yeah, I mean, the proof is right there, and that don't include what I hold in my hand. And I can't say like Street says, I can't blame Shiloh, I can't blame Zoe because they might not know. They might not have no clue. Their dad might have set something up to where they have no clue. Okay, so I can't blame them. I can't sit there and put the blame on them.
I'm just going from a parent and a grandparent's perspective. If I knew I was leaving this tremendous burden on them, I wouldn't let them know anything. That's the only way to protect them is ignorance, man. And that's just my opinion.
Right. But if they come out with some other treasure hunt, then we gotta have a problem. Then
do you honestly think the family's going? There ain't no fucking way.
I don't know. I don't know. I have a feeling something's going to happen here soon. So my whole feeling on that is, I hope to God that, and this is my opinion right now, I hope to God from the rumors. These are rumors. I hope to God from the rumors that I'm hearing right now. I hope to God that Shiloh did not take whatever happened or Zoe did and then move something to start something bigger. I hope to God that does not happen this year. I hope to God, because then we have a big problem. Because
sounds like you've been talking to K-Pro too much.
No, I don't talk to K-Pro. Trust me like that. No, trust me. Don't even say that shit. You know me better than that. I'm just hoping that doesn't happen. Because he's putting Omega. What's your opinion on the one Omega?
Well,
What's your opinion? Just straight
Two-
up, your facts. What's your first thing when you seen the
people can
Omega
keep-
left?
two people can keep a secret, but one of them's dead. Basically, when once upon a while or revised came out, one of the Omega was gone. There was changes on the front cover. That was changing to the guards. Yes, there's still one, and that one Omega represents the solver right now. Forrest is out of the picture. Once it's been found, it's out of my hands. They can do with it as they please. That's my opinion of the Omegas.
Right, exactly.
And if you remember right, Forrest said people would question me. He's like, no, that's something I'll never tell. Well, he never told the solver who the solver was, did he? No, he took it to his grave, just like he said he would never reveal what the Omegas meant to him. I think that's what they meant to him.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. And I know I really like Street. You and I, we're a true believer. We think something big is going to happen this year. I think something huge is going to happen this year. I really do.
I think the solver is going to come out and Shiloh's going to write and have his book published or whatever about the same time, I would imagine.
Well, I think Zoe's going to come out. I think Zoe's going to come out.
Well, you know, Greg, I mean, it's possible too that whatever it was, all right, after, let's say Forrest wanted to call it off, you know, whatever he took out of that box that would give you access to, because like Trusted was saying, in order to be the owner, like Forrest Fenn said, is the person with the title. So according to New Mexico law, if you own the title, you own whatever is on that land. Now, that doesn't mean that Forrest Fenn had to own Elizabeth Bob's property. He could have owned a 3 foot by 3 foot section of it. And it could be part of an agreement or a contract between him and her that you would never find, even if you looked at the property records, because it's an agreement between the two owners. So this way he would have control. Doesn't it strike you odd that Forrest Fenn mentions Olga's bathtub and he's talking about a 3 foot by 3 foot area? Why was it so fucking important for him to get that? And why did he mention the bathroom? And we looked at the inside of her house because they show on the tax records all the size of the building, and the bathroom was like 5 feet by like
Exactly.
4. I mean, it's really small. Now, these old buildings were built on top of pueblos and shit. You don't know if there isn't something in like a root cellar, I'm calling it, or a basement, or somewhere they had the ditch blocked and there's something under the ground that's on the property. He could be dead sure that nobody is going to stumble on. Now I'm talking about the trove, because I know people are going to hear this and say, oh, they're looking for the no. Forget the treasure chest. Nothing applies here. There's no, has to be in the mountains, has to be north. None of that shit applies to the trove. So how else can he know unless he physically had the trove under his control, either in a safe deposit box or something? And again, I know he said the treasure chest is not an IOU, it's not in a bank, you know, we're not talking about the treasure chest. So what he was banking on, in my opinion, that when you found the treasure chest, that one item in there he never wanted to talk about led you to Santa Fe and specifically told you where to go and gave you permission to go there, and you now become the owner of that trove. Period. There's no way anybody can question it. The problem is if he called it off or whatever, we know he removed the item because Jack is not the fucking solver. So he found it, whether it was moved or whatever not, but that item is now gone. So do you think it might be possible that before he died, he took that item out and he dictated who they have to give it to at a certain time or something like that? In other words, he might, if he did pull it, he probably felt bad if somebody really did solve it or they were close to solving it, and he didn't want to burn them. So he made sure that that person got the credit. Meanwhile, Jack is just the front man that ended the chase to remove all the legal obligations from the family. of satisfying the fact that yes, there was a chest. Yes, the chest was found. Yes, the chase is over. But Jack don't have the title. The real solver, quote unquote, does. You know.
I think I'm kind of I'm mixed in the option after everything I've done. You know what I mean? From when I was Treasure Seekers to Brute Truth, I'm kind of like mixed emotions when it comes to certain things due to the fact of what I've heard in Michigan, and that still clouds my mind. I mean, maybe I
But
need.
didn't Jack tell you to keep looking?
Jack did. Correct. Do you remember that?
Well, I remember you telling me that. I remember you telling me that. I never knew it.
Well,
I'm assuming you emailed him or something, right?
correct. It's more or less, I don't know. It's hard for me because now all of a sudden he's disappearing. They're lying about notaries. I mean, you can't find the guy that notarized Jack Stoo's paperwork. It's a lot of factors. I understand hiding, but I mean, come on. There is nobody really harassing anybody in this community. I mean, you might get a few emails here and there of somebody threatening you, same as me or you or anybody else. But at the end of the day, you're lucky if there is 2, 3, 400 people at the most watching anymore. I mean, at the most. Nobody's really paying attention to Forrest Fenn anymore. Nobody cares
Hold
anymore.
on, Greg. That's easy for you to say. You don't have some fucking insane nutcase sitting outside your house watching you live on YouTube, man. You don't have people
I'm saying
false
three.
reports accusing me of giving cocaine and alcohol to my grandson, man. You don't have that shit. I do. There is a lot of fucking insane people out there, man.
Well, you got 2 on your side. I can't
Well,
say.
you know what, Greg? Though you're going back in March, you don't know what's going to happen when you meet those people. You don't know. Somebody, I'm just trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, we can't say if anybody solved it, but I'm just saying, for instance, you don't know what's happening.
Well, I'm trying to understand what Street's talking about.
They may have took it to protect the solver. They may have known. Somebody may have been instructed when it was called off to take that item out of that box. And maybe inadvertently they damaged it and they were like, oh shit, you know. And they took it out to protect the solver. You don't know. I mean, you don't know. And I'm not saying they took it out to screw the solver.
Why? Okay, so let's put in perspective. Why protect me? Do you think I give a shit?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that they'll be doing you a favor of protecting your anonymity, because let's say you really were the solver and you go in there and you end up getting a title. Theoretically, you could just walk off in the sunset and never say a fucking thing to anybody and nobody would know.
Yeah, correct. True. I see what you're saying there.
Because Jack took all the heat. Jack's gone, chase is over. And then boom, maybe like Shiloh said, you know, good things will be coming. You just got to have patience. We don't know. And the other thing I believe is I don't think Forrest.
Yeah, but what about Street? What about what Street goes through? He's got a crazy man sitting out in front of his fucking house thinking he's fucking God. You see where I'm coming from? I mean, and then this motherfucker goes live. Then this motherfucker has the nerve to go live
and tells people they better not come around his house. Yeah. Well,
what was that? What were they talking about there? I didn't listen to the video. What happened there?
When he said no one should come to his house because he'll basically send them to heaven or hell or purgatory.
Yeah, but yet he could go sit across your street.
Yeah, because he's banking on the fact that I don't exist. I'm not real. Well, my premise.
I don't understand that point. I don't understand it.
Well, my
I don't
premise
get
is this. I believe someone gave Forrest the correct answer. For various reasons, Jack stood up as a front man. He did his job and exited stage right. Legalities stop right then and there. There's nothing more. No one, you're not going, I mean, if someone could have sued Jack, they would have. They couldn't to begin with, but he did his job. I don't, the person that gave him the answer, in my opinion, already knows what's going on. They're already familiar with what's going on.
Okay, so let's say this, Street. Let's just say force ended and it's done. It's over with. What do we all think now?
Well, it's answers. That's what everyone's
Well,
waiting for, the
no,
answers.
no. Hey, let's just put it in perspective. Force ended. It's done. It's over with. Say goodnight. That's simple. Shut it down.
No, you don't know. That's why we're doing stuff. that
Well,
we
but
think is
yeah, but
interesting,
you understand what I'm saying? He could have
Yeah,
said,
well, I mean, that's it. We don't know.
he could have said, I'm fucking done. Fuck you all. I'm done. I'm gonna fucking just put Jack. I'm gonna pay him a lot of money. He's gonna fucking do whatever. See you all later. Adios, amigos. I'm done. I mean, you could have it that way too.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean,
And then and then we have no life.
well, no, but no, that's not true, Greg, because some of us are just into it because, like, I enjoy all this research, and I know as a side effect, some of it helped you. But now I'm into the Pueblo stuff, and it's gone beyond Forrest Fenn. So Forrest Fenn is no longer part of my story, other than the fact that I'm inspired from him, and I'm trying to continue a legacy. You know?
You know what? At the end of the day, and I see what you're saying, Troy, and I see what you're saying, Street.
Street's gone. It's only me and you. Everybody left.
Everybody's gone.
Yeah, probably
I'm
'cause
on the
it's
big
2 o'clock.
screen. Yeah, it's almost 2 o'clock. Yeah, I gotta get to work in the morning.
Oh wait,
No.
Street's coming back. I guess he had a.
Hey Jeff, are you finally fucking join us? I'm gonna call you by your name, Jeff. How you doing over there, Jeff? Motherfucker, Jeff.
Man, I got booted off, man.
Hey
Yeah,
Jeff,
somebody's out in front of his house.
yeah. And you know what? And like I say, at the end of the day, Forrest could have just said, you know what, I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done with all this bullshit. All these people are putting through the shit. They're showing up at my house. They're fucking emailing me left or right. Forrest could have just said, I'm fucking done. And and we might believe there's something else, and there's not. He could have just fucking shut it down and said, fuck you all. I'm out.
Well, think about that. Let's say that was true. Well, then we're making discoveries that he didn't make, if that were true.
Correct. Exactly.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yes, that's a great thing, because now we're on the different things, but even though it intertwines to him. So we're making his name a legacy because he made his own name a legacy. So I don't know how would you put it straight, Jeff?
How come? Where's you getting awfully cocky calling me Jeff, man?
Oh, I'm gonna fucking call you Jeff. I'm fucking calling you Jeff from now on, motherfucker. Motherfucker. I got a good one. It's called Jeff. Jeff Beans. Jeff fucking Blue Beans. That's what I'm gonna call you from now on. Jeff Blue Beans.
Okay, well, let's look at it that way. I have a hard time. Think about it. This wasn't just a half-ass thing for old Rich Eccentric to hide a fucking treasure chest and build his ego and pat himself.
Correct. Making 40 million in 10 years off of one website. That don't include the other websites that he probably made another 40-80 million dollars off of. You know what I mean?
If people insinuate or think that he just pulled it because he was getting old and had enough and was his family, I mean, come on. He left his family a bigger shit show if that was the truth. I just don't see a man of his character doing that. I could be wrong, but I don't see him. I think he got the fucking answer he was looking for. I think
he wants to slap the government in their face. That's what I think. I think he wants to slap these motherfuckers, the government, all in the face. I think he wants somebody that's going to step up and say, fuck you, government. I'm fucking releasing this. And I think that's, I mean, I honestly believe that he was like, fuck you. I see what you've done to so many people in the past, properties, cattle ranches, gold mines, all kinds of shit. I mean, I don't think it has to do with one thing. I think it has to do with many things. I think it has to do with articles like gold mining, cattle ranching. I think it has to do with a lot of shit. I don't think that, I think the Trove is like you guys, like some of you think like the Trove is like you can get all this gold diamond. I think the Trove is like scripts of like manuscripts of things that will bring down like cattle ranches that were losing, can make them win, and like gold mines that would make them win, like people that find gold, they win. The government don't fucking get to take your gold. They don't get to take your property. They don't get to take what's under your dirt. You know what I mean? Just like certain things. And I
I
think
think the Trove is knowledge, information, knowledge. That's what the Trove is. People associated, in my opinion, Trove with treasure, and they think it's gold, silver. No, I think it's knowledge. That's what is. Why is it I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? The answer is I already know. I've done it tired, and now you done it tired and weak, just gathering it up all. And I think it has to do with what he found in San Lazaro.
Yep, it's just like you said, because the Trove, his Trove. Why is it that I must go and leave my Trove? Everybody assumes that his only Trove was physical money, when his Trove was everything that was in his life, all of his memories, his memoir, his, you know, everything.
Knowledge.
Right. He can't take the physical stuff. He left his knowledge.
I'll further that up with, he quotes that Einstein, imagination is more important than knowledge. Well, he gave us a fucking poem as a treasure map. Use your imagination, he says. Well, guess what? Your imagination of solving the poem leads to knowledge. It's perfect. Perfect fit.
exactly. You're exactly right.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, I know, like, I mean, the way I look at it with my solve, because I didn't find the treasure chest. I mean, I'm not entitled to anything. It doesn't matter whether Try to Wheel was right, because we didn't solve the ending. And even if somebody found it, because we put it out there, obviously, and they took it and they solved the ending before we did, I'm still not entitled to it, because they solved the poem before we did, and they went and physically got the chest. So I just came to terms with that after it was over. Once I seen June 16th, the pictures, that was when I knew it was over. From June 6th to June 16th, I thought there was still a chance. That's why my partner went out to the wheel, and looked at, you know, but it was already too late. It was out there. So I'm just trying to make the best of it. And I'm like, okay, so I believed all along that there was something in the chest that sent you a proxy that would send you down, probably to New Mexico. So I'm just running with that now, but I don't think that it's going to be possible for me to find anything. So I'm never going to physically go boots on the ground. But there are people like you, Greg, and also that military guy that was talking to Galaxy, that are still going to go out looking because they believe there's something in New Mexico. And so that's why they're still keeping their information to themselves. That's cool too. Whatever people want to do. But I mean, the way I look at it, I really didn't lose anything. I gained, try to look at the best of it. What I gained is a tremendous amount of knowledge. And it's what I do with that knowledge that's going to matter. You know what I mean? Like if I could do something good as a result of it, because either way, you know, it's too late to get the treasure chest. I didn't get it, you know, but there's only like 3 or 4 people that believe that they're entitled to it. And it was taken from them. It wasn't taken from them. I believe somebody solved it. Now, I don't think it was Jack that solved it, but somebody solved it and they earned it. I mean, I just think, you know, it's ludicrous that a couple of people are expecting that Forrest's going to show up and hand him gold. However, if he did pull it, it is possible that he took the title and he gave it to the person that he knew to solve the poem, or he's making arrangements to have it given to the person that solved the poem. Theoretically, that could be Bill, it could be Barbara, it could be me, it could be Street, it could be you. We don't know.
Right.
So just try to make the best of it. I mean, you know, at least you got, you know, a pretty decent solve, and you're going back in March. You don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You don't know. They may be protecting the solver, and you know, it's kind of hard to believe though, like Street said, because you would think the solver would know what's going on. But that,
Well, now,
you know,
hold
we don't
on,
know.
Troy. When I announced on or about January 20th, 2019, I did a video and said, I think I titled it, I found Forrest Finn's treasure. And I showed 3 things in the fucking book. And Bill even said, if you don't show him that treasure chest, they're gonna crucify you. I didn't show him the treasure chest. The treasure chest was trivial. I showed him the answer to the poem. That's what was important. And Forrest had said, if you tell me exactly where it's at, I will go and get it for you. In other words, you're not going to stumble across it. You got to tell him the answer to the poem. That's where people have a hard disconnect. I've been called crazy, nuts. You have to go out boots on the ground. You have to do that. You have show me where. That's what you thought he told you to do. No, he didn't. What did he say with Jack? Jack did something different. He figured out where I wanted to die. Had nothing to do with the fucking chest. Think about it. Do you know the fucking odds of finding a 10 by 10 by 6-inch fucking box in the Rocky Mountains? People have said that poem will take you. You can make it fit anywhere. We just saw Greg's. Fits perfectly fucking. I'll agree. Fits perfect. It fits perfect in yours, Troy. It fits perfect in anybody's.
Yep.
So, okay, what do we do with that? Fits everyone solved in every fucking state. Every state. The chest was trivial. It had nothing to
But
do.
just not as good as mine. Mine's the best. What are you talking about? I'm the solver.
No, it's not.
Smoking.
You don't have
I'm the
Moses.
best.
You don't have Moses. You don't have the fucking car.
I can't fucking spray. I do have the car. It's the frog in the car.
Well, here's another thing.
Hey, trust me. I could sit here literally. If fucking Bill was on this channel, tell me his solve, and he said all his shit, I could literally put it right in the secret guard, and he won't win. He won't win. I could literally take his fucking solve that he fucking claims he's the solver, and that's the only time I'll battle somebody. I'll only battle somebody when they say they're the real solver and the true solver. I won't battle anybody else that just says, hey, I'm having fun. I'm the solver. That's it. But when they sit there and they go all over the internet and they say they're the true solver, it's mine. I own it all. The chest is being delivered to me. We got a fucking problem. I will put myself up against that motherfucker, her, him, whoever the fuck it is, any day of the week. And I guaranteed I'll be able to fucking nitpick because Forrest said it's right under your nose. Simplify. He said, simplify.
I guarantee you, by tomorrow, there's going to be a certain person out there that's going to make a video claiming that she already knew all of this stuff about the secret card.
Oh yeah, that I stole her shit. But remember, Street. She was saying, "Oh fuck his seashells."
Oh,
Remember
let me say one thing about that.
That was some funny shit. That was some funny shit when she used to say that.
Let me see one thing, because I know Barbara's going to watch this.
I don't give a shit what she watches.
No, you're going to laugh at this. Before Greg went away, he asked Street 9 to do him a favor. I ended up doing it, but he wanted us to just say, look, go out in the video, because I know people are concerned where I'm going. Just tell them that I'm in the high desert in the mountains north of Santa Fe.
Yep.
So, Barbara, we put that out there purposely because we knew that you were going to open your fucking mouth and think that Greg was at your fucking rock blowing it up You goddamn stupid fucking bitch.
And then fucking priceless. And we got her on it for the court document too.
Yeah, yep. Now you falsely accuse people of fraud and slander and blowing up federal land, and we fucking set your ass up, you stupid fool.
We set your ass up, bitch.
Well, here's another thing that's been really bugging me lately, and it's Barb and Bill. Dave, he don't bother me one bit. I enjoy listening to his.
Oh
talk,
yeah,
man.
I
But-
like watching it. He's got like all certain Superman fucking shirts on every fucking week.
But when it comes to Barb and Bill attacking me like every here backstabber, motherfuckers, you don't have the goddamn fucking chest. Well, who the fuck are you to question me when you have fucking nothing? You're sitting on your ass waiting for something to be delivered for you. Well, I'll tell you what, good luck on that wait. You better get some supplies in because that door's never going to fucking knock. You don't have nothing. So get off my fucking ass. like Greg just said. Greg just said, the only people those are the only two that I really fucking step on. The rest, nah, man, I enjoy listening to people solve. I'm not going to tell you, no, you're fucking stupid. What the fuck is wrong? I'm the solver. No, I told everyone for over 3 fucking years. I've even given all the in my opinion, I've given all the fucking information out. And still people are like attacking me. I got people sitting outside my fucking door like Forrest and shit. I got weird shit happening to me. And I've never once said I've had the chest. I left it where it was fucking at. I showed the video. I've said it for fucking 3 years now. Why are you hounding me? I don't have what you want.
Oh, that's why that's how you catch a blazerizer, man. You purposely tell the truth, but not all the truth. So the truth is, Greg was at his solve. His solve didn't change. It was at the secret garden. He found something in the box. Nobody lied to anybody. But we knew the minute we said that Greg headed in the high desert, the mountains north of Santa Fe.
Yeah,
we
but
knew, we knew that somebody was going to come.
But we weren't. But let's make it perfectly clear, Troy. We weren't lying because there's articles of the secret garden that is part of the mountains and part of the desert.
Yes,
We
the high
weren't-
desert. It's the high.
It's the high desert and the high mountains. So she has already, now she has to explain to the judge why she just fucking lied and why she just fucking slandered my name on my solve, slandered everything, because now she's going to look like a fucking idiot. Let her go on her rampage tomorrow, make her video, because now the video is already, I already made a video of it. It's going out, Barbara Anderson. I already got I got 3 discs. I got 7 discs. They were already returned because the wrong address, because you gave me the wrong number. So I had to look it up. You got over 7 discs coming. You think you're 5 discs or anything? That ain't shit. You got thousands and thousands of every day for the last 3 months alone. It's pathetic. You are pathetic, Anderson. Okay? Because the whole thing is, people are now stealing your solves. People are now, I don't give a shit no more. That's the whole problem. I don't care. What are you going to sue me for? Nothing? What are you going to get? Toilet paper out of my ass? Hey,
Well, yeah, Greg, you could prove that you were invited back. You could prove where you were.
she's
And it
not
was
invited
all
back
at
none.
yourself. That's what I'm saying. You could prove where you were. It's just fucking hilarious. We knew when we said that exactly how she was going to react. So predictable.
Exactly. We predicted how she was going to be, and she followed for her own trap, and she has to explain to the judge when it comes. If it comes to it, I don't care. She can file all the procedures or whatever. I'm pro se. You think I care? I don't care. Okay? I don't
But you
give a
did.
shit.
You did what the judge said. You stopped
Be
talking
quiet.
about her.
Exactly.
You went and you worked on your own solve, left everybody alone, but she continued to fucking harass you, even though you were working on your solve. And you can prove you're working on your solve because of where you were and when you were with Sam, and it had nothing to do with her solve. And how could she even claim that you're stealing her solve when she never published the solve?
And I'm blowing up land.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
she emailed people. So now she's got to come up with that document that she emailed New Mexico.
Oh no,
No,
and she
that-
also said you went out to dinner with Doug Preston and all that.
Oh yeah, so now she's got to produce that too. So now she's got to produce if she sent Doug Preston, Carl Summers, all them an email, because now she's screwed. She's screwed. She is literally screwed and she has no clue. She is building her own trap to be a trap. I mean, it's sad. It's pathetic. And she's been putting I mean, come on. She's over there posting on the comment section, left and right, her community section. Everybody's screenshotting it. Everybody knows what she's doing. No attorney in my whole life have I ever seen do this. Not my whole life. I've never seen an attorney do this. This judge is going to look at her and say, you know what? Your license are revoked. You're never going to be able to sue anybody unless I look over your case. And that's a fictitious litigator. She's a fictitious litigator. She files the file to dig the judge in so the judge don't know what's going on. That's what she does. She files so the judge doesn't understand what's going on because there's so many files in there. That judge don't want to sit there reading all your bullshit. He doesn't. That's what she does. She floods the judge. So the judge is like, I am not sitting here for hours reading this shit. That's what she does. She'll flood the court case so the judge, knowing that the judge is not going to read all this shit. That's what she does.
Well, the added benefit for her too, when you have someone, a defendant that has to hire a lawyer, you're costing them a lot of money to go through that paperwork, man.
Exactly. And then that's not including the emails that she'll send. She'll send 100 emails every day. Well, your client better not go fucking live because he's stupid. He's an idiot. I mean, come on. My last attorney said, I got to put her in spam folder because she's emailing me so much about you. What would that tell you? That would tell you, fucking shut the fuck up. Go your own merry way. Leave people alone. When a lawyer says they're going to put you in spam folder, that would tell me, shut the fuck up. You are an attorney. You think you're an attorney? You're not a fucking attorney. You're just a harassing attorney. That's what you are. You're a harassing attorney. They should have a new name for that. Harassing attorneys.
Well,
almost like a collection attorney. We should call her the collection attorney.
I said it last night. I believe there should be a law passed nationwide that attorneys should not be allowed to represent themselves.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. I think so. Because that would be the first question. Well, if you had to hire an attorney, would you be suing right now? No. Well, why not?
I'll give you an example. Doctors do not operate on family members because the emotional connection. They do not operate on immediate family. There's a reason why. I think lawyers should follow basically that same thought. They should not be able to try their own cases. They should.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah, strange times we're living. But like I said earlier, man, she's got a lot of explaining to do. I got hundreds, if not thousands of hours of recordings, screenshots of all types of frivolous allegations that I have perpetrated against her and her family. Well, you're going to need facts. Once we get into court, you're going to need facts, Barb. Speculation and assumptions are not going to get it. And don't believe one iota that you're going to hide behind the fact that you're going to you're the solver. Prove it. If that's what you're going to enter, and I know you will, you're the solver, well then prove it.
Yeah, exactly.
If you can't prove that, then my case is open and shut, man.
Yeah, I just think the whole thing is funny. All of a sudden, Greg's got all of those recordings of her the past 2 months saying that everybody changed their solves, including Greg, but he didn't.
Nope.
And nobody changed their solves. None of us.
Nope.
None. And I could prove myself. I told her, like I said on my community, go back into July or June of 2018 when I was on the education show talking about the proxy. I said specifically that I thought that there was something inside that you would find that would send you to New Mexico. I said that specifically. It's the only thing that's new in New Mexico is all the stuff I learned from you and Candy and Trusted that got me interested in San Lazaro. That's the only thing that new. Now, last time I checked, not only did Barbara not put out a solve, I don't remember her ever discussing anything about San Lazaro. So what does you and I and Trusted and Big Rob and anybody sitting there talking about San Lazaro have to do with anything that she's talking about? So all
Well,
of her
that's-
accusations are false, all of them.
Yeah, that's what I alluded to last night, man, was I think that she's turned the corner and realized down deep in her heart that she didn't solve this. So she's going to start lashing out really hard on anything and everything just because she's grasping for straws here. But I know I seen it in her eyes. I've seen it in her eyes the last probably month, 2 months, maybe. She knows she didn't solve it. She knows. And her house of cards is going to fall, and she has to face her family, man. And that's got to be tough for her. I feel for her, man. But
I don't feel for her.
I feel for her as a human, but she did it herself. She keeps talking about karma. That's what's so ironic about this, Troy. The karmic boomerang. She's always threatened me and Greg and everyone. The karmic boomerang's going to get them. No, it's you who it's going to hit, man, not me, not Greg.
Yeah, well, I don't feel sorry for her simply for the fact that all of us none of us got the chance. So why would I feel sorry for her? I honestly, she never did anything for the community. She's only been here to drive a rift through it and to harass people. She never did anything. Forget about those book readings. All of that shit happened after Susie Fenhaven did it and Sacha did it. Nothing that she did was new or innovative and in no way helpful to anybody.
Oh, did you miss the last post?
Wait, she's 100% concerned about her solve only. And I can't think of anybody else that's like that other than her and Bill and Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I said I felt sorry for her because of the human factor. I feel sorry for her because she thought that was the only way she could recoup her save face with the family. That was her only way out. And she's going to hold on to that for dear life. No, there's other ways. Change your life. Change who you are. That's how you earn the respect of your family, and especially your children.
So you remember, so an hour ago, she posted what I posted on my community section. I posted something that she doesn't know that she's getting into evidence because of how she words things. You know what I mean? It says right there, Barbara Anderson, October 20th, 2021. This is the shit that's been going on. Hi, all. Thought you would want to know. YouTube took down my site in retaliation to the fact that I'm about to file suit against them and the bully for cyberbullying / privacy violations, copyright infringements, not a safe environment for your kids. We'll post my book discussions elsewhere. That's what I posted, okay? On my community section, okay? Just to show us facts. And then she goes an hour ago, making my point for me, laugh out loud. Mislead, ? Laugh out loud. Account back, duh. Now trial. Let's go to trial, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. Yeah, and that's my opinion. I don't give a shit. Let's go to trial. You're going to look like a scorned ex that just wants their solve. Your solve has nothing to do with it because that'll be the first thing you'll bring up. Oh, you got to talk about my solve. Your solve ain't shit. Okay? So that's all. And then if you bring up anybody else in the community, that's irrelevant as well because they have nothing to do with my channel. I am the only one against you, not all these other people. These other people have nothing to do with me. They have their own channels. They were there way before me. So good luck with that one. Bet he will get more humble if the court orders him back in again. Humble. The court already told you to shut up. In a roundabout way, but you ain't getting it. That's
You know,
my opinion.
Greg, you know what? Honestly, and somebody alluded to this in the chat. I don't remember. I think it was Lucky. I don't remember who. Or no, it was Pam. Pam.
Ignore her.
No, the reason why she's using you right now, it doesn't matter. She doesn't. She can't afford to sue everybody because the countersuits will fucking destroy her. Because she's gonna try to sue somebody that has money, and none of us have money. So the purpose of you, Greg, is obvious. The real target is going to be Doug Preston and the Penn family. That, and then what she's going to use you for is
Is a
for
stepping stone.
the punitive damages part. She's going to say, "Look what you cost me, Doug Preston. You didn't include me in the ending, blah blah blah. And then the result, look at this Greg guy and all these people that were harassing me. This is a direct result of what Doug Preston and the Fenn family had done to me."
And you're right.
That is exactly what her fucking plan is. Exactly.
And what do you think, Street? I think she's going after the family. next.
If she's foolish enough, and I think she is, she's desperate enough, which brings on foolishness. She's desperate enough to do this. I agree with Pam and I agree with Troy. Yeah, we've seen it a long time, her name and names, but she's centered in on the family and Douglas here lately. No more. So yes.
And
But
people stealing her assault.
Well, here's my point with
Don't
the
forget
family
that
of
one.
Douglas Preston. If you are foolish enough to sue them, you better be prepared for repercussions, because you will get stuck with their fucking legal bills. And I'm sure if you go that far,
I'm going to be in
for
there.
them, but I think they'll countersue you.
Oh, and I'll be in there against for their countersuit.
Well, the problem is she's hiding her money. She doesn't own any assets. It's not like they're going to be able to put a lien on her house, so they're going to have to go through other means.
Well, if she hid her money behind mommy and daddy, they're going after it all. They're going to go after it all.
I alluded to it before. I have an intuition, a gut feeling that all of her assets, and once again, this is my opinion, a gut feeling. And Greg and I has talked about it in length many a times. I think even before she filed lawsuit on Forrest, she had already prepared herself to sue, and she hid all her assets.
Yeah.
And guess what? There's paper trails.
There's always paper trails. You can't hide money. I mean, you can't. The only way you can hide money is this: you go to a casino and get cash, and you walk out.
She's familiar with the court of law. If she wants to take it to that drastic of a measure, desperate of a measure, then legally it can be found out what assets you had at a certain date. And we'll look back. I mean, they will look back previous to you filing. Let's see where you're at. Where did you at? How can a lawyer retire at the age of 50 and not have any fucking money, not have a house, not have a car? Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. They don't. That means you have assets. Plain and simple. Doesn't take.
They could garnish wages. They could do all kinds of things depending on how much money they got. And that's the thing. You know, she's not stupid. She knows she's got to go after people with money. She won't get anything from Street. She wouldn't get anything from me. I have nothing. Greg has nothing. She knows that.
Well, no, you know what? You know what it is. And I'm going to tell you right now, Troy, and this is what I've been racking my brain about. You know what it is? It's freedom of speech. And it's everything else. Because think about it. If she could win with me, she could attack everybody showing that, look, I just won in this case for this harassment case. I just won. Now I'm going to go after everybody else. This is what you guys are not all, and girls are not realizing.
But you can't, Greg, because
but
show me.
Ash Street. That's what she'll use to her advantage. I'm telling you.
Well, but she has to prove it, and the problem
she
is
has to prove it. But she'll prove it with all the documentation. If she can win with me, she's going to prove. Say, hey, I just won here, showing that all these channels are fucking harassing me. They're abusing me. Now I go after YouTube. Now I go after Preston. Now I go after Shiloh. Now I go after the Fenn family. That is what she's going to do. I'm just her stepping stone to what she could get into bigger.
Yeah, but the problem,
I'm not her first, like if you ask her specifically, ask her one question. After Greg, are you done suing everybody? Guaranteed she will not answer it. How much you want to bet?
yeah, no, see, the problem is, Greg, she has to prove that it was harassment. What we're doing right now is not harassment because we have.
But that's
proof.
not the point. That's
No,
not the
but what I'm
point.
saying is she thinks that when she deletes those nasty videos and posts that she makes, that they're gone. But like Street alluded to, we have that information. The only way she would, if you were harassing and slandering her, you would have to be saying something that's not true. Well, if you have videos of her calling you a douchebag and a scumbag and you're blowing things up and doing that, and you record that, you could turn it right around on her. So I was just responding to the ludicrous bullshit that she's putting out about me. You're not,
Correct.
we're not, now harassment would be if she didn't do anything to anybody and just out of the blue, we decided to come up and talk about her. Now that's her case against you because she's trying to claim that out of the blue, you guys harassed her by reading her divorce records.
That's
But,
not harassment.
but I know it's not. But what I'm saying is, I wasn't there when it happened. Neither was any
I
of the
didn't
people
even
she's
fucking
mentioning.
read the thing. It's Street. I think I only read 2 fucking sentences out of that fucking thing.
Yeah.
Right. I've said shit about her on your show and on Street Show and on a couple of mine, but I'm only responding to what she did to me. I never made
Correct.
anything. I never talked about her kids or her family or never did. She did the opposite and talked about me and my family. And I came back on her and saying, who the fuck are you to talk about somebody's marriage when you bitch couldn't even afford to fucking stay married in your life? And I've been married for over 4 decades.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I mean, just shut your mouth. I mean,
But she'll keep going. That's what
but
she
it-
does.
I'll
but
give
it-
you an example of what you're talking about, Troy. She started putting my name in those not going live, but not going live.
Yeah.
I would screenshot it, and during this time frame when I started doing this, if I just put up the name Barb, she would hit me. I'd get a complaint filed, and they're like, oh, and then I'd write them a letter saying, hey, and I would explain to them just what you said. I am responding to some lies and misinformation Miss Anderson is giving out. Well, I started screenshot, and every time she put my name or address, I'd do a video with it. She stopped hitting me with fucking complaints, man. Go
But
ahead, what you
also,
gonna
but
complain
also
about?
think about this. Now she's sitting here saying maybe somebody should sue Troy and Jens for harassment / fabricating drama. Creeps. Obviously, I need to find this Jens clown and write him a letter. You see what I'm saying? She is now messing with people's money. She's
Well,
now officially.
Jens was on one of my lives. I think Wednesday, Saturday, whatever it was, Saturday. And look, anyone that goes on my live, your live, Troy's live, she'll start smacking them, man.
Mhm.
She's gonna write them a letter.
And I haven't done nothing for
Harassing
2.
them.
I haven't done nothing for 3 months, which I could say she cannot say shit. And you know what the sad thing is when her kids read all the shit that she has sued everybody for. I can't wait till her kids are grown now. I can't wait till they start reading how she looks and how she's going to be able to respond to all these screenshots of everything she says when she goes on and on and on, because that's pathetic. She is
Well,
pathetic. She's sitting on her fat ass over there. That's my opinion. She's sitting on her fat ass, filing away because that's what she does. I live with mommy and daddy. I can't live on my own. Bitch, I live on my own. I don't need no
But-
fucking money. What the fuck? What? You can't live on your own? What? All of a sudden you have no money nowhere? No,
by the
all of
way,
a sudden-
Street, I know you can't see it either, but are you watching chat?
No,
Just
I
trust
can't.
it.
I don't have the chat on.
Apparently Bill's in there and Trusted is arguing with him. I guess he's talking about you. I don't.
He has nothing. He's so fucking jealous of me, man. You have nothing, Bill. I'm gonna be blunt with you from now on. You have nothing, man. Keep sitting in your house waiting for the door to knock, man. That's the best thing you can do. Just keep waiting for that door to knock, Bill. But let's look at Candy has mentioned it many a times. Barb called a family members of her trying to be a reporter. Then she called
What?
Candy's employer trying to get her
What
fired.
happened? What?
Barb called Candy's ex's mom's house trying to get information about, I think, DJ. If I remember right, I could have screwed this up, but anyhow, she reached out to DJ's mom and said she was a reporter. During that, shortly after that, it was after that, she called Candy's employer and tried to get her fucking fired. Said, this woman is harassing me. She's despicable. How dare you have her employed? You should consider firing her. Just fucking trashed her. Think about that. That's worse than.
I mean, think about that. How is that going to look in a courtroom when she has to justify what she did to call other searchers that have nothing to do with the court case?
Well, all because she had said something nasty about Candy and Candy said something nasty back. That's what drove her to do that. Huh, that's interesting.
It's going to be fun when I ask the court, come in front of the judge, because we're only in front of the magistrate now, but come in front of the judge. I'm going to ask for Greg Keller's ass to be there in the courtroom. I'm going to. And I'm going to ask for his wife. And I'm going to ask for his wife to be there too. So she better be prepared, because everything she's been doing, I'm coming at her.
Hey, get Jack in there too. Hey, they start.
I'm getting
Hey,
Jack.
Mr. Stoof, is Barbara the solver?
I'm asking for everybody, because Ohio law just passed 2 years ago that I'm allowed now to officially subpoena people outside the state of Ohio. And I love it.
You'd have to pay their expenses.
I have to pay their expenses. But you know what? We're all going to team up to pay those expenses.
Hey, all you gotta do is get Jack in front of the judge and you say, Mr. Stoof, are you the one that is noted to be the finder of the Forest Run treasure chest? Yes, I am. So, Mr. Stoof, are you saying that Barbara Anderson here is not the finder of the treasure?
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, Your Honor, my case is closed.
Yeah, and she doesn't realize she could argue, she could bar whatever she wants, witness or whatever she wants, but comes in front of that trial, that judge, I'm going to ask that judge and say, hey, I want these witnesses. And he's going to be like, why? Well, because she brought them all up.
Well, Jack's the most.
But no, I'm going to say she brought them all up. She's the one that's been talking about them she's been talking about all these people for a year and a half. It wasn't just about us, Your Honor. She has an agenda.
Wait, Greg, she put her foot in her mouth, because if you, like you're saying, when you try to subpoena somebody, I think that she could try to object to it, right?
She can.
But she can't object to Jack, but she already put in the case that she's the solver. And you could say, Your Honor, she can't object to him because he is the solver and it's legally proved. So she can't do that because he's the one that can answer the question and put an end to it right then and there. Now, what's the judge going to say? What's he going to say? No, when Jack is the finder and he has a plaintiff.
Hold on, Troy. The magistrate already said it's irrelevant. The fact that she believes, and the wording said, the fact that Miss Anderson believes she is the solver is irrelevant in this case. In other words, he's already set the groundwork. I don't give a shit. You have to prove harassment here. And it basically, like Greg and I taught, it's a tit for tat from that point on.
Exactly.
It's her shield and her illusion that she's the solver, and it's just nothing more than a tit for tat.
No, and the magistrate even told her, said, I don't care about the solve. I don't care about your solve. I don't care about the chase. This is about what do you have?
This is about copyright infringement of a public
Correct.
or
Show the copyrights. She's not even talking about copyrights anymore.
you can't copyright a public.
You can't
court record.
copyright a fucking public platform when you go live.
No, you can't copyright the court document. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
Good luck explaining that to the judge.
So she had
Well,
a seal.
so harassment is all the files you sent me that are other people that have nothing to do with me.
Well, now hold on. We all agree it was against YouTube's rules to do that, and the video was taken down by YouTube. End of story. It should have been ended right then. There was
Had
no
nothing to do
laws
with me.
broken.
You take
No
it up with
laws broken.
take it up with YouTube.
Yep.
Don't take it
No
up with
laws
me.
broken, ladies and gentlemen.
Not my problem. Not my problem. Take it up with YouTube.
She got what she wanted initially, which was taking the video down. That wasn't enough because she got pissed because her channel got down because she was filed 50,
Yeah.
70 complaints in less than 30 days. That's when she's like, well, fuck it. I'm taking this to the next level.
Yeah. And hey, take it up with YouTube. It's not my problem, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Hey,
YouTube is not a public forum. It's a privately owned.
yeah. Yeah. Your
She
Honor.
doesn't have it.
Hey, I'm not harassing her. Take it up with
Right.
YouTube.
Right.
You-
That's the
you-
problem. They can censor anybody they want. That's how they
Yeah.
get away. you know?
Well, they did their job. They took the video down. They heard her complaint and said, yes, we agree. It's against our rules, and took it down. That should have been the end of the story. She got what she wanted. It's taken down. No,
Right.
she wanted more. She wanted, like Greg's saying, she wanted.
Oh, I thought you were talking about her
Groundwork.
video. I thought you were talking about her video being.
No, she's using this case as groundwork, just like she used the stalking hacking as groundwork to get her foot in the door. And then she tried to interject on 5 to 6 other cases to plead her verified pleading that she's a solver. Because once she gets her foot in the door, if that would have been taken up in any other court and testimony, that's her foot in the door. She could have turned around and sued the family.
Yep, that's what she's waiting for.
Yep.
She wants that foot in the door to get that verified pleading behind court documents, because that's when she's going to take everything from the family.
Well, it's the same as the hacking stalking. That's what got her foot in the door to sue and to begin with.
Correct. But that verified pleading is what she's been trying for the last 3 to 5 years.
And that's her
she-
foot. That's her
that-
foot in the door to
that's
start
her
opening
foot.
up this lawsuit.
That's why you guys don't hear no more, because she's kind of hiding it behind closed doors now. She used to talk about it all the time, but now she's hiding it because she don't want people knowing it. She wants that verified pleading behind closed doors in front of a judge, because then she's going to attack the family. That's just my opinion.
Yep.
That's what she's going to do.
She'll
She's
open,
gonna- she-
she'll
she-
open a lawsuit on probably Douglas and the family,
Yeah.
and
then-
she'll turn around and use the evidence or the testimony in Northern Ohio court to say, by the way, I have this in court. I want to argue it. They have no choice. They have to argue it, even though how stupid and frivolous this is. They have to argue it because it's entered in as testimony into a court of law.
And you know what I would say, Troy? So here's what I would say. You want your verified plea? I'm going to do mine as well. Let's go.
Mhm.
Then
Well-
that way she can't argue. No, she can't argue.
We've talked about this. All you have to do is say, well, here's evidence that Jack Stoof, Forrest.
Well, I
and
know,
here's
but
a picture of him.
I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm just saying. If she wants to be a smart ass, I can say,
Uh-huh.
okay, well, I'm going to do my in-house fucking private
Well,
Zoom
now,
too.
my point is, you're the front line. We've talked about this. You're the front
Yeah.
line. If she gets that introduced into your case, she will follow a fucking lawsuit against the family. I think this is above and beyond you. This is for the community and the family. You
Right.
need to stop her from fucking telling that in camera or on in camera. You need to stop that, man, because that's her foothold to sue the family in Preston, in my opinion.
And
Oh,
Carl
no.
probably too.
Well, and
Anybody.
Carl, anybody, everybody, because then she'll sit there and say, "Well, I am the solver now." You see what I'm saying? Because I did the in-house camera, I did the verified pleading. That will be her escape to win everything. She'll use it for everything. She'll use it for YouTube. She'll use it for everything. It'll trickle down like there ain't no tomorrow.
Yep.
She will use that, and there'll be nothing nobody could do no more.
And look at the wake of disaster that her legal degree is doing to a wide group of people, blue collar people. And you know, even if she goes higher, she's just hell bent on wreaking havoc in people's lives when we all know and she knows she's not the solver.
Well, she's retired. I thought she's retired. Why is she worried anymore about the solve?
Well, that's convenient too. She retired, in my opinion, so she doesn't lose her license. She's going
Well,
to come back.
well, no, because it's already put in for a fictitious litigator. The judge only said, I'm holding on to it. So she's already fucked if she
Well,
pulls any more shit.
I think she said she retired as a ploy because she knew she's taking a chance of losing her license to ever practice again. So
Yeah.
she's going to take an early retirement when all this is blown over. She'll go right back into business, man.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah. I think you're exactly right. I think you're right.
Justin said good night, Billy boy.
I'm going to bed. I'm done. I'm
Justin's
tired.
flipping that wrench, man. Justin's flipping the wrench. Yeah, it was a good show. I don't know. Thanks, Candy, for letting us on. I guess I'll see you later, Greg. See you, Street.
Yeah.
See you, Trusted. See you, everybody in chat. But it was a good show. I'm surprised you showed your whole sob. I thought that was cool. I think a lot of people will like it. They'll get a different idea of you because it's a total 180, you know, from the normal. Of course, now we did a 180 again, and we're back to the old kind of talk. But it was cool to see your style, really.
Hey, we got to do it myself, like on a whole different level where it just talks about that.
You could do like a PowerPoint.
I don't want to talk about that banana bitch. I'm done with that banana bitch. Let her just sink her own hole. Even though she's gonna sit over there sinking her own hole. You know what? My whole downfall is nobody's not living in my shoes. None of you are living in my shoes.
They stink. I don't want to be in those shoes.
They stink pretty bad here.
I'm thankful for that.
I mean, come on, guys. I mean, think about it. This is just a way. I'm her stepping stool to sue something bigger. Okay?
Just keep thinking about March. Don't worry about her. March is only, what are you going in, like 3 weeks from now? So, or 4 weeks?
Oh, month.
So there's only 1 week. There's only one more week left of February. It's only 28 days.
Oh, 2 weeks. Almost 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would say a month and a week. And then I go back to New Mexico. I can't wait. Oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna love it when you all see me in San Lazaro. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Back up in the high desert, in the mountains.
In high desert and mountains, which is, hey, I forgot. So
bring the Beamer too, man.
Oh, I'm bringing the Beamer. I'm driving. I'm driving the Beamer. I'm gonna drive the Beamer. I forgot Shiloh bought that for me. So thank you, Shiloh, for buying me the Beamer. Thank you so much, Shiloh, for the Beamer. Hey, Zoe. Hey, thank you for the check of $25,000. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you for giving me the ring too. I appreciate the ring. I don't know how I'm gonna auction this off without it being publicized, but thank you for the ring, Zoe.
Dragon bracelet.
Yeah. Well, Dragon bracelet's already sold, but I got the ring. Nobody else got the ring. I got the ring.
You put it in the chest.
I don't need a chest. I got a box. That's where you put everything in. It's a wooden box. It's a white wooden box. When you guys figure that out, let me know.
Yep.
It's a white wooden box.
All right, guys. I'm gonna take off too. So
all righty, everybody. I'll see you.